that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
Will Stewart here with another THFC Rants post-match fan show. 1-0 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium today. Getting her done, getting her done. I mean, it's not something that we should, be burning houses down over, but job done. Job done on the day. Welcome, folks out there. My name is Will Stewart, and don't know if you guys saw the Henry Wright stream earlier today, but if you haven't, make sure you go and check that out. Just go to Henry Wright TV and look at his most recent stream, and you guys can check that out. But while we're waiting here for people to join, the back the link is pinned to the top. We do have a few guests in the back. I do want to give a shout out to all of our members. Let's see, the most recent list of members right now. We'll start from newest to oldest. We got Ronan Kumar, Tottenham Tantrum Gold, Kyle Patrick Vineyard, Karen McDonald, Aaron Dubb, Matthew THSC Collins, Chapster 30, AMZO David, John Langford, Eunice, Scott M, Dave Jones, Tony Go, Danny Kiriakou, Sai Says. 10 months now we've been rocking memberships. If you want to join a membership, just hit that join button down below. It's one way you can support the channel, or you can go to patreon.com/THFCRants. We're gonna start doing we got some changes coming to the channel over the summer. The season's almost over. Not necessarily gonna tell you exactly what those changes are, but there are changes coming to the channel, so make sure you get that in. We're gonna be doing special things. We'll have a members only show that is posted to patreon.com, so you'll only be able to view it if you're a Patreon member. We're also gonna be having members only chat shows until I can find a way to make an exclusive member show on YouTube. Not quite sure how to do that. It's easy on Patreon because I can just paste the link over there, but on YouTube we want to figure it out. But we will have some members only chat, so make sure you hit that join button there and become a member. We're also going to be adding some new memberships, lower levels, so that everybody can have an opportunity to do that. So we're going to call it the Daniel Levy tier, and it's going to be 99 cents. So if you don't want to spend a lot of money, but you want to be a part of the chat on those shows, that'll be up and running soon, coming this summertime. But let's start bringing in some of the guests. Well, that shut off quickly. Usually it fades out, but start bringing in some of the guests. This guy, you know him, you love him, from Canada, the yin to my yang, Mr. Cody Mack.
Oh, Will.
I waited till the bass dropped before I brought you in, so.
It's no good when there's not like 6 people laughing.
Don't be first next time.
Sorry.
That's all right. And then we've also got our good friend from Brazil. See if he's going to do some twerking for us tonight. James Buckets is in the house. You love it. Smash that like button right now. You just got a show for free, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's free. You're paying me later, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And sorry for my twerking. I know most people think Brazilians can twerk, but I can't. So.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good and fun. What's good though? And then we've also got one more guest in the back before we get rolling. I think he's not first time to be in the chat or anything like that, but I think his first time calling to the show. We've got him here. Caterman's in the house. Caterman Jess. Farming Simulator. What's going on, my friend? It's going good. Are you making some fishing lures? What do you... Oh, he's putting his headphones in.
Hello?
What's going on, fella?
How you doing?
Doing well. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks.
Good deal. Well, welcome to the show, man.
Spurs.
There you go. Come on, you Spurs. I think it's the first time you've called in. I know you're in the chat all the time, but I think it's the first time you've called in.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't do this very often, thanks. But
Well, we're glad to have you here.
thanks for letting me on. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. The show's welcome to everybody. If you do want to join the show, I do see some of my my Haterade fans in the chat. The link's pinned to the top. Come on, have your say. Tell me why you think I'm an idiot. Cody does every week. But first of all, let's welcome some of our regulars in the chat here. We've got ATX7 Gaming. He's been a long time subscriber to the channel. I think since pretty much the very beginning. Big up to him. William McKenzie's in the house. We got Coys and Drake Box fan. I don't remember seeing you in the chat before. Welcome to the show, and thanks for subscribing. You may actually not be subscribed. I don't think I turned subscriber mode on, but I will do that here in a minute. Full Bulls in the house. Always love football. And we got Batter THFC, my friend from Twitter. And who else? We got Bobby K's in the house. True Blue 849. Jayco, obviously. Who else? We got Right Heart Lane. Hey Will, he says. And we got Rootin' Tootin' Shootin' Putin's back in the house. Long time no see. Probably because I always have subscriber mode on. You gotta subscribe, Rootin' Tootin' Shootin' Putin. And Wasam Aslam. Yo, what's going on? But and Graham. Thank you, Graham, for jumping in there quick. Today's match, 1-0. What are your thoughts, Mr. Mac?
Oh, just a grind. Just an absolute grind, man. I'm not going to call it like a lucky penalty because by rule, you know, you're not supposed to be doing the fucking starfish in the penalty box. So, Ashley Barnes, get your hands beside your side. We've seen penalties given away for less. We've had penalties against us for less. But like in spirit, I don't think that should be a penalty. But at the same time, there's just no excuse for having your arm that far out. But we'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, they changed that rule back, like, well, it was like this, I think it was the summer after we lost the Champions League final, and they actually applied it in that final, even though it hadn't technically come into play. And, you know, you had the whole Sissoko penalty, which that whole penalty really bothers me because it was in a rule change. According to the rules at the time, it necessarily wasn't a penalty. He had the arm out, and it hit him on the shirt sleeve. Both of which had changed after the fact.
It always seems like rules change after they fuck us, you know?
Yes, that's right.
Like when we finished fourth, but we didn't get Champions League, you know? They changed that.
Yep, changed that right after the whole COVID, you know, canceling COVID with only one COVID case. That got changed right after. Handball rules. Yeah. So
but look, it can't be understated how important the 3 points was today. We've put Arsenal in a situation where, I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's a given that we're gonna win on the road at Carrow Road next weekend. But if you're sitting there and you're an Arsenal supporter or an Arsenal player, in your mind you're thinking you need 100% points to guarantee top four. You know,
there you go,
they cannot afford to drop any points. And for the people who thought that point at Anfield was worthless, take a look at yourselves right now because we're in a decent position here. Are we in control of our own destiny? No, but Arsenal have to run the table the last 2 weeks, and that's.
Could be.
I honestly think they're going to drop points tomorrow. Newcastle, they have had a sterling record at St. James Park since the turn of the new year, and I mean, look at the Arsenal squad. They're depleted. Their confidence should be low after Thursday. I think we have not the upper hand, but we have a good chance.
That's right. Will did say on Henry's stream that a single point can decide everything. Will says a lot of things that ends up being not to toot my own horn. Not like I like doing that at all, but
Will says a lot of things. Most of them are bullshit, but he says a lot of things.
unfortunately they're not. I wish they were. I wish I had the personality where I could just say things and, you know, double down on them and all kinds of stuff. But I can't, unfortunately. It's a sickness.
How the hell did Nick Pope save that one chance from Son?
It was a good save, man. Like, everybody says that, like, he should have put that away.
That was a rocket.
It was a rocket. It was from like 6 yards out, maybe 7 if you look at the angle. And I mean, it hit the guy just boom like a cat and just happened to catch it. You know,
like he can't afford to catch that partly. The pace that was on that shot. He had to get his entire forearm behind that ball. That was an incredible save. I don't think that gets enough recognition, but I'm just glad it didn't cost us in the end. But I just want Sonny to get that golden boot, you know? Yeah,
it was a little disappointing today that we didn't get more opportunities. I mean, he only had 2 shots all game, and
forced 2 good saves.
Yeah, I mean, the second one was a little bit more at him. A little more central. Now, granted, it was a little bit more kind of like surprised. I think the XG on that. I think that one where the keeper got the save was counted as a big chance miss, and then that second one wasn't because the XG wasn't that high. But still, I mean, either one of those on any other day probably ends up finding the back of the net. But I mean, Harry Kane too. He could have probably had, you know, 1 or 2 goals from open play. That one they hit over the bar or whatever. I mean, he should have at least been hitting target. I'm not going to get onto his case for, you know, for not putting that one away. But that first one was kind of like Son's first one. You know, you kind of, and he missed wide there. But
can we just give a special honorable mention to Emerson for that that rocket from like 30 yards? I mean,
yeah, it was a good.
I mean, it was target, but like, man, that was sweetly struck. Sweetly struck. I didn't think he had that in his bag, you know.
Yeah, it was far. I think he was going to end up getting that blocked pretty much from wherever he went, but I mean, the keeper would have made a save. I mean, it was just so far away. But I mean, it was a good strike though. A little more dip and swerve on that, and it would have been good. But we got one more Grest. We got one more Grest in the back. You know him. You love them when I have 2 songs playing at the same time. From Canada, from the UK via Canada, the man who hates Daniel Levy the most, Brian Daigle's in the house from Tottenham Hotspur.
Will, that is a title I love to hear over and over again. The one that hates Daniel Levy the most.
The most.
Let me ask you something quick. Does Brian hate Daniel Levy more than Will Stewart loves Heung-min Son?
That's a good question.
Whose emotion is like if the two emotions were on a collision course on a train track? You got the unstoppable force versus the immovable object here. Like,
okay, so I
can if you want to, Bob.
Let's have a look. Could you, Will, would you do time to defend Heung-min Son?
Would I do time?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Well, then I think you've got your answer. Because I would do time. And I've already got a picture.
To defend Daniel Levy?
No, to fucking GBH. GBH. I actually thought, you know what, if it ever happened, and I ever got face to face with him, and my temper did win, and I lost because I'd have to do hard time, they'd probably see me go, oh, that's the boy that punched Levy. He's going straight to the penthouse. have a TV, have everything. Yeah, there's no extremes to my getting that man out. So yeah, but
Ryan, how's the chicken wing stain, buddy?
mate, well, do you know what? It seems to be adding more luck for Cody, mate. It seems that like I said, I sent you a picture today to show you that the stain was still there, to prove it hadn't been washed. And as soon as I got off We Are Tottenham TV, because Cody, it been boiling.
Why
where
are you sending
are,
Cody pictures of your underpants?
No, I got a stain on my t-shirt. Where you're going with that, Will? You're going on because we were talking about prison and stuff like that. You're going down this kind of walk.
You guys didn't say at all. You didn't delineate what article of clothing it was. You just said, like, chicken wing stain. You drop it on.
I tend to know what it means. Lily, what was that
Delineate.
word? I have, yeah. There we go. An education here at WillStewartTHFCRants.
Yes, that just means you didn't specify what particular.
So yeah. So when we went out after we battered the filth, me, Cody, Bobby K, Little K, Big K, and their cousin Ryan went out for something to eat. And I had a desire for chicken wings, and I had the last one from honey garlic sauce. I just took a bite and wallop. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And then I was like, do I wash it? Do I not wash it? And I got told, do not wash it. And I haven't.
Wash it.
And I haven't. But now, as I was saying, I took it off.
Can't wash until after tomorrow night.
No, I'm not wearing it tomorrow night, mate. I'm not wearing it tomorrow night.
Next Monday.
Next Sunday, brother. Oh yeah, next Monday I can wash it. Yeah, you're right. Although I'm
Actually,
kind of.
you know what? If we get fourth, you might as well just never wash it again.
Cody, this is a part I've got to. I said on We Are Tottenham TV today. I said, listen, when they said at the end of the season, if we're still undefeated, they're like, you can wash it then. I was like, well, no. Do I not need to continue this until we lose in this shirt? And washing could take the luck. And my wife gave me a resounding, that shirt's going in the wash. Oh, Bob, will you fuck off?
Yeah, we don't need to be talking about Lord of the Rings characters tonight.
I'm sorry, mate. You wait till I'm back in England. He has no idea the revenge and the banter that's coming his way in revenge.
For the club, Ron. He did win it for the club. But I think he's still in the vote. So if you haven't voted yet, there is a link on my Twitter for the actual league, Premier League player of the season. I don't think that one's voted yet, or the results have come out yet. I don't know. I could be wrong. I know for the league, he won, it's voted on, and he won all three. So they do one from Supporters Club, Junior Spurs, and what's the third one? Just the regular one, I think. Player of the season.
Yeah, so what did I miss? Because I thought I was going to be here a bit later. I don't think I've missed a lot, have I?
No. It's actually, we've pretty much just gotten through interviews, a little bit of short talk about different things, but we do have 72 people watching the show right now. So I want to make sure that you guys smash that like button, subscribe, and hit that bell. We want to get this stream to at least 100 likes by the hour mark. So you guys got 35 minutes left to get this to 100 likes. So make sure you do that. Don't be shy. It doesn't cost you a thing. And it helps support the video. For some reason, does anybody know, you guys maybe seen something I didn't? The last show that we did, remember, after the Arsenal one.
How could I forget?
Yeah. That show got 3.2 thousand views, most of which came after the fact, which rarely happens. There was a spike right around the hour and 20-minute mark where 85% of the views came from. Have I been clipped and going around somewhere that I don't know about? Have you guys seen anything out there?
Don't look at me. It's
No,
probably just because I joined the show around then.
No, it was
You know what,
before you
Johnny?
joined, I think.
Well, I tell you what as well. I think everyone was on such a buzzing high from that victory that people coming in from back home at all stupid times and probably wanted to go on YouTube and see who was on, obviously because they're still buzzing and didn't want to sleep. So you were probably the only one on. If you think.
Well, I mean, it only got 662 views live. It got 200 or 2,500 something after the fact.
There you go. The morning after the day before as a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's That's weird.
You guys were awesome. That was just crazy.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. But I'm trying to look for that video. There it is. It's really weird. The right around let's see the exact time. 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 35 seconds. So if you want to watch that video, like if I were to show this, here, I'll share it just for fun giggles. Make sure there's no other private information I don't want to share here. So yeah, you can see like right there.
Were you doing boy Hotspur impressions? At
I don't know.
Big spike.
I don't know if it was just a like if it's a glitch. Sometimes YouTube's glitches, but this is talking about like video retention time. But like apparently, right there, 600% of people were were holding their attention. Yeah, so relative audience retention. Yeah, above average. So right around the 2 hour mark, 2 hour and 40 minute mark is when people's interest started to wane. But it was just a weird that video had that big weird spike, and it got quite a bit of money, or not money, but views after the fact. But let's see. You were really clinical at that minute of the game. Well, I guess so. It was actually Jason was talking. I mean, I talked a little bit in that section, but
Well, I thought that was your pee break.
no, it wasn't my pee break. I do like to take a pee break or two during the middle of a stream. I mean, we stream for 4 hours. I mean, can you blame me?
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
Bobspur says, funny you say that, Will. My In the Wall show from last night is on 3.3K, another 24 hours, but I put it down to Wankety Wank. Oh, yeah, and the great guest. Yeah, it might be. I had a little bit of a clickbait title on that one, too, as well. So that might have helped a little bit. But let's see who else. Tiago, what were your thoughts on the Mizzity match today?
At some point, it was quite boring because I slept. I usually don't sleep during games. So when I sleep, it's because I thought it was boring, but nothing to complain about. 3 points. That's what matters. 2 points ahead of Arsenal, inside the top 4. The pressure's on them. But yeah, we finally got a win against a team that sits back and plays in a deep formation like they do. We had a few scares, but we scored a goal with a penalty. It's the law. It's a penalty. No complaining about that. Harry Kane put it perfectly, as always. 3 points. That's all that matters. Now I'm praying that Newcastle does something tomorrow, because if it was like United or Liverpool or City, I wouldn't be bothered if we didn't make top 4. But it's Arsenal, so it hurts.
Yeah. Was it 2-0? I thought it was 1-1 and then 2-1, then 2-2, then I could be wrong. I don't remember. Usually a pretty good memory. What time is
Everton went up 1, then Brentford equalized, then they went up 2-1, and then Brentford scored 2 to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought I remember. I mean, I watched it, but to be honest with you, I wasn't paying it. Like, it was kind of like on in the background. I
thought that City were going to bottle the title today. I thought they were going to lose to West Ham.
Yeah, that was so disappointing. It would have been such a fun thing, you know?
It would.
But what time is the Arsenal game in Pacific Standard Time? So 2:45 Eastern Time would be...
Picking up at 3. 3 o'clock.
Oh, 3
Eastern.
3 p.m.
3 Eastern, so that would be about noon Pacific.
So it's Pacific. When you say, because I'm getting used to it, it's Pacific like LA and all that.
Yeah, West Coast.
Okay.
So in Canada, it would be like Vancouver.
Yep.
And... Yeah.
Well, yeah. Why did I choose LA and not Vancouver?
I don't know. You like the United States more. That's okay, Brian. Nobody's gonna hold it against you.
We're not going to go into that conversation. All I'll say, I'm very, very happy in Canada.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your wife's Canadian, right? So that makes it easy.
She is indeed. She is indeed.
There's no issues with visas and crap like that.
No, do you know what? Thank God. And sorting out the visa here was a hell of a lot easier than sorting it out for her to come back, for her to live in the UK when we did.
Yeah, the UK is kind of like the US. They make it difficult for fun. But we got Scott M here. I thought I had a song for Scott. I don't have a song for Scott. But he's here. So it's turned into a Canadian show. Scott M is in the house. Welcome to the show, Mr. Scott.
How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
Say in the chat, it's a Canadian invasion, except I realized I just put that on Henry Wright's show from 4 hours ago, so it didn't let me do it. But I'll figure out this YouTube eventually.
Yeah, it's gonna be easy. But we also got another guest sitting in the back. We're gonna bring on. He does have a song, and it's one of my favorites.
Oh,
From the mountains, making his moonshine. Coming on after dark. Kieran from Spurs After Dark.
Yes, sir.
Let's wait for the yeehaw.
What's going on, little doggy? Oh, I gotta give you the.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, wow. Good win today. Good to see you all, Brian. Good to see you, my friend
What's up,
Tiago.
buddy?
Good to see you, Cody. And is that?
Carter
that's
Man.
huh?
Cardinal
the-
Catman Jess, right?
Oh, Kevin Joe. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Nice.
No, it's
yeah.
not
Never
Cap-
seen
it's
you
not
on the
Cap-
stream.
Oh, it's not Catman?
Catman Jess is another Canadian.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Carter
And what's up,
Man.
And what's up, Scott? What's up, Scott? Good to see you too, man.
Too many
How's it
carts. Too many
So,
cats and carts.
I had
That's
to
the name
bring
of the
another
show itself.
yank in to stave off this Canadian invasion here. So
That's right. You gotta do
Well,
it.
you got to remember as well. When I'm back in the UK, I'm back on my curfew, mate. So I won't be coming back on the show. Oh, actually, for the first, so I get there on the 2nd until the 13th. My parents are away, so I can come out to play. But from the 13th to the 28th, oh no, there's no seasons. You won't really be going to the late nights, will you? Unless you do transfer stuff.
Yeah,
And
I'll
then
be
fuck
doing
the-
some shows.
Then fuck the curfew. If you're bashing Levy, I'll be on it.
No, I'll be doing shows. I think I'm gonna do like a Twitter Muppet show during the transfer window.
oh, that would be cool. I'd love to. Yeah, if you need somebody else to make fun of people on Twitter, I would love to join that.
And
Big up Bobby K in the comments. What's up, man?
yeah, big up Bobby. And I think I'm also going to do a like a weekly like
Is
a
that-
transfer news type of show.
Is that Stelly Alley's music I hear?
Oh yeah, he's not here. It's just all
Okay.
the intro musics just kind of rotate through the background and stuff like that. So
Ah, man, you got me excited for a second now.
no, Stell is smashed. She actually left Harry's stream a little bit early today because he's tired. So he's messaging me like, dude, I'm just
I heard
Yeah,
it
he's
was
too much
I
beer
heard-
over the
I
last
heard-
couple of days.
And he
Over
said
the
that
last
he hadn't slept. And when he said he hadn't slept, and he said, I'm going to bed, that with Stell being up at all hours, if he's saying he's not coming on a stream, he is shattered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard, so over the last couple days, I'm sure we want to talk about Burnley and everything, but over the last couple days, I've seen that high road on Derby Day was absolutely insane. It looked more like a Derby Day on the continent than in England, because from what I've seen, just online, it doesn't seem like the derbies really get as raucous and hardcore as they used to back in the day with all the safety regulations and whatnot.
So I suppose Arsenal always has Kieran. Always has. You got to remember, it's the first one back at the lane since 2017. So that has always been that way. But obviously now you've got 30,000 more people going to it.
Yeah, double the capacity of the stadium. Yeah, you gotta.
That game has always. I mean, I've been to a shitload of NLDs at White Hart Lane, and yeah, they are scenes.
Yeah, it's wild. I just I know that things ever since all the disasters in the past and stuff that hooliganism and fan violence and everything isn't quite what it used to be. I'm not saying those are good things, but it was interesting to see. That's
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I think it's good to see that you can have that passion and still have all those people and that excitement and not have the all the elements of the hooliganism in there, right? That's pretty.
Well, there was there seemed to be some of that from what I was.
That's the thing. Sorry, that is the thing. I think they showed how they can, enjoy themselves, be outrageous, but not be so wild, I
can't, man. I can tell you, I've got videos.
Yeah.
Where
I saw some videos.
There were also some idiot gooners.
Yeah. I'll get that.
Going, saying, yeah, look how big you are, thinking you're doing this.
Yeah, I know.
And we're like,
I've got two gooners live just below me in my block of flats. And honestly, you could hear them the other night. It was just a joke, to be honest.
Well, at least they're below you where they belong.
Below you.
They're below us too.
Yeah.
By the way.
But I mean, they are. They literally are mad. They just don't. They don't get it.
Some of the takes from Arsenal fans on Twitter over the last few days have been.
Oh my gosh,
insane.
dude! I retweeted a couple of them just off of one post. And,
I mean, I think out of every Premier League fan base, Arsenal fans for sure have the worst ball knowledge. The worst. I mean, these guys are just, and they're so biased. I mean, because Tottenham fans, like even our own players, will admit when they're not playing well. We'll admit if they're not a quality player, even if it's one of our own.
They make
just
excuses.
Refuse. They're so biased in their analysis of all football at all times, and it's just crazy.
Excuse after excuse.
I have to tell you, Kieran, I went on a stream today that I got invited onto first time. It's a channel's got about 2,500 subscribers, and they're called Never a Foul. And it was the two people that run it are a City fan and a United fan. And then there was me, a Liverpool fan, and an Arsenal fan. And this Arsenal fan that was on was going in on all the Arsenal fans. He can't stand like this guy was talking proper sense. Who
was it, if you don't mind me asking?
It was a guy. No, he was called Northside LDN.
Okay, because the only two gunners that I've seen on YouTube that make any sense to me are Lee Judges and Lee Gunner. Those guys tend to be more, level-headed and reasonable. But the others are just crazy.
100%. Lee Gunner especially. He's just so. If we've done wrong, I'm going to say it. That I love that. That's what I love about these channels. If you're going to do it right. Don't piss around.
I gotta bring him in. It's the first time you guys have ever heard it because he doesn't come on the show very often because of the time difference. But we got him here. Bobby from Bobspur TV is in the house.
Hey.
Loving the casual races. Wicked.
Love it.
Wicked.
Love it. Gotta love it.
Honestly, this goes hard. I think this is the best out of all of them.
That's a good beat, man.
Wicked, man.
You were there when I picked it out, Bob.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna get me in trouble.
Big up, everyone. Big up.
There's a lot of people that don't like me, Bob. Don't give me ammunition.
A lot of people don't like Bob. So it's all good. Big up, big up.
But yeah, I just thought that this tweet was funny.
Yeah.
The Premier League and Sky got exactly what they wanted last night. Is it surprising that all the 50-50 decisions went their way? Absolutely fucking not. Doing everything in their power to turn the race into an exciting one to end the season. And then we had this one too, which I thought was great. Arsenal was made to lose the game. The FA have allowed this to continue for a very long time. I have a feeling it was planned, and the ref is involved in some kind of betting.
You've got to be
So now the FA and the referees are in match fixing, and then this one was just kind of just funny. Arsenal never gets any favors from refs, especially against Spurs and United. Hell, be it Pool. I think it's the most unlike club by refs and officials in England.
What a
And I was
load
like,
of crap.
and I was like, no, it's just the most unlike club in the world, bro.
Yeah, you get it right.
There you go.
If Sky and the FA were fixing things, wouldn't United just get a constant stream of penalty? Like United would never not win the league, right? Because they make more money than anyone. I mean, I know these people aren't thinking rationally, and it's fun. It's just if the FA is going to fix the league and Sky Sports, it's definitely going to be in favor of United. Like if they're going to go to all that trouble.
United or Liverpool. It would be those two fighting for the title every
Invincibles. What about when they were in the Invincibles? You know, what did they do? Just constantly go on about how great Arsenal was. You know, and they're biased. Oh, what a load of rubbish. Seriously. Absolute crap.
Bob got booted for some reason. I'm sure he'll be back. But
just
yeah,
the how and this goes for, you know, even the more rational, I guess, gooners out there. But like the fact that they won't even hear the Saka versus Decky argument. I'm sorry, bro. Like he's got more assists in a couple months than Saka's gotten his entire Premier League career, man. Come on. Like it's, you know, he's also, you know, a little old. I mean, they're about the same age. Like I don't know.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know if you've covered it, Will, but I want to talk about a player who, for me, had a very, very good game. Again, it's someone that I picked up a little, or said, I think there's a player there if he gets a consistent run of games. And I also had the discussion with you saying I think he's a better left wing back than Reguilon. And only at left wing back. Left back, Reguilon is the better player for me. But I think Sessegnon had another very solid game today. He's grown into that.
Completely agree. That's why I've got the Sessegnon with Saka and Salah and Sterling all on the chain there.
Yeah, it's just keeping him fit. If we can keep him fit and Conte gets a pre-season out of him, his pre-season, I reckon it's there. I reckon he's there.
Sessegnon for me was, you know, when he was at Fulham, it was a player that I was longing for Spurs to sign, and honestly, I hope to God it comes right, and he's starting to show it now. He really is.
Listen,
I think he's there.
Was he really all that today?
But no, I'm not saying.
I didn't think he was that good.
No. He was solid. He was solid today.
He had a better than shit game.
Oh,
think about Sessegnon. Right, listen. There's obviously a player in there somewhere, and there's potential. You know, the fact he's been at the club for 3 odd years shouldn't be irrelevant, but for this argument's sake, we'll say it's relevant. But it's not reliable, guys. It's not reliable. No. Exactly what you said, Brian. If he's fit, you know, if we're going to go to that next level, we can't rely on a player or have a player in our not even squad, but with Sessegnon, okay, he's young, English quota and all that. There's no way he should be anywhere near the first 11 if we want to go to the next level.
Bob, I agree with you to a certain extent there.
Yeah.
Because I think Reguilon needs to go. We get a better left back to push Sessegnon.
Yeah.
With his fitness, don't get me wrong, it's an issue. And like I said, I can't sit here and say he's the one that gets us into Champions League. He's the one that rips teams apart. But like you said, he's young and he can grow into that. If the whole thing, like you said, and like I've said the whole time, is if he stays fit. But we do need like I said, would you rather we got rid of Sessegnon and had Reguilon and another one, or you get rid of Reguilon and have Sessegnon growing into that role and another one there that's ready for now?
I'll get rid of Reguilon myself.
Mate, I will give Reguilon a piggyback to wherever he wants to go.
Yeah.
I get rid of Reguilon because he'll get more for him, but I think he's a better player right now than Sessegnon. But I think Sessegnon...
No, I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
I think
Sessegnon's got a lot more to come. And it's just...
He might have more to come.
We're waiting. We're waiting all the time for players to get there. That's the problem. But I'm telling you, that man has got something in him. He has. Big time. Sorry, but he has.
It's all good, but we got someone to bring in from the back. He's young, and he's mean. Dan THFC!
There he is.
He's in the house. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Dan.
What's going on? How's everybody?
All good, brother.
Big up, Dan.
What are your thoughts on the game, Dan?
Not much. I think at this point in the season, it doesn't really matter the performances. I think it just matters that you got 3 points on the board, and we did that. And I was happy how we lined up defensively. We know without Christian Romero, we've really got worried. But going into this last Norwich game, even with the players that we got out injured, I'm really, really confident because of the team that we have compared to the team that they have. And that's how we need to be as Tottenham fans. We can't continue going on being like this. Like every single game we play, we could play against any team in the world and we go into it nervous. I think personally we're gonna get top 4 at this moment in time. I think we're gonna get top 4. I think Newcastle are gonna do something to Arsenal, and I think we're gonna pull something off against Norwich. And I don't think Everton's gonna do anything. But at that point, even if Newcastle does something against Norwich, I think it's gonna be good. But maybe this could be a contribution of what Conte did at the end of the Arsenal game. You might not agree with this, but it could be that those performances were because he rested some players that he could have not rested, and then they would have been tired for today's game with the fatigue and the 2 days of rest.
Well, we don't know. Apparently, there's a few more people that had the food poisoning or whatever it is that Decky had as well. So we don't even know who they are. But Bob, it looks like at the moment.
There were some names released in a tweet earlier today.
That's Bob. It looks like I'm buying 100 shirts at the moment, doesn't it?
Well, Hugo Galini.
Yeah.
Kulu and one other guy who I don't think was a starter.
No, was it a White? Was it White? No, it wasn't White. Was it White?
Winks.
That's it, Winks, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, by any chance, do you hear people in my background?
No.
No? All right. Because
you just see dead people.
I hear some wind noise from Caterman's mic a little bit, but I don't hear anything from yours.
We'll go downstairs and everybody shut up.
Am I the only one who thought we were comfortable today? Apart from that shot on post, I thought we were comfortable. Yeah. I never thought we were going to concede a goal. Yeah, we were in third gear. I thought Burnley were absolutely shit today. I really, really do. I think that we were never going to get to the highs of the Arsenal game. Purely and simply, it wasn't Arsenal. It was a 12 o'clock early kickoff for us. No. There was a lot riding on it. I just thought we did a job today, and it was, for me, it was comfortable. I never, apart from that shot that Ashley Barnes probably takes one every decade, I've never seen him take a shot from there. Apart from that, I thought we were okay. We weren't great today. We were nowhere near great today, but we were playing against a very, very poor Burnley side.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think
he could have scored and maybe should have scored.
I think like the magnitude of the circumstances was what made the game just feel a little bit more tense watching it as a Tottenham fan. But statistically speaking, we almost had 70 70% of the ball. We tripled their expected goals. We completely suffocated them. We had 8 shots on target. Like, we deserve to be sitting comfortably in a 3-0 situation, but we didn't. We just weren't quite as clinical. Nick Pope made a couple of great saves.
Yeah,
Just kept it interesting. You know, it's just always hard to look at a 1-0 and how quickly a game can turn on a dime with one play. Like that Ashley Barnes shot, 6 inches, and that's now we're drawing, right? So, but 3 points is 3 points. Like Danny said, doesn't matter how you do it at this point in the season. It matters that you get the job done.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, that post certainly took a thud. That was a massive thud when it hit the post.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as it passed the reach, I was like, oh no. And then I don't think I've heard a ball hit the post that hard. I don't know if it was where the cameras were or where a microphone may have been. It really did crack that post up flush. But no, I think Bob, in the last 5-10 minutes, the anxiety crept in a bit and they had a couple of opportunities. But like I said, it was relatively cruise control.
Yeah, I thought worst case scenario, if we did concede, there was always going to be a couple of gears in us where we could have gone. I just thought, Cody's spot on. I think the occasion, the importance of the win today kind of overshadowed the actual game, because I thought if it was mid-season, we would have been walking away thinking it was probably the easiest 1-0 win we've had for some time. But looking ahead, it's Newcastle. If Newcastle don't manage to take any points off Arsenal, then I don't. For the first time this season, I don't think we'll be getting top 4, because there's no way Everton are getting anything off Arsenal in the last game of the season. No chance.
Dele Alli brace.
Yeah.
I mean, there looked some times in that game today where I thought Everton looked pretty good. And we're actually taking the game to Brentford more than even with 10 men than Brentford was to them. It almost seems like they just got shit bad luck. I mean, at the time it was 10, right?
Oh,
They didn't lose their 9th, that other guy, until like.
Excuse me a minute.
And he came. All right, he came like 5 minutes, after the fact, right? So.
Agreed.
We lost Bob again. But or he got a red card right 5 minutes after he came on. But I got a question here. It says, question for Will. What would you sell Son for if big offers would come in? I don't think I would sell Son. I don't think you're gonna replace him for what he's worth.
This way.
Who else could you buy for? What other winger could you buy that's world class that you could buy for 80 million on the left?
Yeah, for me, for Son, if we were selling him, it wouldn't be maybe even as much as the money that would come in. I would need to have the exact plan that we're going to have. Like what you say. So if you said we're getting 100 million, but we're spending it on this, and I know that that's quality, and we have a plan. Maybe I would take it over. Oh, we're just going to take 150 million cash.
Yeah, but
and
Scott,
have no idea how we're going to spend it, right?
Yeah,
we don't trust it.
Scott, what you're forgetting as well is, even though we don't get to see it, selling Son, it doesn't matter what you sell him for. The amount of money we lose commercially, sponsorship-wise, and everything. It's not even think. You want to talk about paying these debts off and doing what we do. The income that Human Son brings is vital to anything we're about to do.
So I agree. I was just going along with the hypothetical. My answer would probably be at this point.
I think
I can't
Son
see anything that makes sense.
I'd rather sell Kane.
I think Son is gonna. I think it's a pretty safe bet that Son is gonna retire at Spurs. If not, it'll be the last European club he plays for. I mean, he could go back home and play, but as some players do. But I think this is his last major European club. I think he's completely committed and devoted to the club.
I don't know, man. What if he signed his new contracts to get Daniel Levy more money?
Well, the thing with Son is that it's not only the value of what a great player he is. There's no doubt about the player that he is world class. But also the commercialization from South Korea. You look at South Korea. I'm pretty sure I saw a statistic not too long ago that there's more people in a certain area in South Korea that support Tottenham than they do the home team from South Korea. So that the shirt sales from South Korea is massive. You look at the Amazon documentary, it shows how much traction and how much popularity Son has with the South Korean popularity. And if you sell Son, you're also selling a lot of shirt deals. It's kind of like Cristiano Ronaldo. When you sell Cristiano Ronaldo, that's a lot of shirt deals being sold as well. And same goes for Hyunmin Son because of that. He's a superhero in South Korea, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, fun fact: if you actually go to the club shop at the stadium, Kane has one rack of one line of shirts on the wall. Son has 5.
I'm gonna have to take your word for that.
Yeah, I there was a Korean YouTuber who did like a match day vlog, and he went to the club shop and showed all the different, BS that's in there, and they showed the shirt wall, and there was Kane like above and below, and then there was Son number 7. So
Sonny's going nowhere.
Sonny's there. He is right there, bobblehead.
Yeah, we're not
He's going nowhere, mate.
Don't remind me of bobbleheads. I bought a Gareth Bale bobblehead.
Why hasn't any big club, like coming for him like City came in for Kane?
He's underrated.
No doubt that.
I don't think that's true because
but you would think someone would come to buy him.
So, according to both sources at the club, City never actually made an official bid for Harry Kane. Like it never happened. From both sides.
They made like an exploratory offer.
Yeah, like they
that
asked.
was supposed to be negotiated on.
What would it cost us, basically, right?
Yeah.
And but it was reported in a ton of newspapers. Now, every year in Korea, I can tell you, I've read them. There are a ton of newspaper reports. Every summer he's linked to Liverpool. Every summer he's linked to Real Madrid. So it's like, how many of the actual articles do we see in English actually have wheels, and how many are just, reporters making, my brother's sister's dad is friends with a kit man, and he said, da 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 da, right?
I've not seen one article at all about Sonny leaving anywhere.
I could show you about 30 in Korean from just this past January.
Okay, but it's not here. Not for sure.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like and for me to find transfer news, I can't go to the U.S. press.
Yep.
Right. I got to go to the English press. Right. That's what I'm saying.
I don't see it at all. The only time I've ever seen anything in the press about Son is like when they were talking about him and his relationship with his father and how good it is with him that, he pushes him on all the time and things like that. I have not seen one article to say that Sonny would ever leave Spurs, ever.
Yeah, I've seen a lot. I think it's relative down to the press that you're in about, right?
Well, how's it work in Korea? Well, is it like obviously in Korea?
Well, it must be different.
News kind of thing like we have. What's the coverage kind of thing like out there? How is it? Is it mainly just newspaper talk, or is there?
It's in Korean, isn't it? It's in Korean.
Yeah, it's exactly the same, except I mean they have, like for example, Alistair Gold retweeted one of the Korean journalists' tweets or something like that a few months ago.
Yep,
it's the same thing. It's just they have their Fabrizio Romano, right? But he's Korean and he writes in Korean, right? Like he doesn't write in English. So unless you have British newspapers or Spurs sources, which as far as I know of the native English speakers, I'm the only one that I know that knows Korean. Maybe I should start reporting the Korean newspapers.
I'll tell a lie. There was one about 4 or 5 years ago. They said Real Madrid were interested, and Real Madrid didn't even come in and go for it. So
Sonny wanted to leave after his first year.
Yeah, that's right. That's
He
the
wanted
one.
to leave, but then Poch talked him round,
Yeah.
and then obviously the rest is history.
And there's been nothing since, so I don't know where this comes from.
Outside of the last year, the City rumors, there isn't really like there's been rumors Kane might leave, but there's never been anything really linked.
Nothing
to Kane.
substantial.
It's just like, oh, will he leave? And I've heard that kind of speculation has definitely happened about Son. It's about Kane and Son. Will they both leave?
No,
right?
it
So I
infuriates
just think it's like Kane. We're just we're just influenced because of last summer. But I think with players like Kane and Son, the reason we don't hear that much is because those level of players don't move that often.
Yeah,
I hate every time I watch the UK broadcast of a Spurs game that's on, and it's on Sky. Every time it's on Sky, all they do every Spurs game, the commentators have to bring up, will Kane leave in the summer? It's like that conversation is clearly over.
Yep.
It's clearly been over for a while. Why they just now they just bought Holland, and then I hear on the satellite radio like soccer talk radio channel
Talk
in
sport,
the US. They do broadcast talk sport, but this was their own like the US show or whatever. But yeah, and they're talking about, well, now with Holland, going to Man City, like where could Kane go in the summer? It's like, why is this still a conversation? He has Conte, and because they're talking about whether or not Conte stays, and that's why it's still a conversation.
Before Conte, every single year, this conversation will come up because the previous year we weren't back, and the previous year we're left with the same thing, and the previous year the same thing happens.
Absolutely.
And the previous year, it's all ever decreasing. This is what happens, and because we don't move on, and because we don't heavily invest, and when I say heavily invest, I don't mean hundreds of millions. I mean with the right players in the right position at the right time, we are left, and then we hear this summer, this January, this summer, this January. And the record, the record won't change.
But
this is the last one. This is the last chance. This is the last summer. If it doesn't happen this summer, the whole thing's gonna fall apart.
Do you know how many times Bob and I and Carson would have heard that back home?
If you think back before Bale,
yeah,
all we kept keeping hearing is Spurs is a selling club, right? So we sold Bale, so that carried it on a bit more. Now it's Kane. And it's constant crap like that. It will not stop until this club says we are not selling our players. It's as simple as that. It's got to stop. And the fact that we didn't sell Kane, I think has helped, to be honest. Because it's going to make other clubs think, oh, hang on, they're not that so. We're not so.
Yeah, I don't think, Carmen, it's a case of we didn't sell Kane. It's a case of no one bought Kane. No one came with the offer. Yeah. You sold if you were selling if you were selling a TV for £100.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But at the same
Levy
time,
wanted £150 million. That was the price. Nobody offered.
If Man City had actually given that price, would they have sold him?
Yeah.
I don't think they would have done.
Yes, they would have.
I think they would have.
I think so. For
They would have sold
$150 million,
Didn't they bid
have.
150 and Levy rejected it?
If he had a
No,
number,
they didn't.
he had
they
Well,
didn't. They only ever made one exploratory offer.
If
There was
150 had come in,
But then there was a number
Would have
on
gone.
Bale.
Absolutely.
There was a number on Bale, and we got more
there was a
than
number.
what the number was. So, do you seriously think we would have done that? I actually don't think.
1 billion%. If the number had come in at 150 million,
If Kane had turned
150,
around and
160.
said,
Would have
yes, I
had to
want to
have.
go, then I get it.
he had
But-
said he wanted to go.
He did say he
say.
wanted to
Yeah.
go.
He did
Yeah,
that interview
yeah,
with Gary
yeah.
Neville. He was basically saying it.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
only that, his
Yeah,
brother
you're
put out a
right,
statement
yeah.
saying too that they wanted to
Yeah,
There was-
other options.
Yeah, but his brother is something else.
Ka- Ka-
You're
Kane's
absolutely right.
His brother was his agent.
Kane's value was determined as soon as Man City paid 100 million for Grealish. It automatically had a domino
But
effect.
they offered less
And it offered,
in the end.
supposedly. That's why the likes of there's many people out there. Look at Levy, the masterclass. What he held on to Kane. See what he did. He did his magic.
No,
people
I
that
don't
were the
listen to that
likes of Mr.
rubbish.
Spurs who are up Levy's arse. It's
I don't
Levy did
listen to
fuck
that.
all. Levy did
Yeah.
fuck all.
Yeah, Kane had 3 years left on his contract. He didn't do anything. Kane just can't. Kane can't break his contract. I mean,
What happened?
Levy
go
didn't
on,
have
Kieran,
to
you
do
finish.
anything. I was just gonna say that.
Oh, sorry, I swore there, Dan. Sorry.
The only offer,
That's fine.
from what I've heard, and what seems to be the most reputable,
You ever
is
see
that they
Dan's
made
goal
one
celebration?
exploratory offer of 80 million, and they disregarded that. And there was no further negotiation. That was it. But I agree with Brian. If a 150 million offer from City came in, and I mean, obviously, I don't think they would have taken it on deadline day.
Oh yes, he would have.
I know he's done that,
all I
but
will
this
say is
time,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they would have done it. I
I'll be-
mean,
mate,
He would have done a Berbatov. He would have done a Berbatov.
this
You-
is
you-
worse
you-
than that, though. Kane is
I
bigger than
personally-
all those guys to
But
us.
now it would have been. But
All
listen,
of
what
those
happened
guys.
is, and this is where Levy once again comes in for this fucking praise that he doesn't deserve. Oh, he didn't sell Kane. He's a big one. Oh, well done, well done.
No,
The
he
offer
didn't.
that was so that was being bandied about was 75 mil,
Yeah.
which was less or is 50% of what we were saying. If you put this money in, he's yours. Off you go. Now, if I go into someone's house and it's worth £250,000, and I go, I'll give you 100 grand. Okay, so I've expressed an interest. Doesn't mean I'm getting him. And then they'll go, Daniel Levy goes, I'm not answering the phone to him and trying to act like the big hard man. Of course you're not going to answer the phone. If someone's coming and offering you 50% of something, whatever the value, your house, your car, your stereo equipment, your laptop, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it unless you're absolutely desperate for the money. And everyone was like, well done, Daniel, you fended them off. No, but they didn't. They didn't offer the money. He would have been well done to him if he hadn't have sold Gareth Bale to Real Madrid, who did ask the money, who did it the money, and if he had turned around now and said no, then fair play to you. You've done your job. Nowhere in any world do you offer something for 50% unless that company's going bankrupt. You go, yeah, do you know what? I'm going to do this. There was no way. And he's like, I'm not answering the phone. I'm not. There's no phone call to take. They expressed 75. He said 150. Don't come back until you do. They didn't. If they had, he would have. The offer would have been done. Kane would have been gone, and then all hell would have broken loose. But that is the whole thing with the whole Kane thing. The money was not offered.
You know what?
Yeah,
it would have been.
I agree with
It would
you,
have been
Brian,
a good
because
job
I've
for
heard,
him, Brian, if he kept Kane and built a team around Kane. That would have been a good job. Keeping Kane and building around him, good job. Keeping Kane and bringing in Emerson, Galini, Brian Hill,
really
Papa Matasar, that's not a good job. You don't get a good job for that.
Oh dear.
The thing I love today is anyone seen his end of season address today?
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
no.
I mean, Cody and me done it. I remember Cody. Me and Cody were doing a show where Cody was doing his early morning thing, our time, and then it was just before the Aston Villa game. We'd almost got through a whole stream without bringing his name up, and then that Potsy end of season address came up. And he's done it again today, but he hasn't done it in the way, oh, yeah, this is going to be the sum we spend. But what really pissed me off, and what people are like, oh, yeah, he's such a good chairman, is he goes, I wrote this season address before the Arsenal game, so I don't know where we're in the league. But what I can tell you is Tottenham will be playing European football for the 16th time in 17 years. Well done. The top 6 get into Europe, and we're part of the big 6. So that's not exactly that should be
the expectation.
That's the word I was looking for. Thanks, Kieran. And
it's also,
we've done it 16, 17 years. Well, what have we got to show for that?
Also, the other thing that a lot of the fans are jumping on. See, he's said he's going to invest. Will, I'll put it to you, Mr. Intelligent. When someone says to you, we're going to support the investment this summer, what does that sound to you?
We're gonna support the investment this summer. To me, it sounds like we're gonna do it half-assed.
There you go.
No, that's not good, is it?
Yeah,
All I
it
can say
sounds to me like a half backing. Right? I think we mentioned like a full backing, a half backing, or not backed at all.
He has until after the day of Ben and Ashley's wedding, which is June the 12th. After I get home from the wedding, staying overnight, June the 13th, when I get home, if there is not a player that Conte wanted signed by midnight of June the 13th going into the 14th, you will be seeing me in certain places once again for the next 2
Guys,
weeks.
in my opinion, if we
Maybe
get
longer.
less than 8 players this summer, like just forget
no,
about.
No. Stop this. No, I can't.
We're not going to get 8 players.
If we buy 8 players, that means we have to spend upwards of 500 million pounds, and that's not happening. We need to stop. No. We're playing. We're doing. No, stop. We're doing grab bag player signings like we've done for the last ever.
No.
And where we sign 6 and 7 junk trash players that we overhype and overrate.
You spend big on 4 and
I
pick up
agree with Will
3
on this one.
prospects.
No,
You sell
no
players,
prospects.
you spend
No
big-
prospects.
We
No
do need
prospects.
some prospects
No
'cause our
prospects.
academy
No,
is
we
going
need for the
Conte
year.
doesn't- Conte doesn't buy
Here
prospects.
now.
We have
We don't even
prospects
need-
coming out of our ears. I don't need any more prospects.
Conte
I need
doesn't buy
ready-made,
prospects.
ready now players who are going to come in and upgrade our 11.
We
You know
need
what
that.
it is.
Yeah,
But
but
We
you
don't
don't
need
know
prospects.
We also need
Not a one.
No,
we also need a
kind of
squad.
slightly-
We need
I
squad
slightly
players, and we
disagree.
have to sell some of the squad
Our first
players
team
we
becomes
have.
squad players. No.
I-
Our first team becomes squad players.
Well, I slightly disagree. Slightly disagree with what you just said. Now, what
Yeah.
we've done year after year after year, like we could just take this January, Wolf, where you and me
Everybody
were going
buys
back to
some
get
young
crazy.
players.
Galini,
No.
Hill, and apart from Emerson, apart from always do that, Romero, the rest of them were kind of fringe kind of players that we're just putting into places. Whatever. Let's say it's the magic number that everyone's hearing and saying, and the journalists are reporting, and we're all hearing is 6. If we were to get 4 or 5 regulars that will fit now, and one, not one for the future, just one fringe, not one for the future like a 21-year-old that might be there in 3-4 years, a 24, 25-year-old that may not be hitting the heights of the other 5, I'm going to be happy. Not going to change my stance at all, but no ones for the future. Not
Damn right I got PTSD from the past years. Like, if we go out there and sign another 40 million pound player for the future,
I just think
another Brian Hill, another Jack
shouldn't
Clark,
do
another
that.
Troy Parrott, right? Another
We shouldn't do
Pepe
that.
Sarr.
We can spend like less than 10 million on a couple players and put
Why?
them in the U23s because
Why?
we need more young player production. We don't have
Why?
enough.
No, we don't.
A lot of these
Kieran,
guys
I
that
know.
are producing through the academy are not good enough.
Why?
I can see what
Our
you're saying,
academy
Kieran.
is good enough, and yes,
I can-
not all of them are going to play, but some of them we can sell for more money because we know
Brentford
we don't
doesn't
get
even
the
have a
backing we
U23
deserve.
team.
So we
What I would rather see is we can do like Will said, get those high expensive players, and you could look at somebody like DeVry, who's a quality player, but he's not a 40 or 50 million, reportedly around 20 million. Philip Costa.
Well, you guys,
out
we're
in,
not going to get that. I hope you guys know we're not going to get that. We are not going to spend 60 million on like 5 players. There's no way.
Exactly my point. I don't want to.
It's not going to happen.
Kieran, I'm done. If we sign anyone less than 25, 30 million, garbage for me.
even
Unless
if
it's a free.
DeVry for 20 million.
DeVry at 20 million, if this because only has one is it depends on the situation, right? If it's
That's what I'm
if,
saying. Is you can get a
Yeah,
few
if it's-
guys,
if
but they
it's
have to
a
be like
1
that.
year left.
free transfer, I'm talking somebody their rating, not what their contract value is because of the length.
Yeah.
Their actual value, right? If we go out and spend, because with Lamella, we spent upwards of 40 million pounds
Yeah.
on Brian Hill. Absurd. We spent 15 million pounds on Jack Clark. We spent 15 million pounds on Troy Parrott.
Yeah, and of course, those are bad transfers. I'm not advocating for those kinds of transfers. It doesn't
What
mean that
kind of
there's
transfers
some...
do you think we're going to make?
Well, I'm just saying that like you're going to bring in players to upgrade the first 11, yes, but you should also look to find
No,
some
we
cheap
got
deals
enough.
on some players that
No.
can fill a squad.
Okay,
or
Not this
also,
year.
Like,
Not this year.
I can see Kieran's point. I just want to say,
look how
I just want
we are. If we're going to play in fucking 3 or 4 competitions this year, we need more players. We do not have enough players. We're too thin. We don't have.
We need to buy regular players.
Listen, we
I'd
do
rather
not
sign
have
5
youth
quality
players
players
in the
than 10
ages
top
of
players.
21 to 23
We
to
do.
be used in cup games, and we do need to have more of those. We don't.
We do have players.
Most of these kids are too young. The best youth players
not
are
too young.
16, 17, 18 years old,
No.
not in
Not
their
true.
20s. Yes,
How
it
old's
is
Harvey
true.
White?
Divine, Scarlett.
How old's Harvey White?
These are like Harvey White is one of the few in that age range. It's
How
him
old
and,
is the
like,
right back that we bought
Lavinia,
from?
and yes, there's 2 players. That is not enough for a club of our size to be competing in Europe, 2 domestic cups, and the league. We need more players.
How many players do we have in
and
the
that means
U23
players
squad?
of various ages and quality. But of course, we need
How
to
old is it?
primarily upgrade the first 11. The idea that you don't do all of the above in the transfer window is stupid. That's the thing that we should demand is all of the above every time. Not just players to upgrade the first 11, not just prospects, but everything all the time. That's what the best clubs do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Absolutely, they do.
In the window,
Yes, they do.
hold on. No, they don't. They're saying that, but that's not true, right? Liverpool, in the year that they bought Allison and Van Dijk, didn't buy any U23 players. Not a one. And what happened? Where did they go? Hold on. Where did they go in that one season buying those 2 players? Summer and winter, 1 player per window. Where did they go from?
Champions League final.
No, they went from losing
the
Champions League finalists to Champions
winning.
League fight to winning it to winning the league.
Yeah. But do we know what they did behind the scenes?
They
I
also
mean-
haven't changed
Yes.
their manager.
You know what they
They
bought?
also haven't changed their
Well,
manager.
do we
3
really?
times in 2 years.
Yes, it's on. It's by FA rules legally. You know who a club signs. You can't sign
Okay.
secret contracts in the Premier
No,
League.
I didn't say secret contracts. I'm just saying we don't hear about them. So
Just go to transfermarket.uk. All the
Point is,
transfers
our
for every
squad
club
is
ever.
so thin at every level
Well,
that we need
did
players
we
of every
hear-
level.
did we hear about all the youngsters that Chelsea piled up?
Look, you
Yeah.
guys, people. If you just look at the news, you may not hear about them, but if you go and look, right, for them, they're all listed there for everybody.
Okay, fair enough. But
Bobby.
Right. I kind of know where Kieran's coming from. What we've already got. What Conte's done is made the squad bigger. For me, Davis is a must to be in the squad next season. The experience he brings to the squad is invaluable. Fergie always did it with experienced players. Now, are we
And
going to
his
win stuff?
personality.
Are we going to win stuff with the likes of a Dyer, a Davis? To me,
No.
there's only 3 players in this team that will win us trophies, that will take us to the next level: Romero, Sonny, and Kane. Unfortunately, the rest of them, as good as they've been this season, what they've done is made our squad a bit bigger for next season. I'd love to have a Højbjerg on the bench, Dyer on the bench, a Davis on the bench, and at the beginning of the season, Davis, Dyer, really? But at least what Conte's done with Dyer, he's given us a bigger squad, a Davis manager. Now, also, Kieran, I know what you're saying with regards to younger players. I agree with you to an extent, but if that happens, it's not Conte window. I want Conte to be backed.
Correct.
And if we start bringing in 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, as good as that might be for the future, I agree with you. I mean, I personally think our youngsters aren't good enough. It's simple as that.
They're not good enough. For a club of our size,
Conte's not a project, not a future manager. I want Conte to be backed. And the only way we'll know if he's backed, if he is bringing in the tailor-made, the ready-made 24, 25, 26-year-olds. So as against we might be or as for as we might be bringing youngsters in who will give us a brighter future. Fuck that for now. Conte isn't that manager. I want success with Conte, and Conte should be able to bring in his players. And if I start seeing if I start seeing a Pepe, a Sarr coming in and being loaned out, a Gil coming in and being loaned out, I guarantee you that's not a Conte window. I want to see 26-year-olds, 27-year-olds who Conte will bring in and take this team to the next level and get us a fucking trophy, man. That's all I care about right now. That's all I care about. Final thing, and Will, Brian, all you guys will say, and Scott, probably say I'm deluded. I'm probably the most positive person you'll meet with regards to us finishing top 4. I believe our energy, we should expect it, we should want it, we should believe it. Get top 4, regardless of how average or good the players have been this season. Now, that's where my energy is right now. But I've always given the caveat is I do not believe for 1 second Conte is going to be back this summer. That's a whole different conversation. That's a whole different aspect of my energy, which will be channeled at the end of the season. I can't be bothered with that right now, and it will come out because as much as I want us to finish top 4, and I believe we will get top 4, as deluded that that might seem when I said it back in October, I do not believe, and this is 40 years of supporting Spurs and 21 years under Enoch, I do not believe Conte will be back this summer. But that's a conversation for another day.
Wait, Kieran. So you're saying that the problem is that we have too many of those young players in the squad, and a big club wouldn't have those players in the bench, right?
Well, I mean, that's part of the issue is that look at our bench this last game. We had 2 goalkeepers, and we have injuries and illnesses. I realize that, but if we're going to compete across 3 or 4 competitions, we need to be able to have a deeper squad, and that includes the players that are in the first 11 that will be relegated to the bench when we buy better players for the first 11. That I think that should be the primary care, but we also have to bring in some players to fit underneath that for when we have injuries and illnesses, so young players that actually can be trusted to be put on the field, because none of the young players on the bench can be put on the field in an emergency and be trusted. They're either too young, too inexperienced, or just not at the level.
Our bench is on the starting 11 at the moment. Our bench is the starting 11 at the moment. For next season,
But
so you're saying that the problem is
we're
that
not
we have
going
too
to
many
get
of
8
those
or
young
9
players.
starting quality players, because if you're saying that you trust those 3, we're not going to get.
I don't know. Not in one window. Definitely not. Not in one window.
Yeah.
No.
So I mean, why don't we get 4 or 5, and then at the same time buy a couple of younger players that can fill in the reserves and come on to the bench when we have injuries? You know.
So you're saying that the
Because they
problem
won't
is
be
that
good
we have
enough,
those young
Kieran.
players.
They
in
won't
the-
be good enough.
You're saying that the problem is that we have these young players on the bench, but your solution is to buy more young players.
Players that are older than some of them, because I don't want teenagers. I'm talking about players.
We only
in
have
their
1 or
early
2
20s,
teenagers on the bench.
Guys who are some guys who are doing well in the championship, something like that. Bring them
Why
in.
are we looking at championship?
No.
Why are we looking at championship?
We've got one. His name's Joe
not
Rodon.
Spence, man. No, fuck Spence.
Because we need
He
English
is not a
players,
Premier
because
League player.
We don't need English players.
Yes, we are in trouble
We
for the
don't.
homegrown.
No, we don't.
We don't.
That's a myth.
For
a
Europe,
myth.
yes, we do. For
The
Europe,
homegrown.
yes, we do.
It's a myth,
Nope,
man.
Yes, we do.
How many players did we sell or loan out in the winter window?
Wait. So we're not.
How many of those were English?
forced to have homegrown players. We're not
1.
forced.
You got to stop believing
That's a
Twitter
myth,
rumors,
Kieran.
man.
The Kieran, this is a myth, mate. You know the homegrown quota and it's all a myth. We're absolutely fine with the English quota and the homegrown quota. We're absolutely fine. We're absolutely fine with that.
Scarlett and Alfie Devines filling up the bench.
Why they won't
in
play anyway?
The Champions League. I don't want them there. I want players that can come on the field on the bench.
You can't sub everybody on the bench, Kieran. There's no point. It's a waste of money.
We're going to 5 subs next season, so yeah, we will be able to sub a lot of
You have 9
players.
on the bench. You still can't sub all 9.
Kieran, let me just do you realise you just mentioned the player's name, and Bob will vouch this because I've been saying it for God knows how long. Alfie Devine is going to be a world-class superstar.
Yeah, that's great. He's 17. He should be on loan.
Mate, Wayne Rooney was 16. I'm not saying he's Wayne Rooney,
Oh, he's not
There's
Wayne
players there.
Rooney.
No,
There's no
mate,
way.
that's exactly what I just
Wayne
said.
Rooney
Kieran.
looked like
That's
a man
exactly-
at 16.
Yes, but
He
mate,
looked like-
if so Kieran, do you listen to? I've been saying this, and the reason I've been saying this is I have inside information on Alfie Devine. Now, when Alfie Devine was at Wigan, the nutritional team, the medical team that looked after him, one of them is one of my parents' best friend's son, who has been regularly telling me when we signed him that the whole time that this guy is smashing fitness charts and smashing people on certain tests like the bleep test and everything to the extent of James Milner's kind of capability. And if you listen and watch Liverpool, James Milner is one of the most fittest people, and he made it.
I know.
He came in as a 15-year-old. He is smashing people off the charts. Then if you listen to Alistair Gold, when Alistair Gold talks about the youngsters, he even did it a couple of weeks ago, and I brought it up. He spoke about playing for the under-23s. The kid is 17. 17, and they've already been saying he is miles. They're saying at the moment they don't know what they're trying to do for his development yet. They don't know. They've come to a point with him where they don't know whether to send him out on loan to go get real men's football because he has outgrown the under-23s at 17 years old.
That's what I'm saying. Send him on loan.
Or he's doing so well, or they don't know to promote him to the first team already. This is how good this kid is. I get what you're saying with all the other people.
If it's good enough,
Alfie Devine, put it this way, I'll tell you now, and this is God, mark my words. The second the Parasite sells the club, and I can start buying shirts, there's only been 2 names on the back of my shirts that I've ever had. One was Darren Anderton, and the other was Jan Vertonghen. And till the day Alfie Devine leaves the club, even when he's not in the first team, I will be getting his squad number and name on the back. He is going to be not a Premier League superstar, not an English superstar, a world-class superstar. That's how good this kid is.
Yeah, but Brian, you said that Dane Scarlett was going to be the next Michael Owen.
No,
at the start of this year.
So what I think, Cody, okay, here you go. If you want to quote
These
me,
guys need to be on loan playing
it
with
I
men
actually said
in the
with Dane
championship.
Scarlett, I see his
Or the
career
League
path
One.
going in the same trajectory as Michael Owen if he gets given the chance. I didn't say he is Michael Owen. Didn't say he's going to be as good as Michael Owen. I said I see his career path going in the same trajectory. I can never say that word twice. That word in the same. Yeah, exactly.
I just want to say real quick. I'm sorry, Pancakes, TAC, whatever, in the comments. Like, bro, if you have any balls, you'll just come on the stream and debate me rather than calling me a secret Arsenal fan. I'm not a fucking Arsenal fan. I'm on this channel all the fucking time. Like everybody. Like that's stupid. Like, come on here, stop being a pussy. Come on here, and we can have a debate instead of you just like spamming dumb shit in the comments. So
no Yank, no Arsenal, fake Arsenal fan, unless you really are a fake Arsenal fan, but Kieran's not. But let's I want to go with the narrative that that's what the big teams do, because it's not, right? You got Liverpool here just this year. In the winter, they signed Luis Diaz, 40 million, first team player, right? Ibrahim Kanate, first team player. I'm pronouncing his last name. From RB Leipzig, the defender, right? The only person they bought for the U23 squad was Harvey Elliott. Okay, that's it.
Who's a really good player. Who's a really good player.
And they paid like £100,000 for him. Right, like it was nothing.
But how far off of Liverpool's starting 11 is our starting 11?
Exactly.
Like Liverpool,
Thank you, Cody.
Liverpool have got to a point, Liverpool have got to a point where that's all they have to do is regular preventative maintenance, where every window they buy one class $40 million player, £40 million player. And now they can just cycle in and cycle out, and they're building that war chest. But they had, at the time that they made the Allison purchase and the Van Dijk purchase, they had the foundation. We don't have the foundation yet. And I'm not saying that
they didn't have the foundation. We were finishing above them for 6 years in a row before the Allison signing. 6 years in a row we finished above them. So why did we not have the foundation? The
Yeah,
problem
that's,
is you have to do
We've
it.
been back to
You
manager
have.
for
Hold
several
on.
years.
No, you have to get in the habit of buying quality players over quantity players. Because if you don't get in that habit, you never build a foundation because you're just wasting money on Brian Hills, Emersons, Pepe Sars, Jack Clarks, Joe Rodens. And like Joe Roden didn't even cost that much, so I'm cool. If they cost less than £5 million, okay, cool, no problem. Right?
Joe Roden
That's what I'm
was
talking
like
about,
15
man.
million pounds, though.
That's exactly
I thought he was
what I'm
like
talking
6.
about.
No, he was more than that.
Yeah,
I think
Joe
it was
Roden, we
13
way
million, maybe.
overpaid for. We got fleeced on Joe Roden, and I said that at the time. I'm talking about there are that's what I'm talking about. Those less than £10 million where players have upside. Let's see what they can do. Bring them in, make them part of the squad, send them on loan, have them play in the U23s, whatever. You need some of that. You have to bring in some players from outside
£10 million.
at that level. Yeah, we
That's fine to
overpaid.
do
His
that, I
value
think,
was
Kieran, but-
probably 6 or 7.
Yeah, he's valued at 6, and we paid 10.
If we do
Yeah.
that, Kieran, fair enough, but it has to be after we get the quality players in
And
first.
that's what I said.
Because in the past, we have shown that we
That's
can't
exactly
do both.
what I said. I know that. Of course, I know that. That's exactly what I said.
But we sign young players all the time
Primarily,
that most people never even hear about. We actually made 6 signings this winter or this summer, not 5, 6.
Yeah.
We paid-
Well, I have an interesting question for you guys on the topic of the academy. On that new program that they've made to watch the academy, the Spurs play thing. How many of you are actually gonna get that?
Say that again, Dan.
There's a new program that has been made to watch the Spurs academy and the women's team. It's called Spurs Play, and it's gonna come out in like 2 months. And I was curious, like, who's gonna get that?
Is
I'll
it
probably
free
get
or
that.
you have to pay
For the youngsters, yeah.
You gotta pay for it. Of course,
Oh,
you gotta pay.
Yeah, you gotta pay for it.
Oh,
Yeah. Penny to
yeah.
the club.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. The women's football doesn't intrigue me as much. I'll watch it if it's on TV, but I wouldn't pay any money to watch them train or any news because you normally get it on Sky Sport. But with regards, this sounds so wrong, but I'd pay money to watch the kids.
Yeah. No, I mean I hear you, Bob. But I just think, look, if because that's what that Korean tour is going to be on. So if you want to watch the Korean preseason games, that's what you gotta have. They did the same thing last season.
Oh, okay.
That was a pilot for it.
Have it for preseason. Okay.
Yeah. It's
I'll have to
basically going to be, just the club thing. We got Gogum here with 10,000 won. She's always a big supporter of the channel. Make sure you go ahead.
They're also gonna have like documentaries on it and stuff.
Hold on one second. Let me read the super chat. Happy for the big win today. Important 3 points. So proud of our players for getting the job done. Conte, thank you. Tottenham, let's go. Aja aja. Let's go Newcastle. Trippier, please help us out. Right. So thank you, Tottenham. Kaja aja aja. Let's go Newcastle. Trippier. Butaklimida. Make sure you do hit that like button as well. We've only got 59 likes, and I told you guys you had to get that to 100 by an hour and a half in, and you're like,
fucking let down.
Yeah, let down. You still got 40 to go, and we were on like, I don't know, that was at the beginning of the stream, so I'm a bit ashamed of all 81 of you who are watching the show, unless it's the same 81. But even then, where are the other 30 of you? Where are the other 30 of you? And I know it's not all the same 80 because there's been 335 views. So out of 335 people have come onto the stream, all you can do is hit the like button 60 times. It's gone up 1 time now. Come on now.
To be fair, I've gone out and come back in 334 times. So
it doesn't count views on StreamYard. Thank goodness. Yeah, you're good.
Is Kim okay or?
Very funny.
But
who?
Kim. But yeah, so I'm just saying, big clubs don't do that. If we want to act like a big club, we have to go out and buy big players. We can't be buying bargain bin, right? We need to stop shopping at the outlet mall and start shopping at the department store, right? Like,
wait a minute.
If Leicester didn't shop at the bargain bin, they wouldn't have bought Jamie Vardy, and they wouldn't have won the Premier League. So that's bullshit.
Wait a
No,
second.
I'm sorry,
that's
it's bullshit.
wrong.
Wait.
No,
We're
that's
Wait a
not
second.
statistically.
one-off as the example, right? That's
Exactly.
because they
One-offs.
break every
It's
kind
not.
of rule
It's
that they
not
do.
one-off. It's not
It is
one-off.
a one-off.
Wait.
No, it
wait,
doesn't
wait,
happen
wait,
all the time. It happens once a generation.
Listen,
A lot of
Wait,
players
listen.
out
wait
the
one
lower
second.
leagues can end up
Wait,
Listen.
well.
I agree
All
with
the
that
Listen.
point that we need to buy big players, but we also need to buy some of those players.
No, we don't.
Because
We bought enough. We have a
Will,
whole squad of
you-
those players, Daniel.
I remember like 15 maybe shows of these before where you were talking about Kim Min-jae and that Spurs should sign him, and I agreed with you.
Mhm.
So is Kim Min-jae in your book a big player?
Well, he's going to cost more than 15 million pounds. Yeah.
Will that be worth it?
Kim Min Jae? Probably not. No. Would I want to buy Kim Min Jae this window? No.
No.
So you,
I would rather, as a next step of our journey, if Conte stays, I'm happy with 3 class players to come in, just 3 in this window. Summer, another 2, another 3. Next window, another 2. And so be it. There's no way if we get 5 players in this summer, it means we've not done the right recruitment.
The thing is,
unless we spent 200, 250, 300 million pounds, which we're not going to do.
it's not just about the amount that you spend. It's about the effectiveness with which you spend it. Like
Yeah.
Liverpool in 16-17, right? They bought Wijnaldum for 28 million euro, Mane for 41 million euro. The next year, that was Van Dijk, Salah, and Chamberlain for 160 million. Those 3, right?
There you go.
Like we've taken that kind of money and we've fucking blown it on the likes of Ndombele and Lo Celso, right? So we have to hope that Conte, in coming in, and we've seen signs of this in the January window with the effectiveness of Bentancur and Kulusevski. Like if we execute transfers to the same value threshold that we did in January, you don't need to spend 250 million. You can actually put together a decent squad with 120 to 150 million pounds.
Yeah. I'm not talking about spending 250 million. I'm not talking about going out and spending 100 million players. I'm talking about 30 to 40 million, right? Quality players. That's what I'm talking about. Luis Diaz is now inflation and in money, it's gone up to a bit. It's around 40 to 50 million now. What used to be 30 to 40 million before COVID is now 50, 60 million, right? Luis Diaz was only 40 million pounds. 40 million pounds. That's what they paid. That's what Liverpool paid for him. Right? We could have had him. We didn't buy him. Right? Kanate, great defender from RB Leipzig that actually starts regularly for Liverpool this season. 36 million pounds. Right? Like, I'm not saying we have to go out and spend a fortune. I'm saying we need to be buying ready-made players for our first team. Right?
At the same time,
not hopes.
At the same time, we have to take advantage of like especially if we get Champions League football this season, we have to take advantage of how attractive we are at this moment in time with Conte as our manager and potentially Champions League football, because we can't compete with the likes of Liverpool and Man City when players know that if they sign on there, they're guaranteed to win a trophy, right? Liverpool signed Thiago for 22 million euro. And that's a player who's coming from Bayern Munich, where he already knows that he's guaranteed to win trophies. He's just kind of transferring to another club where he knows that he's going to win trophies. We have to pay a tax because we don't have that pedigree. So it's about being smart, being effective, and sometimes spending more than you think you need to in order to get the right players in.
I hear you, but what I'm saying too, and sometimes I wish people would look things up a little bit. Liverpool bought Tsimikas from Olympiacos, Thiago from FC Bayern, Jota from Wolves, and a guy named Ben Davies from Preston, because Van Dijk was injured in the winter transfer window, and they needed to buy somebody. But let me bring Abdul in. He's the smartest, most logical Canadian that I've ever met. What's going up, Mr. Abdul?
What's going on, brother? I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling.
Forgot that you were back there, and then I saw you there, and I was like, oh, shit. Screaming
I'm
quick.
good. I'm good.
Um,
How's
and
everyone
then
doing?
Good. We're doing good. That's it.
Continue.
He bought Minamino was bought in 2020. Just look stuff up. You know. And they didn't buy anybody. They bought that in the somebody at the Indy 500.
A plane has just landed.
Yeah, plane landed in our backyard.
Yeah, what Potomac says here is right, though. We're playing in 4 competitions. We need minimum 2 defenders, 2 midfielders, 2 wingbacks, and a striker.
No, you can't do that.
Including if we're going to sell.
You have 120 million to spend, according to all reports out now. You're going to spend 120 million. That's it. That's all we got.
That's 120 million investment, not counting the funds we receive
Says
from
what?
players.
Says who? Says who?
Well, that's
says we have 120 million. It doesn't say where it comes from or how it's divided.
Well, there's
It's
no
not
deals
implied.
in place. Well, if there's no deals in place currently, then yes, it would imply that there's
No, because that's not how Levy operates. It's not how
Pau
Levy
Torres,
operates.
if we do the deal between the Villarreal that we've been planning to do with Pau Torres plus Giovanni Lo Celso plus cash,
We got to get top
That's
4
gonna
for
be-
Pau Torres to come here.
And also,
And
I don't
it
agree with
looks-
that because I think
I believe
Pau
that's gonna
Torres is
happen.
actually not right for the Premier League. So
I think Pau
don't
Torres
think
would be a great Ben Davies upgrade. Got
I
no knockout
think-
plays for
I
me.
think he's gonna be better than
he's
Ben.
better
What I'm
than
Davies.
saying
Ben
is-
Davies, sure.
And then we have enough money to buy, you know, who I've wanted to buy for like ages, James Ward-Prowse. Nobody's talking about the
as well,
midfield.
buddy.
Nobody's
Okay.
talking about
It's
the
not
midfield.
worth 50 to 60 million pounds. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes,
he's
he
not.
is.
Yes, he
No,
is.
he's not.
yeah.
Are you out of your mind?
No, his per
James
90
Ward-
Nah, that
statistics
English
and
tag.
We
even
still
our
have no
average-
Yes.
ball progression in our midfield, no passing in our midfield.
Way too much
No,
English
it's
tax on
His
James
stats are
Ward-Prowse.
the English tax is massive. His stats average per 90 are actually not that great among Premier League starting midfielders. They're
Yeah,
not.
'cause
Okay,
he's on a
so
shit
let
team,
me-
that's
let me-
He's up there
He's
for the
let me-
player
let
of
me-
the
let me-
season in
he's
the
the
Premier League this
best
year.
free
You know
kick
that.
taker
the best free kick taker in the world, probably. But on
need that.
ball, like just playing as a midfielder, he's a little better than average, maybe. He's
Oh my
not
God.
worth
Last
50
times
to
he's played
60
against us, he's
million
had 3
pounds.
goal
I'm just
contributions.
sorry, he's not.
Oh my god!
last-
Listen,
the last 3
if we
times
had
he's
him
played
to
for
take
goal.
our set pieces,
Yes, because he's a
we would
critical
be in.
player
We
in Southampton, which are an average at best team.
we would be in the top 4. He
Anytime,
would
Bob.
pay
Thanks.
for himself. Good night, Superman. He would pay for himself.
I'm sorry, Brian. If
Okay.
we're playing with 2 midfielders, I just
But
don't
aren't
see
we
James.
going
Okay,
for more than top
so
4?
I'm gonna- okay, so Kieran, let me do it another way. What's
you,
the better?
Goguma.
What's the better 4 at the moment? Would you say a midfield 4 of Skip, Højbjerg, Bentancur, Winks, or a midfield 4 where they're all pushing for places and rivals and pushing each other
Well,
up levels?
I mean, obviously, I want
take
that.
that
I just think there are other players that are a better value
No.
for the money than James Ward-Prowse.
Can I
no,
just
no,
I
no.
think he's
can I just
extreme-
say something,
No, I
please?
mean,
Everything,
it's-
man.
there are a lot of people who agree with me on this. So I mean, but it's
Who?
just
There's a lot of people.
there are a
Who is
lot
the
of
way
well,
better
analysts
option
who
in
agree
our
with
public
me on
Bring
this.
in
left?
midfield.
Let me ask you a
Who else
question.
are
Let
we
me
bringing in the midfield?
hold on.
Look at his stats. Look at his stats, man. They're average for Premier League
Who
midfielders
else are
on
we
the ball.
bringing
They
That's
in?
are.
Southampton. That's at Southampton, and as Stel said on the last stream, last season they had 14 injuries at one point. So when you're playing in a Southampton side with 14 injuries, it's a bit harder. You put him in a Tottenham Hotspur
Well,
squad where
I mean,
you've got a Harry Kane to latch onto.
Why
his
doesn't he
passes,
play
a few
more
other
for
stuff.
England?
But who else
Why
do we
doesn't he
go
Why
for?
play
doesn't
If
he
more
we
for
don't go for
England?
James Ward-Prowse, who else
Have
do
you
we
seen
go
Yeah.
for?
who is England's midfield right
Exactly, but you want to
Brian-
pay 60 million pounds for him?
now?
I
Brian,
just don't think
Brian.
he's worth it. I'm sorry.
Brian.
We've got to.
100% worth it.
We've
Brian.
got to
Look
because
what we
that's
did.
because
We
of the
paid
Cody,
we
Brian.
paid that much
Cody,
for
Cody,
Ndombele, and it
Cody,
was a
you still
disaster.
deserve.
And Ndombele was supposed to be the next great midfield, the next like Pogba, and we
Brian.
spent 60 million on him. It
Brian.
was a disaster. That's what
Brian.
I'm saying.
Cody, just because that.
Brian.
Yes,
I just want to ask you, would you bring in James Ward-Prowse if it meant you had to sell Højbjerg?
yes.
I would 100%. right
Like
now.
I said,
Well, if we
listen,
do that,
So would I.
I'll do that.
Listen, I've said this a billion times.
Well, Scott, I wasn't asking you.
I have said a billion times, and Cody asked that because Højbjerg is my favourite player on the team. Not saying he's the best player, but he's my favourite player. But right now in that football team, the only people I see that are unupgradable because let's just say Lloris is unupgradable just because to try and find a replacement for him would cost ridiculous money. So he's unupgradable.
No.
Romero is unupgradable. Heung-min Son and Harry Kane. Kulusevski may get into that. The rest of them, forget this fucking sentimentality and he's my favourite player or that's not it. That's not it. As much as I love Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, if James Ward-Prowse comes in but he has to go, Højbjerg, I love you, you're my favourite player. Goodbye. You're not good enough. See you later. Ta-da. Bye-bye.
I'm sorry. I just think I would rather bring back Ericsson for the free kicks and then go get Sergei. No, Milinkovic Savic. If we're talking about a free kicks, I'd rather have him.
He sucks at free kicks.
He's been better at it. Hasn't he? Well, okay, whatever.
How many does he have?
My point is, I'd rather go spend the money on Sergei Milinkovic-Savic, who's one of the best midfielders in the world and would come play for Conte. He's way better than James Ward-Prowse. And he would cost about the same amount of money as James Ward-Prowse. Milinkovic-Savic is a much better midfielder in every area of the game except for free kicks and dead ball stuff. He is a much better midfielder in every other facet of the game. That's
Cardamon.
Something to say here. Please let me.
Yeah, let's let Cardamon speak here.
Right, I actually live in Southampton, and I know what this guy means to this football club down here. He is unreal. He needs to be at a bigger club, and Tottenham fits him absolutely 100%. When he leaves here, it's going to be massive. It's going to be anarchy down there. I'm telling you, because he is so good. He cannot play as good as he possibly could because he's not in a good enough team. The team down there is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. How the hell they've got to where they are this season, I do not know. They should be relegated. They are rubbish. I'm telling you, this guy comes to Spurs, you are going to see a completely different Tottenham Hotspur. I'm telling you. Please, and I've actually literally was down in the town the other day, and the murmurs going around about him going, they are getting so worried about losing him because he is carrying them, literally carrying them.
So do you want stats? Do you want stats now? This is Odegaard. So Odegaard is Arsenal's. What they're saying is he's a great midfielder, best midfielder they have right now. So there's their stats. Both have 34 games played. James Ward-Prowse has 9 goals. Martin Odegaard has 6. James Ward-Prowse has 5 assists. Martin Odegaard has 4.
But I think
Odegaard, I don't rate Odegaard either.
And that's in a crap team as well.
I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but as an international fan, I think maybe can see more. But English players are some of the most overpriced players in the world. There's no way Jack Grealish costs £100 million. There's no way Declan Rice costs £90 million. It's ridiculous. £50 million for James Ward-Prowse, who's good only at free kicks. I know we need set piece takers, but we can find players who are better at free kicks than what we have and are better in other positions of the game. Kieran said the best player there is. Sergei Milinkovic-Savic is amazing. Mikel Merino from Real Sociedad. I've been watching him play. He's amazing. He defends, he scores, he creates, he takes free kicks, he's strong. He would cost like 30 million euros.
Thiago.
James Ward-Prowse is massively overpriced.
Thiago, so he's only
because he's English.
He's only good at set pieces, but then he scores 3 goals against us in 2 games, and none of them are set piece.
Well, that's 2 games.
Yeah, and what about the rest?
He doesn't dominate the ball.
We didn't have. I don't think
he doesn't help with creativity.
That's rubbish.
He can't make the passes that we need from our midfield. So if you
that's rubbish.
It is. That's rubbish. At our home, he had 2 beautiful balls into that pinpoint spot and 2 beautiful assists.
Wide open spaces.
Against us when he was wide open when nobody was around him for a good 5 meters. Are you kidding me?
No,
he was left wide open in the same spot. One of the most dangerous areas to cross the ball.
Kieran, that's the thing. Do you know what? You've just said it.
It was basically a dead ball take.
No. against
Is that
Southampton,
his fault?
where we lost 3-2, everyone on the Tottenham Hotspur pitch and every single one of the 62,000 fans watching that, whether they were Southampton or Tottenham Hotspur fans, knew whatever you do not let James Ward-Prowse have any time on the ball whatsoever, because if he does, quality will come in.
Absolutely.
He had 2 crosses, pretty much identical, in the same area where
That's
our
what I'm
defense
talking about.
But mate,
he was completely unpressured. There was nobody around him.
Yes,
he was wide open in a dangerous area
And that's his fault.
twice.
And that's his fault.
Our defense's fault. That was a horrible defensive
No,
mistake
the fault is he
twice
can't
in a
do it
row.
any other
my
time.
God.
That's not true. Hold on. Okay. All right. I got a super chat to read. The question is, hold
Kieran,
on.
was David Beckham a bad crosser of the football?
Shut.
I got a super. The questions will still remain from Levy. Continuous sport, not for only 1 or 2 windows. The questions will still remain from Levy. Continuous sport, not for only 1 or 2 windows. Yeah, I think he means like you got to continue to do it, and I agree with you. On the James Ward-Prowse thing, this is solved easily by just looking at his numbers. How many goals has he scored from set pieces this season? Free kicks?
Probably about 6 or 7.
4?
No. Way lower.
I think 2.
2.
No, he scored more than 2.
So if he's got 9 goals and 2 are from free kicks, right? Is he only a free kick player? No, obviously not. If over 75% of his goals have come from open play.
What about
Southampton
corners?
plays a totally different
You
type
think
of football.
Kieran,
as well, not as a center midfielder
Kieran,
too.
was David
You know
Beckham
what else-
was David Beckham a good footballer?
Of course he was. He's not
Was he-
David Beckham.
No. Let me finish. So when David Beckham crossed those balls when he was in space, which he manufactured to get into that open space, because they worked the tactics to get there. So when David Beckham had that open space, because of his football intelligence, and got those crosses in, was it bad defending from the other teams all across the world? Manchester United, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain. So every
But in
time
those
David
specific-
Beckham was free,
Or if we're
every
talking
time,
about that specific game, we can put the replay up right now. You can see that he should have been under pressure. I'm pretty
But he
sure
wasn't,
on
but
the
he-
left hand
No.
side.
I hadn't
Wait,
finished,
so you're
Kieran. I
blaming
hadn't
him for not
finished.
being under pressure.
Southampton, like with Harry
I'm
Kane, and
blaming
like
him
with
for
Jose,
that.
no, like we had last season with Jose Mourinho, with Heung-min Son, and Harry Kane. We worked out, get them 2 free, and let them do what they do. That's why one got the most goals and most assists, or Harry Kane got both, sorry. And it's why they're now the most potent partnership in Premier League history.
I'm not saying he's not a good
But what I'm trying to
player.
say to you, Kieran, just because he was in space,
No, he's a great
yes,
player.
it was bad defending, but Southampton have
not
a
a si-
game.
Okay, he's
Have
a
a
good
game
player.
Have a game plan to get him in open space every single
Yeah.
time James Ward-Prowse. And what you've got to look at is it may be of unchallenged, but he had 2 passes to get in. Look how much space Emerson has. Can Emerson cross the football? No, he can't. Can he do it? Can he cross it? He can't even cross to the same person twice.
No, but the
Let alone
main
2
question.
crosses, 2 goals from 2 superb passes from him. They
If we
win
pay
3-2.
$60 million, he has to start every game. And
Yeah.
I would
And he
rather
can.
I would
No,
rather
the
pay
thing-
Sergei Milinkovic-Savic for
yes.
around the same money and have him start
the
every
question
game
is,
because he's a better player all around.
James Ward-Prowse has amazing ending product,
And he's a better
his
player
end
for this
product is
Conte
amazing.
system
We
too.
get it, but what is his dribbling stats like? Because he's going to be getting the ball under pressure. That's where you need to thrive. The way Bentancur gets it under pressure. Can
Doesn't
he
help us do
dribble
that.
through?
He plays
those
in the
pressures?
Premier
He has
League
to
week in, week
with
out.
his back
He's
turned to pressure.
But
and
none
then
of us
turned.
watch him though. None of us really. Okay,
I
know the
watch
guy
him
from
literally on a
Southampton.
daily basis.
Okay. He's scored over 5 goals this season for the last 4 years in the Premier League.
It's not about his goals, it's about what he does with corners, assists, free kicks.
His assists aren't that high, actually.
I have
But
no
But
the
idea.
we can
corners
say that
as
he's
well,
a good
though.
player and not a good fit, right? That's okay.
No
We're not
one's
saying he's
even
crap.
talking about that. We can't even.
But are we playing a
put
3-4-3? Because if otherwise he is a fit, right?
Yes.
I don't think him. If you had James Ward-Prowse starting with Bentancur, I don't think that's a good enough midfield for him.
Yeah, I think he's very
Way better than Højbjerg.
On the ball. How
Okay,
good is
but
he on
again,
the ball?
what are we talking
On the
about? Are we
ball,
talking
how
about
good is he?
improving certain players or
That's
having
the
him
main
good enough to
question.
compete with Liverpool? Because I agree, he's better than Højbjerg. If
Right.
we,
All I'm
if
saying
we get
is
rid of Højbjerg,
with-
I'm fine with that. Get
Look, there's
rid
an
of Højbjerg,
argument.
but
There's an argument
I
you can
would
make.
definitely
Hold
put
on.
him
Hold on.
above Højbjerg.
There's an
Without a
argument that
doubt.
can be made for MS, right? I hate pronouncing his name. And there's an argument that you can make for James Ward-Prowse. The only symmetry breaker for me is we know that James Ward-Prowse can score more than 5 goals a season,
Yeah.
playing in a worse team than Spurs. So
Exactly. So
we don't
he
know
could-
what Savage can do in the Premier League.
But he's
Well,
got 10
that's
goals and
the
11
point.
assists
He
in
got
a
better
very
ball control.
competitive
But we
Serie
don't
A
know
season.
what's gonna happen with him in the Premier League. We know another thing that goes when you
We
have
know
James
Ward-Prowse
Ward-Prowse
isn't
in
You
your
good
team.
said the same
You
thing
look at-
about
you look at
Kulusevski
Tottenham.
We
and
don't know he's not good
Bentancur, and
enough.
look at
Tottenham is
that.
taking
He
on
played for
players.
Southampton
Tottenham
all
is
these
taking on
years and
players.
no
They have a
one's
chance to
not
score, and they're gonna foul them because
hasn't
they know
played that
Harry
long
Kane
for
is gonna take the
Southampton.
free kick. If
We
we
said
have
the
James
same thing about
Ward-Prowse,
Bentancur.
Because he's a
be very
product
cautious
academy.
about
He's
the players
from
that you
their.
foul and the areas that you foul them in.
Hold on. James Ward-Prowse has come through. He made his break in at 22 in the 2017-2018 season. Right? He's only 26 years old. He's been playing 5 years at the senior level, and he's their Winks, except way better.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
49
Nobody's
times
saying
better
he's
than Harry
crap
Winks.
here, right? Like, it's whether
Milinkovic Savic
like,
is
I
only
agree.
a year
I
older
think
than
he's-
him. He's one of the best players in the world. Like I don't understand how this is a conversation. He's commonly
One of the
accepted
best players in
as
the
one of
world.
the best players at his position in the world. He's a
What?
great player.
Wait. What did
Yes.
you
Wait,
say? Wait.
One of the best
No,
players in
I-
his
I didn't
position
hear
at the world.
What's his
One of the
position?
best central midfielders is right, but the
Center
problem is he plays for
midfielder.
Lazio.
He plays for
Immobile got
Lazio.
Golden Boot in Europe
Milinkovic
playing for
Savic,
Lazio.
yeah.
Nobody gave a fuck about it because he plays for Lazio. If he played for a club with a bigger exposure, everybody would be talking about him.
Yeah,
The guy has
it-
21 goals and assists as a central midfielder this season for fucking Lazio. He's been scoring at least 5 goals for the last 6 seasons for Lazio. Just as
He's
James
an
Ward-Prowse has been doing for
incredible player.
Southampton. The guy is fucking unbelievable.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Is he going to come to a team? Say we finish 5th, will he come to us if we're not in Champions League?
Yes, because he would want to play for Conte. There's already a lot of
Hold on,
rumors
no,
in
But
the
it's
Italian
the
press
speculation.
about
Premier
this.
League. It's different.
What says that James
Speculation.
Ward-Prowse will want to play on
Hold on.
Conte?
think he
Speculation.
would.
Hold on. Let's stop. Speculation. Right? Because didn't other people try to go in for him and he turned him down? This is the problem with buying European players. Most European players who are playing in other leagues, who are playing in or around Champions League, want to play in Champions League. James Ward-Prowse doesn't mind playing in the Premier League, just moving up the table 10 spots.
Thank you.
Right? There's a difference between that, right?
Does James Ward-Prowse want to leave though? Do we know that?
Southampton
You know-
has played
Because
in
he's
the
been
Champions League
Southampton
one
to
year.
born and raised, I think. In
If
South-
the offer comes in, he
Lazio
will
is not
go.
going to get Champions League football this season either, though.
They are mid-table.
But he wants to move if he has other offers from other clubs. It's the same reason. Look, like you guys act like
But we
Liverpool
have
spent a crap ton
Conte.
of money.
We have Conte. He's
Oh,
played his whole
stop.
the whole top of his career, the whole best years of his career in Italy. He saw Conte win the league with Juventus
So if Chelsea
and Inter
comes in-
Milan, and now Conte is the manager of Tottenham.
No.
Milinkovic Savic would definitely be more willing to listen to us than a Chelsea who's lost
Let's
their
see.
owner, lost their big backing, are under a lot of suspicion, and have Thomas Tuchel, who is a good manager, but he's a very difficult manager to play for a lot of players.
Chelsea are trying
Conte,
to get
he
Chelsea
already
is
knows
trying
he's
to get
legendary in
Chouameni.
Italy.
Chelsea is trying to get Chouameni from Monaco, and they're probably trying to get Declan Rice. Man United is going to try and get Frankie de Jong. The reason
Yeah.
why we actually have a shot at Milinkovic Savic is because other teams have their eyes on different players, man.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
latest
I'd rather do seconds.
hold on. The latest linkings for this particular individual are Man United, PSG, and Juventus.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so
I mean,
so if let's say Juventus comes in and makes an offer, and we make an offer, who's he gonna go play for?
I think he'd rather play for Conte than Allegri.
Then we don't get him.
And
this
Yeah, but then
depends
you'd
on
rather
how
pay
much
for
you
Juventus
pay.
and Tottenham.
So then why did Luis Diaz go to Liverpool then?
And we can probably pay higher wages right
That's
now
not an
than
answer to my
Juventus
question.
can because
Wait.
they're in a lot of trouble.
I mean, it's
right
Liverpool.
now in
Liverpool's way
Yeah,
better
it's
than us.
Liverpool.
What
Yeah,
place
exactly,
is
it's
Juventus this year?
Liverpool.
Yeah, I think like I said,
Juventus
Juventus is
are in
winning
the
the
race.
league.
If they keep going like they're
Yeah, but
going,
Juventus are a bigger club than Lazio.
next season. Look
Juventus
at
are a bigger club than Liverpool.
No.
Juventus
Right
is
now,
bigger than
no.
Liverpool.
Yeah.
No way.
They are.
No.
Worldwide fame. Hold on. Worldwide fan base comes in.
Yeah,
Domestic
Dan,
and
they
international
are.
champions. They're a bigger club than
Wait.
Liverpool.
Why are you comparing Juventus and Liverpool? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with Juventus and Liverpool? Where's the link?
I think
My
he would-
question was
I think
that
he would
nobody
listen to
answered.
an offer from
No,
us.
because
Play
my
with
question
Kane and
was,
Son
hold
and
on,
Go to
Conte.
Juve.
hold on. We got to talk one at a time. Nobody can have a conversation if 300 people want to talk at the same time. I've sat here quietly for about 35 minutes. I'm going to say something now. Why did Luis Diaz go to Liverpool and not us? Play 40 million for him. It's
Liverpool's
not a lot.
Because Liverpool's better. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Liverpool's
so
better.
who's better, Tottenham or Juventus right now?
What place is Juventus this year?
To be
Yeah,
honest,
Fourth.
Juventus.
To be honest, in
They're
terms
fourth,
of
exactly.
football,
What if we come
Spurs,
fourth too?
Juventus
What
are
is
terrible. This season they're terrible.
Yeah, I think like I said, Juventus is like
And
is
they play
winning
shit
the league every
football
year.
under
and
Allegri.
They play
Don't
shit
care.
football.
Brother
They have an
James
iffy
Ward-Prowse.
manager. They're gonna be fourth place just like us if everything goes according to plan. If we get fourth too, so what?
No,
we
yeah,
can
they
probably
are
even
fifth
offer
place
more
already.
money
Fifth.
to our wages.
We can
If.
offer a higher wage too. Yeah.
Being in the
I
Premier
gotta
League,
go,
probably
though.
even offer a higher wage. He
gotta
probably
go.
wants to
Good
go
night,
to
Dan.
the Premier
Good
League.
night.
A lot of
Right.
Good night.
he probably
Plug your
wants to
channel.
go to the
Let
Premier
Dan
League.
plug himself before he goes.
All right, go.
You guys can find me at Dan THFC on YouTube. Yeah, big up to the panel, and I'm gonna end off that I'd rather James Ward-Prowse. Bye guys.
Go on, my man.
Take care, Dan.
Yeah.
Take care, man. Peace out.
I'm like
And Juventus have fourth place spot locked down. They're 69 points with 2 games to play.
Yeah,
And
they're gonna
Lazio is
get-
at 62 points with 2 games to play.
So they're gonna get fourth. Okay, what if we get fourth? Then
What if we don't?
Okay, what if he wants to go to the Premier League? What if he wants to actually play?
What
in the Premier
if
League?
I mean, why are we like?
It's all
So-
about
Again,
what ifs. We
can
don't know
we
the
can probably
player.
Well,
we
back-
don't know.
I
We don't know what he wants.
Back in
It's
2019,
all about what ifs.
What if he's another Soldado? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, he's showing a lot more than Soldado has.
Well, how
over his
do you
career.
know
So-
that?
But what is everybody
Well,
is?
what
What if he's another
everybody is is?
Paulinho?
No. When we bought
Thiago?
Soldado, he was the top.
I'm gonna defend Paulinho. I know he was shit for Spurs.
He was the top
Then let's
scorer
not buy
in
anyone.
Spain.
Guy
Let's not buy anyone. 'Cause They might all
carried
be
his
bad.
team to winning the Club World Cup against Chelsea. The guy
Say that about any
in Brazil
player,
was
man.
very good. Then he goes to China. He comes back and he bangs for Barcelona. I don't know why he didn't work out for Spurs. There's a reason why not, and he probably was
You can
the
say
worst
that
signing
for a
you've
lot
ever
of
made.
players.
Maybe
I mean, it's a joke. I was joking.
This motorcycle. Drug
You said
dealers,
about-
I'm sorry. Soon we're gonna hear gunshots.
You gotta kick that habit, man. But look, I just want to look. We got to be. This is another point of I want to give everybody a little bit of a homework assignment. All right. I'm gonna put the link in the chat and people can go look at it if they want to. But here's all the transfer. I'm not gonna go over the whole entire thing because that would just be pedantic and dumb. But I'm gonna throw the link in the chat in the chat, and people can go look at it on their free time. And basically, it's the entire Liverpool transfer history. And this is what I wanted to say about we have to at some point in time we have to kick our habits. Before Klopp, Liverpool was buying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 between 5 and 7, 10 to 20 million a year players, right? As soon as Klopp comes in, that stops, right? 15, 16, when Klopp came in, that was the last season that they did that, right? And you go look at the list of players that they bought, and a lot of the names you're gonna have to Google. But as soon as 16, hold on a second.
I do have a bit of an issue with that one.
But hold on, you
What
gotta
you
wait till I
just
finish
said.
before you have an issue. You have to wait till I finish.
No, but because
No, you do have to wait till I'm finished.
Okay, sorry.
So you have 16-17. They buy Sadio Mane from Southampton for 37 million. Not a lot, right? Wijnaldum for 24. Wijnaldum was a decent player for Newcastle. Then you have 17-18. Then two other players, not so great. Karius, who they ended up getting rid of, and Clavin, who they got rid of, 4.5 million. Real cheap. Then they bought Andy Robinson the next season. Chamberlain, Salah, Van Dijk, right? Then in the next season they bought Shaqiri, Fabinho, Keita, Alisson. The next season they bought Vandenberg. He's I don't know, he's gone now or something. But and then Minamino, Thiago for 19-20 million. Jota. Once Klopp comes in, he got rid of that whole policy of them buying multiple cheap players and started buying 1 to 2 quality players a season.
No.
It's true. You can look at it.
No.
And then within 2 years, they went from finishing below us to competing with Manchester City. And there was no foundation built because all of their squad has been completely refurbished. Who still plays for Liverpool that played with them before Klopp arrived?
3.
Jordan Henderson only.
3 players.
Who?
James Milner as well, surely.
James Milner.
3 players.
Who?
Divock Origi.
Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson, Milner, and
Divock
Milner was
Origi.
before.
I think
Who?
so.
And not just that.
Origi.
That
Sure, Origi was signed before Klopp.
that stat
Origi?
you've just
Oh,
said
yeah,
is
he was.
wrong.
What,
Because
he was the year
they
before
s-
Klopp is when
they
Origi was signed.
spent £100 million, £100 million on Andy Carroll and Jaws.
Yeah, they
Lewis-
weren't Klopp. That
That was
Brendan Rodgers.
way before Klopp.
That was Brendan Rodgers.
Carroll
It
was
doesn't-
sold before Klopp came.
You're talking about. I thought you were talking about what was there.
No.
Oh,
What they
sorry.
bought.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, what they were buying.
Sorry.
Andy Carroll was bought in.
That's Gillette and Hicks.
He cost £50 million.
Andy Carroll cost 36.9 million pounds, and he was bought in 2010, right? 6 years before Klopp arrived.
Yeah, same as Suarez. Same day as Suarez, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same
I
window.
do- I do
Ajax
beg your
for
pardon.
23 million.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking about how
Well-
much they spent. Now, granted, in 2010, 36 million is probably about 60 million now, if not a little bit more.
No, they spent nearly 50 million on Andy Carroll.
No, it's
Whatever
36
you
million.
got
I'm looking
there.
at it right now. 36.9 million.
Probably add-ons.
They
It
go-
was
no,
more
no.
than that.
It wasn't. I'm looking at it. 36.9 million pounds.
Where you're getting confused, Cartman, is Liverpool sold Torres to Chelsea.
Yeah,
for
sorry.
50
Yeah,
million.
you're right. Yeah,
52.65. They sold Torres to Chelsea.
Yeah, I do beg your pardon. Sorry.
I,
But at the same time, it's still a hell of a lot of money that they were
But-
wasting on players. And that was Kenny Dalglish, who was the
But
manager at the time.
that was also Hicks and Gillette that almost bankrupted them.
Yeah,
Since
exactly.
the Fenway Group has come in, as Will is saying, they've done things correctly.
Well, what my point is, even forget them then, they've still spent more than what they said they would. Without a shadow of a doubt.
It's not
I
about
remember
value.
when Klopp came in, he said he wouldn't need to spend money to get that successful. He ended up spending over £200 million on players.
But not
And
in
look
one
where it's
window.
But,
Not in one window, he didn't.
Well, maybe not. But
That's my point.
But look at the squad now.
Yeah,
There's
because they've
only
spent
three
it.
left.
Hold on. They've spent it wisely over time. Let me ask you a question. Why we were in for Sadio Mane? He didn't come to us. We were in top 4. Liverpool wasn't, right? He ended up going to Liverpool. The year that they bought Mohamed Salah, right? We finished above them and had been above them in Champions League for years before. They bought him for £30 million. Why didn't we go buy Mohamed Salah for £30 million? There was no reason for him to go to Liverpool then and not us.
Well, Well, maybe, but
Who did we buy in that year?
We are Tottenham.
I think we bought
And
some
don't
Sissoko
forget,
that
he was at Chelsea. So
That's my
you know what I
point.
mean?
We bought Sissoko. We could have
I know,
gotten
but
out
the
and bought Mohamed Salah for the same
but
price.
You also got to take into the fact that Liverpool practically they hit the jackpot with those signings. None of us.
No,
that.
Salah was smashing people in Rome. Stop.
No, Salah was good, but let's
Salah- Mohamed
Salah
Salah
would be
was
this
shit at Chelsea. Don't
they
forget
all-
That was years ago.
Set it up so
All right,
that
all right,
they
I gotta go. I gotta go. Can I throw my thing? Put my name up.
Yeah.
No.
Let me hide the current comment. I think I missed
Yeah.
a super
Okay.
chat too.
Cool. Yep. Follow me on Twitter. All right. See you guys. Love you all. Bye.
At Spurs After
Take care,
Dark,
bud.
follow him on Twitter. We also got a friend in the back. I think I have a song for him. Let me see. I do. He likes to talk. He's got the Tottenham guy. His name is Josh, and he's a guy.
Oh,
Josh Pavitt's in the house. Long time no see, my friend. He's got a mustache now.
Yeah.
A little French mustache.
I have hair as well.
What's up, brother?
A little French mustache.
Not too bad, man. Not too bad.
I just want to say, like, to finish on the Liverpool thing, and then I'm done because I put the link in the chat. They didn't do it by buying a bunch of big players at once. It was 2 to 3 players, quality, over time, a matter of 4 to 5 years, and it only took them 2 years to get from below us consistently to above us consistently. In 2 years, that's 4 windows. We can do that with Conte if we buy the right players. And for people that say that, look, I'm sorry, like I might as well just kill the stream right now if we're gonna say that Salah wasn't a player at Rome.
Oh, he's a banging player.
He
Brian.
was
And
good, but
Fiorentina. And
He was more than good at Rome.
Okay, obviously he was to be 30 million. Obviously he has some skill on it, but we didn't think he'll come to the league and bag 30 G's. Like, come on now, like.
Yeah,
But
Like,
then-
Mohamed Salah is one of the greatest Prem players of all time. No one thought
Yes.
he
It's
was
the
this
risk. It's the risk that you run when you buy players from abroad, though, man. Like you don't know how they're
the
going to perform. in
the
Premier
point
League.
the point I was trying to make is you're saying about Salah. He went to Chelsea. He was shit.
He
And
came
then
through
he
the Chelsea
he-
Academy and they let him go.
Oh, come on.
Because they were winning.
He didn't go. Look, he went to Liverpool and he fitted. It's as simple as that. He fit into their space. It's as simple as that. You could say
He came from basketball at the age of 20 into their U21s.
But we've been just arguing about James Ward-Prowse, right? At the end of the day, the man fits the Premier League. And everyone's saying, no, he's no good. We don't want him at Spurs. Come
Who
on.
said he was no good?
Someone did. I can't remember who it was.
Nobody
not
said
heard
he
anyone
was
say
no
that.
good. It was
Well,
debated whether he was a
Well,
good fit for us
they were
and where
basically
we want
saying
to go.
Savage was
Yes,
better.
we lived. I know in the
But Savage
U23s.
is better doesn't mean that James Ward-Prowse is bad. For me, for example, Mo Salah is better than Kulusevski, but I don't think Kulusevski is a bad player.
It all comes. I'll tell you what it all comes down to. It all comes down to scouting, and what Tottenham have a history of doing is they'll just buy anyone for the sake of buying anyone.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What Liverpool have probably done is they probably sat there and they've got a fully in-depth scouting system, and they've sat there and analysed Salah before buying him, saying,
You
"This
know
is
what
how
they
this
do?
guy will
You know
fit
what
in."
Liverpool does? Liverpool plays Moneyball like Brentford does. That's the Liverpool system.
Yeah, they scout.
What?
They scout players. We
No,
just don't have
they
a
play
tendency to do
Moneyball.
that.
They use statistics. They go out and
Liverpool-
buy players.
Liverpool are executing the model that Daniel Levy wants to.
Oh, but it'll be
But
interesting.
can't.
It'll be interesting to see what happens at Liverpool next season because their director of football's just resigned. Well, I say just resigned. He resigned a few weeks ago, but it'll be interesting to see what happens there now. Are they going to get the same caliber of player come through? You never know.
I mean, but if we're looking at Liverpool, Mo Salah is about to leave. They haven't given Salah what he wants. I hear a lot of Liverpool fans actually complain about FSG because of this policy of not giving players what they want, because they're like afraid that Salah will ask for 100K a week, and then other players will be like, well, but I want to earn that as well, like Van Dijk, Mane.
But they won't do it because that's the thing is they don't need to, right? Because they'll sell Salah, they'll get a crap ton of money for him, and then they'll go out and buy. They'll go out, they'll check the stats, and they'll find 2 or 3 Salah replacements for half the price, and they'll end up and come and contribute the same amount.
I don't see a world where they get a significant amount of money for Salah. You got to remember the guy's 29 years old. He's going to be he's probably 3 or 4 years off the end of his career. Like,
you don't think PSG would take Mohamed Salah for £200 million?
No,
most probably. In what world do a club like PSG come in for someone like Salah when they've already got the likes of Neymar, the likes of Messi?
They don't have a right winger. They don't have a right winger. Di Maria's like 90 years old or whatever. How do you ever say his last name?
He's good. Di Maria.
Yeah.
I would take him at Spurs. He's still very good.
But he's 90. That's what I'm saying. He's like 37 years old.
30.
Then they can't spend that sort of money anyway.
He came here, went to United, didn't fit. He may be a very, very good player, but he's not.
Well, Kevin De Bruyne came to Chelsea, didn't fit, went to Wolfsburg, and now he's the best midfielder in the world.
Yeah, but Kevin De Bruyne came back to Manchester City at a very, very young age. Or not a young age, but he's been there now for 7 years or whatever it is and done it. Di Maria is now, like Will said, he's definitely on the way down, and he will demand extortionate wages. Extortionate. There is no. Don't get me wrong. Do I think, Thiago, if we'd bought Di Maria from United, kind of like when Chelsea bought Varane from Manchester United, do I think it may have worked then? Yeah, it could have done, especially with Poch. But now I just think he's too old. We don't need 33, 34-year-old players that are going to come and demand an extortionate amount of money.
Yeah, so I agree. Which is what baffled me a little bit when we went in with Arturo Vidal. When we went in with Arturo Vidal, that kind of begs the question, like, what exactly are we doing?
Unbelievable.
Arturo Vidal.
Oh no, he's I've been watching him for years for Chile. He's just a passion merchant. He just makes stupid fouls, gets stupid red cards when he doesn't need.
Did somebody leave?
Yeah. But I would take Perisic. Scott. Perisic would be a perfect left wing back for Conte.
I heard he's going to Chelsea
before. If we were a big club, we wouldn't hijack that.
It'll be interesting to see what we do in the summer.
But you can't say look, you can't say that Salah even played for Chelsea. He played 13 games in 2 years and started 6.
Will, can I
at the age of 21?
The North America boys, because
I'm the only one left. So
am I included in that?
Oh, North American. Yes, that would be Cody and Abdul as well.
And if it was America, I would be included because America also includes South America.
You said North America, though.
No, yeah, North America.
Yeah.
It's like includes Canada and Mexico too. But Jonathan David for Spurs.
I want Buchanan over David. I love.
What do you think about this, Diego?
Wow.
Cody, I swear to
Jesus.
God, I swear to God. Cody, I can't wait to see you at the Scotland Yard next.
You know what? It was unfair. Di Maria doesn't have a chicken wing stain on his shirt.
Oh, Cody. I'm physically sending you my your cat emoji.
Kiss the stain.
네, PSG 맞아요. PSG.
Yeah,
but what's your question, Mr. Thiago or James, Mr. James Buckets?
My question is if you guys would want Jonathan David at Spurs because he's already said he's leaving Lille.
Sure, why not?
No, it's because I was in a group chat with a few friends of mine and they were saying no to him just because he comes from League On, even though he has scored just as many goals as Mbappe.
I don't like Liga. I think people that come out of Liga are soft and they don't do well in the Premier League. Not all, but a lot. But Jonathan David, he's North American, so he's got a little bit of a grit and gristle that you know, the cake eaters,
It all depends. Like if
big,
Conte turns around and says, we can sit here and talk.
He's
about
not a Brian Hill, right?
But...
Like he's not fritzy and prancy and 120 pounds. You know what I mean? He's Diesel. He could come play in the Prem.
Well, can you just do me a favour, Karen? There's a guy in the chat that's asked how they joined Toronto Spurs, and as I'm not a mod, I can't post the website. I've just put the website in the private chat. Can you just ping it in there for me?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. But for the person that asked for it, I'm going to try and find his name.
Wobbles.
What Wobbles? Don't do it just yet because we're going to open up the new membership, I think, first or second week in July, but that's the website. And it's $25 for the season. There's loads of perks, which you'll see on that website. Sorry about that, guys. Carry on.
Wobble, wobble, wobbles.
I was just going to say, like, it's all well and good talking about all these players, but it all comes down to one important factor: does Conte want that player? If Conte stays, I will back. If Conte says that he wants, I don't know, some mediocre League Two player, then I'll back Conte 100%. Like it's what Conte wants at the end of the day. It's Conte's system. We need to get behind that.
My fear is that it happens with Conte the same thing that happened with Jose, because Jose, he got like 7 players in one window. Were those the players he wanted? Yes, but it's like Daniel Levy goes and says, okay, so you have these 5 midfielders, choose one out of them. They're not like.
I'm not being funny, but you're comparing Jose Mourinho to Antonio Conte. Like you're comparing a manager that had fallen off the top of his prime to a manager that is in his prime.
No,
like
I'm talking about a manager that Daniel Levy was on his knees.
What we're talking about here is trauma, right? What Spurs fans have is abuse. It's like, have you ever had a friend, or maybe you yourself, come from a family where their parents fought about money a lot? When you grow up, you feel guilty spending money, even if you have it, right? Because you grew up in a not good home where you saw your parents yell and scream at each other about what they spent, what, and where. So now you feel guilt, right? My sister's in her family, they are well off, and she feels guilty spending $25 on herself, right? That's trauma. That's not healthy. That's not being frugal. That's trauma, right? If she has $25, she wants to get herself a new purse from Target, she should buy it, for crying out loud, right? You got to get over that trauma, right? Now, spending beyond your means, right? That is not good. But when you have the means, all of us as fans, we have means as a club. So we have to we always go through this process of scrimping and cutting and saving and clipping coupons to see what players we can buy here together to patch together an acceptable transfer window when we don't have to. Right? We have the money in the bank to go out and buy an Audi TT. We don't need to go buy a Honda Civic. But we think we do because we've been traumatized by our owners.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, my fear is that Levy will do the same. I know we can spend more money and get better players, but I'm just afraid he's gonna go again and say, like, Conte, let's say, okay, for left center back, I want Bastoni. Bastoni is worth 60 million euros. But then Daniel Levy goes, no, we have this guy here, 20 million pounds. This other one, 25. This other one, 23. Choose one of the 3. You know.
It's like what he did when Pochettino comes to Spurs. Like Poch said, he wanted to bring Morgan Schneiderlin over with him, and instead of giving him Morgan Schneiderlin, he goes, I can't give him Morgan Schneiderlin, but here, have Benjamin Stambouli. He's known for doing that. But what I fear the most is if Conte doesn't get the full backing of Daniel Levy, that Conte ends up walking, which is what ultimately we don't. That's the last thing we need. Is him walking.
Well, if he doesn't get back, I want him to walk.
Yeah, no. If he doesn't get back, he will walk. But that's the last thing. That's the last thing we want as Spurs fans.
Trust me, it's the last thing my wife wants to hear. Trust me.
Yeah. Me and Brian have had this conversation. Like Daniel Levy is basically digging his own grave if he doesn't back him, because not only will we have the whole of the Spurs fan base on his back, he will have Brian Daigle outside Lily White House every single day protesting until that guy leaves.
And the training ground. But listen, if he's not back, then Conte walks. I don't come back to Canada for a little while. Simple as. I will stay there till the window shuts, minimum. And
that's what they say, Zero the Hero. That's what they say, but they always do things they don't say, or they always do go against the things that they say. So we can't believe anything that comes out of Daniel Levy's mouth, right? He said we were gonna buy a manager. He said we were gonna play attacking football. We were gonna buy, and we got Nuno.
After 70 days,
I didn't mind Nuno. But that goes to the point is not that Nuno was a horrible crap signing. I don't think it was Nuno's fault. I think it was more down to the players. But he went against what he said he was going to do. Right? So we can't.
He does every year. We
can't believe. Oh, I'll back Conte no matter what, because all he has to do is Conte boom out, and then all of a sudden magically we're signing Poch. Right, and the whole Levy in brigade is all happy again. They're holding hands, singing "Kumbaya," playing guitar around the campfire outside the Spurs stadium like they were today. Right, and they're having a good time, right? Because Pochettino's back, right? Mauricio Pochettino, he's magic, you know. They'll just be out there, like I can see it already. Candles as this plane flies in. There's a big, Levy in party circle around the stadium, holding hands. Mauricio Pochettino.
I heard he's going to Spain.
Speak for yourself. But if Poch comes back to Spurs, we're doomed.
Yeah, but that's what people with sense say. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the people without the sense. Right.
Yeah. I don't speak for everyone, but I personally don't want Pochettino back.
I don't want Pochettino back, not because I don't like Poch. I love Poch. He's
got a legacy at Spurs. Why come back and destroy the legacy he's already got?
I don't want him to ruin it. I don't want to have to hate him. I don't want to have to bash. I didn't have a YouTube channel when Poch was our manager, and I don't want to have to bash him on it. So
exactly.
Don't come back.
I'd welcome him back with open arms as long as there was new ownership. Under this ownership, I don't want him anywhere near the club. Anywhere near it.
I think we can talk about the ownership, but did you guys see what he said in the media last few days ago?
No.
Oh, we got closer to beating Real Madrid than Chelsea and City did. Bro, you lost. Just as City did, just as Chelsea did.
Wait, Levy said that?
This loser mentality. Huh? Pochettino.
Oh, Pochettino said it.
Yeah, but the song that I have to sing to City is Champions League final. You'll never sing that.
I mean, okay, maybe we're closer, but you lost. You were humiliated.
They've seen a final. They just haven't won it.
And also, I heard Pochettino is going to Athletic Bilbao. So
why though? Why
Athletic Bilbao. Good job. Yeah, why not just go back to Southampton? They take him.
I've got a question to throw out there. We're talking about players and stuff. Do you think Erling Haaland's going to do bits at Man City in their system?
Good question.
Erling Haaland, 60 Man City have secured him for £60 million, which is far less than what anybody was expecting. Is he going to pop off at City? Because I don't see it happening. I think he's going to be a flop.
No, it won't be a flop. I reckon his first season he'll struggle. Not struggle, but he just won't hit the heights that everyone is expecting.
Let me see. I haven't actually.
He'll fall into the pool of mediocrity. He'll fall. I reckon he will. I reckon he'll just fall into the pool of mediocrity.
I think. I think.
No, he will succeed.
I think they've got to fit him in, and you're going to see a different Man City.
No, he'll hit the ground running. I'm going to tell you why.
I think that's what's going to happen.
But the question is, why fix what isn't broken? The way that Man City are playing.
Yeah, but then
the way that their system.
Well, why do they harp on about needing a number 9? So,
he's going to hit the ground running, and I'll tell you why. Okay.
Did you see Mahrez's penalty today?
Yeah.
Don't talk about it. I'm going to watch match today when I get off here.
Too late.
I know it's a terrible penalty. I just don't want to hear what. I don't.
I haven't watched any football today because I was working at the Women's FA Cup final at Wembley. Fantastic.
But he will hit the ground. So stats are fun things. You got to look at a lot of them. Like a lot of people just like the fun ones, goals and assists. The Those are fun, but to me, those are the boring ones. Those are the easy ones. But you got to look at a lot of the other stuff. And when you look at players who succeed well in Premier League, you find trends. First of all, he's left-footed. There aren't a lot of left-footed strikers in the league, and those who were tended to do pretty well. That's anecdotal, right? When you look at his numbers, for example, in his per 90 minutes, he's almost 1 goal per 90. And then my favorite one, which is G plus A minus PKs. The dude's rocking 1.16 per 90. Right. So this isn't PK stat pattern guy, right? This is open play scoring goals guy. If you go to understat.com and you look from where he scores them, it's all over the place. Short, long, outside the box, inside the box. Right. Yeah. Will he hit the numbers that he's hitting now, where he has like goals per shot on target, which is 0.53? Let's put it this way: Son is around 0.4 or something, so he's more clinical than Son, which is hard to do. Hard to do.
This is in a league that isn't the Premier League, though, man. It's
in the Bundesliga, which is probably the closest to speed of play and physicality of any of the top 5 leagues in Europe.
I don't see him coming to the Premier League and being better than Son. I'll be honest with you. Like Brian said, the first season he'll struggle, then I think he'll find his feet. But again, I just don't see the same statistics being pulled off in the Premier League.
Shall I make a prediction?
Go for it.
I predict that he will score 16 goals in his first Premier League season.
Is that 16 bang on or 16 plus?
16.
Okay.
Plus or minus 2.
Give or take, yeah. Okay, cool.
Second and third season, he'll start hitting Kane's 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17 numbers.
Yeah, like 28.
28, 30.
Easy.
I mean, he's still young. He's got his whole future ahead of him, hasn't he? Really,
look at the size of him.
21,
look at
man.
the size. Look at the speed. Look at the physique.
The weight.
Look at the. He is an absolute
attitude.
Yes,
he's got a Zlatan personality. Like, he doesn't take shit.
He knows
English. Did you see the guard of honor? Did you see the guard of honor that Dortmund gave him?
No.
Yeah, that I did see.
That was a good way to send him off. To be fair, there's no hostility there at all.
No.
But they always knew it was going to happen this way, because he could have gone to a big club before, but he said no, he wants to come to Germany for a few seasons before he makes that big move. And obviously it was always destined to be the Premier League, and he's gone there and he has absolutely ripped it up.
That's why I wish we signed more players from RB Salzburg, dude. That RB system that was run by
Paul Mitchell.
What
happened with Paul? Yeah, well,
that's what I'm saying. He bought Holland. Paul Mitchell bought Holland from Molde.
Yep, but we won't listen to him. We won't listen to Paul Mitchell.
And there's a lot of RB Salzburg players that have come out of that system and been hot.
Adeyemi to Dortmund now, very good. So.
Yeah.
Can I ask another prediction from you, Will?
What's up, bud?
Where will Lewandowski play next season? Because he's leaving Bayern.
I don't know, dude. I don't care. I'm not that kind of predictor.
For everyone, but
I reckon he goes United.
I think
he's coming over here.
I think he's going to go United.
I don't do like subjective, like in the mist type of predictions. I just do mathematical ones. That's all I do.
I honestly think he's.
Stop being so boring, Will.
Huh?
Stop being so boring. Just say a club. Just say a club. Where do you think he'll end up?
Where do I think he'll end up?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who can afford him?
I'm saying Real Madrid.
Nah, they got Benzema.
He has 1 year left in his contract, and he's like 33. He's not going to be expensive.
Yeah,
I think he'll resign. I think they're just gonna negotiate and just find a middle ground. And just
because I was surprised. Like, if they're gonna sell Lewandowski this season, why didn't Bayern go in for Haaland?
With that being said, I've just heard Tash in the bedroom. Winter's awake, so I'm going to shoot off. I've got to go sort that out. I'll catch you all later on.
I'll see you in a few weeks.
Everybody go find at Josh Pavitt on TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok, Twitter. I'm all over there.
I've been watching a lot of Josh's TikToks.
Thank
lately,
you.
So.
Right, guys, take it easy.
Take care, Josh.
And as always, Levy out.
Shave that mustache, dude. It's creepy.
Will,
what's up, bud?
What's Arsenal's mathematical chance of getting 3 points tomorrow?
51%.
51.
Yeah.
Is it good? Bad?
I mean, that's bad. It would be nicer if it was below 50. But I'm saying 51% Arsenal win, 26%. Newcastle win, 23%. Draw. Either of the 26 or the 23 is a good result for us.
I'll take it. That's pretty not bad.
Yeah.
50-50. I'll take it.
Yeah. And then depending on tomorrow's result, right now we're still sitting at 48% because it depends on their result before we, if we get top 4 or not. I say if they do end up dropping points tomorrow, our chances of getting top 4 reach probably high 70s, low 80s. I haven't done the math yet. I have a particular system that I do that calculates points and does all this BS. But
I think Newcastle will win 2-0 tomorrow.
I hope so, man. Possible.
Will,
do you think? Possible.
Do you think we'll get top 4?
I think it's possible.
Whoa! Oh, wow! You really went out on a limb there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Do you think that we will get top 4?
I think the odds. I think it's highly possible that we could get top 4. I can't say for certain if we'll get top 4.
Well, no, nobody can say.
Yeah, because we're asking you what you think, though. So it's not confident. You're not certain. We're asking you what you think.
If we win tomorrow, yes, 100%. I think I could probably say with most confidence, not 100%, but
No,
yeah,
but
we'll get it.
as it stands right now.
That 1 point, man, makes it more squishy business than we had. As it stands right now, I would have to say
we have a special guest.
Yeah. Control yourself, Cody. But let's bring in the special guest. Her music is calming because she always helps to keep us from fighting. That wasn't very calm. But we got the Empress who lights up our life. Gogo Adams in the house.
Hi,
안녕하세요.
everyone.
Hi, Guguma.
Hey, Gaguma.
Hi, Brian. Hi, Cody. Hi, Tiago. Hi, Abdul. Carterman, nice to meet you. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Let's get Goguma's thoughts on the game today first, and then we'll finish the top 4 talk. And then we'll talk a little bit about the I guess that's what we are doing, is talking about the Newcastle Arsenal game, and then we'll hit the road. Not like super early, but probably in the next 30 minutes or so. So Miss Goguma Nim, what were your thoughts on today's game? Did you get a chance to watch the game? It would have been last night for you.
Yes, I watched it live.
Good deal.
Yes, I was really proud of our team. I felt like, although Burnley sat back and, even though we weren't able to break them down, I felt like it was still a strong performance because we got the job done. And so, I was just really happy and proud of our players. And I feel like before, I don't think we would have been able to hold it together, but we're just stronger now under Conte. So I'm happy. I'm really happy.
What do you think the mathematical odds of us getting top 4
are? Mathematically, I don't know, but I think we're gonna get it.
100%.
Top 4, yes, for sure. We're gonna get it. 근데 그 트리피한테 좀 부탁드려요.
We're gonna ask Trippier for a favor. That's right. We're gonna ask him for a favor to do that. He's been out for a while. Do you think Trippier starts tomorrow?
I think so because he was flying when he did play.
He's the captain now as well, isn't he?
Is he the captain?
Wow.
Yeah, he was the captain before he got injured as well.
Oh wow.
Let me see the last time he played a game.
I don't know if that was because Lascelles was out, because I think Lascelles was the captain before.
Who's their backup right back? Like who's been playing right back this whole time?
I think it was who they had before Trippier.
Yeah, who's that? That's like a question. Who the hell is that? It's definitely not that American kid. I think he's not there.
Played 5. Oh, it might be him. What's his name?
Still that American kid?
Yeah, Yedlin.
DeAndre Yedlin.
Yeah, I think it is Yedlin.
No, 1 second. Let me check. I'm actually gonna check.
Let's see. Matches. He's played 5 matches this year.
Whilst you're checking that, sorry, well, I'm dropping. So I'm going to go to bed before I pass out live on air.
Right.
I just want to say, and you, Google, it's always a pleasure to speak to you. Everyone else, have a wonderful evening. Have a good one, and I will speak to you all soon.
Levy in.
And as always, Levy out.
Chicken wing.
Fun stat for you. Though. Take it easy, my friend.
See you later on.
Later.
Where's the mouse gone? Wait, 1 second. I've got to find my mouse, and then I'm going to have to do Levy out again.
It's underneath the chicken wing stain.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Cody, I'm really gonna, I can't wait to see you again soon, brother. I found it. I've located it. So, and as always, Levy out.
Levy out.
Emil Kraft. Emil Kraft is a right back.
Okay. So, Trippier came off the bench last match. He played 23 minutes. So maybe he'll be fit to play full 90 against Arsenal. A fun fact. Newcastle have never lost with Kieran Trippier in the start when he started a match in the league for Newcastle. The only match they have they lost was him playing. They lost 1-0 at home in the third round of the FA Cup.
Yeah, I remember that.
In the league, Newcastle's never lost with Kieran Trippier inside.
Yeah, in the league.
Yep.
In the league, since the turn of the calendar year, Newcastle, 6 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, and the loss was to Liverpool.
They lost to City too at home.
Wilning.
Yes,
2
ma'am.
losses.
We need 2 more goals, right, to get Golden Boot.
Yep, Son needs 1 more goal.
One more goal?
It's a tie.
Yeah, because they can share it.
Yeah, share is good enough.
Yeah, because Aubameyang, Mane, and Salah all shared it the year before last.
I think they had 19. I think they shared it with 19.
That's right.
It was.
So Amir. Hi, Amir. Oh, yes, I think Sonny will get it. He'll get it. Against Norwich. Top scorer. 2개 넣을 수 있죠. 당연히. 우리 Sonny.
Yeah, but the only problem is does anybody know if Salah got injured? I know he came off against what's their face in the FA Cup.
Chelsea.
Yeah. Did he come? Has anybody heard any team news on him for Southampton? Because Southampton's a team he likes to score a lot of goals against. He's what?
Well, that Man City loss, the Newcastle Man City loss was at the Etihad.
Oh, was it at the Etihad?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, home to Liverpool. They lost home to somebody else, too.
Not in 2022.
No, I think. Yeah, I think it's just
2022.
Liverpool. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, just at home, it's just Liverpool. Yeah.
But I mean, like, their record is terrible against Arsenal, just in general.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, though. That whole, like that whole thing I don't buy. Like,
I mean, they could just be like their bogey team. I mean, like Newcastle.
Yeah. Yeah.
The same way we always beat Man City. You know,
we don't always beat Man City though, right?
I mean, but our record is.
It seems unusually. Maybe the way Pep plays just fits the way we play. Us being one of the best counter-attacking teams in the league, right? So.
Yes, having like 6 different managers over the last 4 years.
Yeah, but I mean, Potts was a counter-attacker too, though, right? So, he was a big transition player as well. He was more play out of the back type transition player. Different style transition or counter-attack, but it was still a counter-attack.
About Salah, he's out against Southampton. Klopp said him and Van Dijk will probably be out. But leaving the stadium, a journalist asked him if he's going to be back for the Champions League final. He said, of course. So maybe he will be back next weekend.
That's fine. As long as the last day of the season, that's fine. Salah injury news. Let's see. Because he actually was rested the week before that as well. So maybe they tried to bring him back and then 17 hours ago. So Liverpool, I'll read the art. Liverpool forward Mo Salah is expected to be fit to feature in the Champions League final against Real Madrid on May 28th. But that's a week after the season ends, so he could still not feature next week either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They may just rest him because all they need is a win. All they need is 2 wins. They don't really need to win by that much. Because as long as they win their 2 games and Man City draws against Aston Villa.
Yeah, so this is a question to Mo Salah. They said apparently it was Guillermo Ray. That's me, William Ray, a reporter for AS, asked Liverpool's talisman as he left Wembley. It was like in the hallway. Mo, how are you? He said, I'm good. And he said, for the final? And he said, of course. Apparently there's a video of it on Twitter. It looks like he's walking under his own volition. I don't see any tape or anything on his legs. It says it is likely that Salah will be rested on Tuesday night in their penultimate Premier League game of the season. Liverpool then end their EPL campaign at home against Wolves on May 26, 6 days before the UCL final. Salah will likely want to play as many Pro League minutes as he can, though as he'll be keen to win the Golden Boot. With 2 rounds of fixtures to play, Salah is 1 goal ahead of Tottenham Hotspur, who will be looking to add to his tally against Burnley and Norwich. I'm guessing this was yesterday. Probably want to keep it. Yeah, 17 hours ago. So that's the thing to keep. And then it shows the press conference with him with Van Dijk. It's not a big thing. Blah 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 blah. So I guess Tuesday though he'll be arrested for sure, which means that's good. It'll basically come to that last day. They play a tougher team than us on the last day. Now, Wolves isn't a team that can't concede goals, but not near as bad as Norwich, right? And not like him missing Southampton. If he misses Southampton, I think you could say Son has a good chance of winning Golden Boot outright. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
After a big long ramble?
It does, actually.
But because I think if Son scores 2 against Norwich and Salah scores 1 against Wolves or blanks, because he won't be really match fit either, right? And he hasn't been scoring a lot lately when he plays anyway. So unless there's some kind of weird penalty or something like that.
To be honest, I think he comes on the second half, especially if they know that City is dropping points.
Yeah, like just to kind of help him get his legs back before the final. I'd probably see him coming on maybe the 65th minute or something like that. And he might get 1 or 2 goals, but I don't see him getting more than 2. I don't see like a hat trick or 4 goals coming when you haven't played in 3 weeks. You know what I mean? Because he didn't play before the FA Cup and he didn't play very many minutes in the FA Cup. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. He'll be rusty, but I think they'll just rest him until the Champions League final.
No, you got to give him some minutes to get stuff back in his legs. You know what I mean? But
he picked up it was a muscle injury, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. They tried to bring him on later against who'd they play in the league?
They only played the FA Cup final. They haven't played since, right?
No, before us. Didn't he come on late with us, or did he play the whole time? I don't remember.
He played the whole game against us.
There was one where he came on. I think it was a game before us that he played. Hold on, let me pull it up. Where he came, I think it was last. I had him in my fantasy team. And I took him out. He blanked against us, and
Newcastle, maybe.
Yeah,
Aston Villa.
Can't remember all the time.
Yeah, he didn't start against Newcastle.
Yeah.
Oh, Newcastle. Yeah, they won 1-0.
Yeah. So Matties, because he's only scored. I think he's only scored like one or two, maybe 3 goals from open play in 2022. If I remember correctly. That was after ours. Yeah, Newcastle was after ours. Pookie was a show off today. Dang Pookie. Aston Villa was after us, and he did not start. And he didn't start the game before and after us. Both Newcastle and Villa. He played 22 minutes against Newcastle, 90 minutes against Tottenham, and 19 minutes against Villa. And that's because they had the semifinal match, right? Midweek, and I think he played. He ended up coming off early with that one. But maybe we gave him the niggle. Did Newcastle niggle? I didn't watch the Liverpool-Newcastle game. Does anybody watch it?
No.
I watched a little bit, but I don't remember much.
You think Man City will slip up in the final game? It's against Aston Villa.
Yeah, I think they will.
No.
You think so? Yeah, man.
I mean, they slipped up today. They got a point today, so.
Yeah. Are they at home?
That's a good question. You know,
I think so.
If they're at home, then no. But if they're away, then yeah. I think
City's at home.
Yeah, I think they'll
Liverpool's
do it.
at home. Why do they get to be at home? So Wolves got to go to Anfield. That's going to be a tough one. I take that back now.
Yeah.
Wolves have frustrated Liverpool at Anfield before.
No,
but
I think Liverpool will slaughter them.
As long as it's not.
Liverpool's going to win both of their games, 100%. I know.
Yeah. They'll definitely win down there as well, I think, than Southampton. Southampton are on a bit of a rocky ride at the moment, so I think they'll get. It could be 3-4-0 down there, I think.
Southampton's the type of team where like you can score 4, 5, 6 goals against them.
Yeah, it's one of them. If they don't lose like that, then they're likely to get a result themselves.
I think Mohamed Salah scored like a bucket load against them. Let me check.
Yeah.
I think Sadio Mane actually has a record for like most consecutive goals against the same opponent. I think he scored against Southampton No, I think that's Crystal Palace. My bad. I think he scored against Crystal Palace.
I think he scored
straight.
I think he's pretty much scored at every single game that he's played against Saints. I'm pretty sure.
So let's see. His best team, goal-wise.
I think it's Crystal Palace.
West Ham, Man United, Watford, Tottenham,
Oh, okay.
You're talking about Mo
Arsenal.
Salah, though. You're talking
Yeah,
Mo Salah,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Mo Salah.
Okay.
Arsenal, Bournemouth, Chelsea, Man City, Crystal Palace. Yeah, so it's in his top 10. He's got 7 goals. He scored the least amount of goals against Norwich, believe it or not.
Wow.
And Everton.
But then again, saying that, Norwich are in and out of the league.
Yeah, they're in and out. They're in
Oh,
and
yeah,
out.
yeah, they're not, yeah.
But, I mean,
Because
even a
Everton,
team like
that's-
Leicester, he's only scored 4 against. Everton, he's only scored 4 against.
Yeah.
Aston Villa, actually, he's only scored 5 against in his entire career. Time in the Prem. So, Aston Villa may be a good. Wait, no, they play Wolves. Wolves is even less. He's only ever scored.
Yeah, Wolverhampton's been on a terrible form lately. I think
He's
they
only
against
scored 2
Norwich.
goals against Wolves, man.
No, I'm not
Salah.
talking about Mo Salah. I'm talking about Wolves' form, like their actual form.
Yeah, they've been up and down, flippity floppity. It's kind of weird. I think it's because they don't have anything to play for anymore, right? Once they got out of that top 4 hunt, they just kind of. I think they're just skating now, right? Can't lose anything.
Yeah.
All they're doing is maybe losing what, a couple extra 10 to 20 more million in the payout scale. I mean, that's really the best they can hope for, right? So, and they had a pretty big gap. I think they had a 10-point gap on anybody lower than them. So I don't think they're too. I think that's why they've kind of skated. Let me look at the table now and see how many points difference it is. But I think at the time it was like they were on 48, 49 points, and everybody behind them was in the 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't dropped at all. They're at 51 points now, but Leicester, Brighton, Brentford, and Palace have all started to catch up. So they've gotten 3 points in the last 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah.
What place are they on in the table?
8th. Wolves
Okay.
8th.
Yeah, can Brighton still get 8th?
Yeah, they're only 3 points back.
Yeah. My son's a Brighton fan, and he was talking about it the other day. And if they'd have picked up the points today, which they didn't, they only got a point. But I think he said that they were looking at, I don't know if it was 7th.
No,
West Ham slipped up, or was it just 8th?
Yeah, just 8th. West Ham's on 56 points.
But 8th for Brighton would be amazing. That would be fantastic result this season.
Yeah, I think Manchester United is going to lose their last match of the game or last game of the season, and West Ham's going to win theirs. And West Ham's going to finish above Manchester United.
Yeah, I do as well. I think Man United have gone on holiday, to be honest. But
Well, they got a new manager in that's apparently supposed to be in time for the last game of the season.
But that's not going to make any difference to what it is now, is it?
Yeah, probably not. I mean,
it's
who did
still
they
what it
play?
is.
They play Crystal Palace.
Yeah, it's at Palace too, ain't it? Yeah, at Palace.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
that's
gonna be
a
a tough
tough
one.
fixture.
Last home game of the season. Palace is probably going to want to put one on them, and I think West Ham plays Brighton away.
Yeah,
So-
everyone wants to beat Man United, so
Crystal Palace, they somehow always beat United, and they have a good record against
They beat a lot of people at home, dude.
No, but I'm saying even when Crystal Palace was terrible, like last year and the year before, they were
Yeah, it's
still
kind of their
always
bogey
finding
team.
a way. Yeah, like now Crystal Palace is a very good team, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think Crystal Palace will end up winning that one. And I think West Ham will end up beating Brighton at home. Brighton hasn't been that good at home. Brighton's actually been better away. Like, what I really like about this thing is you can hit the table on PremierLeague.com, and you can filter by matches, and you can look at our home record. Our home record has actually been pretty decent this season. We are sitting in 40. We're sitting in 3rd place in home form, only 4 points behind Man City.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so Man City's only taken 4 more points at home than we have.
But our away record is
I
terrible.
take
It's always
Liverpool's top, are they?
Yeah, Liverpool's in first, but they're only 6 points ahead of us. They're only at 46 points.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
They've lost none at home though, but they've drawn 4.
Yeah.
City's only lost 2 at home. 1 to us. And
Hold on a minute. The Liverpool home form. There's only 3 teams that haven't lost. Is there not? It's Tottenham, Man City, and Brighton. I thought.
no, we've lost at home. We've lost 5 matches at home.
No. I mean Liverpool.
Oh yeah, they've drawn 4 at home.
Oh, drawn.
Yeah, they haven't lost any.
Who's the 4th then?
I don't know. I'd have to go and look. I think Wolves drew with them.
Really?
Yeah.
God.
Hold on. Let's see. Results by club. I wish they would just let me do home fixtures in here. That would make it easy, quick.
Or you're looking at the games at which Liverpool drew at Anfield.
Yeah, us.
Brighton was 2-2. I don't know. Can't remember.
Yeah, Chelsea drew with them twice, so it must have
Oh,
been
Chelsea was it?
I'm pretty sure they drew with them twice this year.
Yeah, but I thought that
Brighton,
was at Stamford Bridge.
Tottenham, Brighton, City,
And Chelsea, I believe.
and Chelsea.
Okay.
Yep. Those are the 3.
So that's 3 draws they've had basically against Chelsea then. Because of the League Cup
if you count the
final
FA Cup as a draw,
and
yeah.
the FA Cup.
No, I'm pretty sure it's 4. They drew both league games and
Oh, what? At
FA
Stamford
Cup.
Bridge as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, they played 4 times and they drew all 4. I think like 3 of them has been like 0-0 or something.
Wow.
Like that. Yeah, man. For some reason they just can't.
But our
finish.
away form, we're pretty bad. Brighton's away form is actually very good. So Brighton is 4th away. So you really wish you'd be playing. I think if you guys were playing West Ham away, you'd probably do better than playing them at home.
Yeah.
For your son, because they got 29 points away. We're in 5th.
Yeah.
With 28 points.
Yeah, I mean they drew today as well, didn't they? So it's good.
Yeah. So we have 6 losses, 4 draws away, and 8 wins. So we've drawn or lost more than we've won away. Whereas Brighton's only lost 4 away, drawn 8, and won
Only
7.
4.
Only 4 away. Yeah.
Good lord.
But their home form hasn't been that great. Right.
No.
That's the problem. Too many draws for Brighton. They draw a lot of matches. Brighton does.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have that clinical finisher up top.
So why not go out and buy one, dude? I don't understand. They've been doing that for like 3 years now. You think they would pony up and buy a striker? I mean,
well, the one thing I will say about Brighton is that it's in the middle of nowhere, so they really struggle to get a proper fan base, if you like. You know,
what do you mean down there on the coast and the beach?
No, it's not though. That's
all the Mai Tais and the.
It's definitely not on the beach.
I thought Brighton was a coastal city.
It's literally in the middle of nowhere. Brighton is, but the actual stadiums, I'm not even sure it's in Brighton. It could be just outside. I can't remember what it's
in
called.
Hove Albion.
Yeah, and it's literally, you know, you have to drive to get there. It's in the middle of nowhere. So it's a difficult place to get to, and you know the fan base is literally just Brighton. Really, it's people.
That's probably why their home record is not that great, right?
No, that's the point. I mean, they built the new stadium, but the old stadium was in the middle of nowhere. This one's even further away. So it's still in the place in Brighton, but it's not. It's
like out in the county somewhere
really
rather than
inland, and it's not an easy place to get to at all. So,
who did we lose?
We lost
Tiago. Sure, he'll be back. His battery probably died on his laptop. If you're gonna go on a live stream, folks, plug your laptops in. That's the conversation. But yeah, because I mean they've lost 7, drawn 7 at home, and only won 4. They've only won 4 matches at home.
Bad record.
They could have easily won like a good 3 extra matches, man.
Yeah, bro. Out of 9 games, not 9 games at home, out of 19 games.
Yeah,
they've won. I guess not 19 because they have one more to go. But
like even today against Leeds, like they choked the goal in the last minute.
They've won 4 out of 18 at home. That's so sad.
Yeah, that is bad.
They're 17th in the league at home. If they had to play every game at home, they'd almost get relegated.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, yeah, terrible.
That's funny. But away, they're 4th. Right? That's so weird. Bye, Cody.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hi, Cody.
That's something like Spurs did a few seasons ago, wasn't it? You know, we were great on the road, and yet we couldn't win at home. Was it 2-3 years ago?
Away, we couldn't win.
Yeah. No, that was another season. There was one
the
season.
18 and second half of 18-19, first half of 19-18 season we couldn't win away.
But there was one. I think it was when the stadium was first built. Was that the first season? And our away record was better. I swear it was.
It might have been. I think it was 21-22, like at the very beginning of Jose's first full year.
Yeah, I think that sounds about.
And it was
right.
for the first couple weeks, though. It wasn't like a huge
Oh,
stint.
right.
Yeah. But we lost a lot because we actually won our first. Son scored the first goal at the new stadium, and we won that match. But
oh yeah, that was quite crazy.
I think it was against Crystal Palace, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really remember the team. I just remember Son.
Is it the last goal? Last goal at the old stadium and the first in the new.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy days.
So Gogama's there telling us to like and subscribe and hit that bell. But yeah, what I'm asked for now is 2 score predictions: Newcastle and Arsenal, and then Spurs Norwich. And I may do a stream tomorrow night after the Arsenal match.
If the results go right, or just.
But I think both. It probably may not be till later, till around like 8 p.m. Eastern time. I don't think it'll be a midday one, but yeah, I think I might do a stream tomorrow after my kids' training. So it won't be right after the match because my son has to go to training. I have to leave to go to training at the exact same time, pretty much right as that game ends, 5 p.m. So we're going to do Newcastle Arsenal result or score predictions and a Spurs Norwich score prediction. Abdul.
Okay, for the Arsenal Newcastle, I'm gonna stick with my 1-1. I've been thinking about this game for a while. I'm gonna say 1-1. I think Callum Wilson comes back too from injury, if I'm not mistaken. So,
right, he does.
Yeah, Callum Wilson. I really like him as a striker. So I'm gonna say 1-1. And for the Spurs Norwich, I'm gonna say 2-0. I'm gonna say Heung-min Son scores the first goal, just to kind of tie it up, and then for the second goal, I'm gonna say someone like Kulusevski or something. But yeah, 2-0.
2-0. We'll go in order of people since Caterman jumped off. Gogama's next in line. Gogama Nim, your predicted result for the Arsenal Newcastle and the Spurs Norwich match.
Arsenal Newcastle. 3-0 Newcastle. I just feel like they're gonna
Sounds
turn
like
out.
wishful thinking.
No, I feel like they're gonna turn out. And then for us against Norwich. 4-0. 4-0.
4-0 against Norwich. So that means we're getting top 4 then.
Yes. Sunny 2 and Decky 1 and Kane 1.
There you go. And Mr. Carterman, Farming Simulator?
My dream result for Arsenal tomorrow will be 3-0 Newcastle, but I'm going to be realistic and say I've got to agree with Abdul 1-1. I just don't think Newcastle got enough in the tank to get them like that, but I do think they can get a result. So 1-0. And Norwich, I'm going to say 3-0. Sonny's going to get 2 goals and Kane get the other one.
Yeah, for me, I think I'm pretty much similar close. I think the result tomorrow is going to be either 1-1 Arsenal, 1-1 draw, or 2-1 Arsenal, and Arsenal will get some, stinky BS type goal that just creeps them over the line. I think there's the two possibilities.
A penalty that they justify the wrongs from the lane.
That's why I wish. I mean, that's why I was a bit worried and disappointed when we didn't, continue to batter them, just beat them until a bloody mess.
Yeah.
Was because I wanted the predictions in my head to be draw or win for Newcastle, not draw or loss. Right?
Yeah.
Like I wanted us to move that dial to the L category rather than the draw category, because that means weird crap happens and we only have to draw against Norwich and we get top 4, right? That only works if they lose.
Yeah.
So I'm praying for a loss, predicting a draw, realizing that this is Arsenal, and over the last 3 or 4 weeks they've scraped out some smelly wins.
That's absolute BS.
And so who says they can't, smell out another one? But we'll see. And then against Norwich and Spurs, I think you're right. I think it'll be a solid, comfortable 3-0 kind of last day of the season type of a deal.
Yeah.
Norwich already know they're going down. I think they're going to be taking it easy. I don't think they're, it's at home for their fans, but it's not like this is the first time that Norwich has been relegated. You know what I mean? So it'll be.
Apparently, they're having a fan protest as well against the owners.
Yeah, so I don't think the fans are going to be on their side. I don't think they're going to be clapping and chirping to many people. So.
And it might be half empty. So.
There you go.
That's not going to help them. So
I think it'll be a pretty comfortable 3-0 win. And I think Sonny will score 2. And I think Kulu will get the third. But
Kulu.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mr. Kulu. Yep. Oh, and 2 for people that are watching, and Cody left the stream way too early. Today was Kane's 16th goal, I do believe. Right? Correct?
Is it 15 or 16?
Yeah.
I think it's 16. Might be 15.
I'm checking that right now, to be honest. It was his 16th. Yeah, he's 4th place right now.
16th goal. So what I said was if he scored more than 15 goals, he'd had to score at least 15 goals per season for me to say it was just an off year. So it is officially an off year for Kane. So there, all the Kane fans can clap and celebrate. I
And to think, I think he scored 15 in the second half because I think he only had 1 in the first half, right? Or maybe only like 2 or 3 in the first half of the season. I think
it's not quite 1.
Probably like 2 or 3, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's 13 he scored in the second half of the season, 2022.
So he had 3. So he had 3 in the first half.
He's probably top scorer this year, isn't he? From January.
Yeah, definitely.
Only if you count Conference League qualifiers.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I meant like for the league. I think he had like 13 goals in the second half.
The league. That's
13,
what I
I
was
think.
about.
I'd have to double check. Here, I got it on
William,
the
you
spreadsheet.
said he had an off. He officially had an off year.
Kane, yeah. So if you guys remember the Kane tracker at the beginning of the season, or not the beginning, but like midway through, the Kane tracker was based on the principle of, okay, if Kane doesn't hit 10 goals this season, do we have the conversation of selling him, right? And I said that for me, 10 goals for a striker, it's not an off year. That's piss poor drop in form. Like, that's bad.
Yeah.
15, like if you're a 20 to 22 goal a season striker and you've scored 15, 16, that's an off season, right? Like that can be understandable. So Kane hadn't reached that, but he reached it today. So I guess he reached 15 on Thursday night. But I was too upset about other things, really worried about that then.
I mean, yeah, 16 goals is not bad.
Kane scored 4 in the first half of the season.
Well,
he scored 4.
Just for Kane because he's so good, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's still really good, right?
Yeah.
15, 16 for me is average. It's not good.
No, I actually
For a striker,
think
yeah.
a lot of people would sort of like argue the case. So it was bad at the start of the season and all that. But then again, when you think about it, every season he started, he's injured. So
didn't get injured this year.
You can't really use that excuse, just because he didn't get used or there was all this controversy. It's not an excuse. He has dipped. But then again,
Yeah, because he didn't miss a single match this season from injury. Not a single one.
That's what my point is.
Yeah.
That I'm saying about all the controversy with the transfer and that. He missed games, but he's probably played more than what he would if he'd been injured.
No, he has, yeah. Because he had a little bit of drop in form last season too, where he only hit 19, I think.
Yeah.
Or no, it was 23 last season. It was 19 the season before that, I believe. The year that he did that Aubameyang, Salah, and Mane all like tied at like 20 or 21 goals. I can't remember the exact number, but
yeah.
Yeah, he's actually, if you look at his last 3 seasons, he's had a drop in form, and that's why when you look at goal contributions over the last 3 seasons from open play, Suns outperformed Kane over the last 3 seasons. Yeah. But I mean, this season it's clear. I just look. Yes, in all competitions, it is true that Kane has scored 2 more goals than Son has. But Son played a total of 300 minutes in all other competitions.
Right.
So he didn't play. Yeah. Didn't play in any of the Conference League qualifiers. Barely played. I think he played, I want to say like 90 minutes in the Conference League. And then he played some minutes in 2 or 3 cup matches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like okay, like how much goals behind is Harry Kane?
What does nah mean, Dan?
Alan Shearer. How much goals is he behind Alan Shearer?
A lot.
I think Alan Shearer has like 261 or something.
It's a lot.
No. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is
it's like 90, 80 or 90 goals behind, I think. I think he'll get it in his career, but he's away.
He will get it.
If Harry Kane scores let's just say 15 is an average year for Harry Kane.
Last season Kane was brilliant, not in the goal scoring department compared to his previous years.
Yeah, but let's just say he gets 15 goals, 15 to 20 a season. How long will it take for him to surpass? Because that's pretty much his main goal.
I think it's 5 years.
I agree with Dan, THFC. Absolutely. Yes. But I also feel like he was brilliant this season too in terms of playmaking when he wasn't scoring, you know? When he had to drop
his second half of the season was like his goal scoring record. Second half of the season was amazing. So like, there's nothing to tell me that he can't score 20 plus next year.
Yep. Okay, so Dan, you got to think at where the league was and what number accomplished that, right? The playmaker of the year award last season was super low. He did it with like 14 assists, right? Like normally the assists are up there 17, 18, 19 assists a season. He did it with 14, right? The bar was very low, right? And you have to understand that I've been watching Tottenham regularly since 2014-15 season, right? Like week in, week out, every match, never missed a one. He was scoring 21, 25, 29, 30 goals a season then, right? So when all of a sudden he's hitting 17, 18, 16, and this is still his worst season in a Spurs shirt, by the way, goal-wise, with the most appearances.
Yeah.
But no, sorry, he appeared in all 38 matches in 2015, 2016. But so the second most appearances in his career and the least amount of goals. I mean, he went 14 weeks with 1 goal and 1 assist. Right. I mean, and then he disappeared for like all of April. Right. But people say, like, so Coy says, Will, remember, he is now a different role in the team. Yeah, last season and this season. But in 2018-19, when he scored 17, and 2019-2020, when he scored 18, he didn't. But then he was injured, right? He missed 10 games in both of those seasons, right? So I can understand, 10 matches, right? He plays those 10 matches. Then he's going to be hitting, 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18 type numbers, right? He comes back last season, 23. Okay, that's better. That's improvement. Plus all the assist stuff and the loop-de-loop, hoop-de-hoop passes, right? Awesome. This season, 14 weeks with 1 goal, boom, way off. Way off. Like 1 goal, 1 assist. So he wasn't even doing hoop-to-hoop passes in the first half of the season. So we got to be honest about his form in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
Right? Even though he had like an 8-week pass where he didn't score in the second half of the season either, at least he was an assisting son then. Then he had to, like, I think 5 or 6 assists in that 8-week period where he didn't score, right? So I can forgive that, right? But yeah, it was good to see him pick up form again in the second half of the season. But I hope next season I just want to see that 17, 18, 2016, 2017 Kane back. I love that Kane.
He'll be back.
I just feel like we just need more creators in this team.
That's half the problem. You got to look at what's behind him.
The way
is that why we couldn't break them down today, Abdul? Because there was no creative mid.
I think our fullbacks is not, it's pretty bad. Like we relied too heavily on our fullbacks with this formation, and when you have Sessegnon and Emerson Royale, I think next year when we do get really good fullbacks, I think we can definitely play more attractive football.
Yeah, because that's where I think that's why that right wing back position is really important, because that's where Conte's creativity comes from. And when you finally got Doherty kicking, right? We saw Doherty go from nothing to 2 goals and 6 assists in like 5 games.
He was awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
And Kane and Son were both the beneficiary of those assists, right? So Son's getting better every year. Kane has kind of been up and down the last couple seasons. I'd like to see him back. I want to see him hit 29. I want to see him.
That's too much.
I want to see Harry Kane score 25 goals next season.
One thing I miss about Kane now is that when he's got his back to goal and he knows where Sonny is and he just pings the ball over. I want to see more of that. And honest to God, that is devastating to most teams. It's it's an incredible pass what he does, and we're not seeing enough of that at the moment.
Yeah,
it's incredible play by, between the two of them, and I miss seeing that. It's just not happening at the moment because they're closing him down all the time.
Yeah, teams are starting to kind of pick up on that.
He's not finding the space
there's
anymore.
a whole whoa, right? Because the year that he scored 30, right, the year that he broke 30 in the league, was that 2017-2018 season, and that was like when Poch's system had been known for 4 years in the league, right? So, or 3 years in the league, Poch's system. No, 4 years. So that was at the peak of Poch. He scored 30, right? At the beginning of Poch, he was 25, 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is that the same year we had Danny Rose and Kyle Walker? Do we still have those two?
No.
Fullbacks?
17, 18. We had Tripp. I think that was the year we sold Kyle Walker.
That was his
but
season,
Trippier still had tremendous final ball. And we still had like Dembele kind of control.
Dan. Don't be an all comps guy. Right, we're talking about the league. Right, he hasn't scored 28 goals and assists in the league this season.
28 goals and assists this year?
Yeah, he hasn't. That would mean he has more than double-digit assists. 26 plus 4 is 20, plus another 4 is 8, and that's how many assists he has is 8. So that's 24, not 28. So you're counting the other 4 from... That is the league. It's not the league. He has 16 goals this season. How can he have 28 goals and assists this season?
Harry Kane has 8 assists, and he has how many goals?
16.
Okay.
16 plus 8.
That's 24.
24, not 28.
I mean, that's still good, though. 24 is
still good. It's good, yeah, but it's not 28, right? That's my point.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but still.
No. His assists have definitely been up there much better than that in recent years.
He should have had more than 8 assists, to be honest. Like, I can count so many opportunities where...
Well, 5 of those were to Son. Everybody else was only 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he should have had more than 8 assists, but, it depends on your teammate, obviously, converting those chances, but...
Kulu has 9 assists, and 5 of those come from Son.
5? In the time he's been there.
That's what I'm saying. That's because Son's conversion rate is like 3 times higher than Harry Kane's.
Yeah.
So, Kane's assists in last season under Harry, when Harry Kane got 8 of those 14 assists came from Heung-min Son for Playmaker of the Year.
I mean, Bergwijn and Mora weren't gonna.
But here's the kicker, right? And this is what bothers me about this whole Kane. He's the all-around guy. He's so creative. Look at his assist numbers and bada. It's true, right? But Son has more key passes per match than Kane does, but he has less assists. Why? Because he's not passing to himself, right? He's passing to people that have a third of the conversion rate he does, right? So he's got to make 3 times as many passes to get the same number of assists.
But then you could say that he scored more goals this season, so his assists aren't going to be as much anyway, are they?
Yeah, I mean, his role's kind of shifted. He's more of the target man now, to be honest with you, in the contest system, just like Eden Hazard was at Chelsea. But, and I couldn't believe, I was watching the Big Six the other day, and they were talking about like top 6 wingers in Premier League history, and they were talking about Eden Hazard. And Son has played in the league now with this season the same amount of years as Eden Hazard did, and his numbers are way better.
Yeah.
Than Eden Hazard's.
Yeah, but somebody like Eden Hazard, like you never want to talk like. Listen, when you're talking about players like Eden Hazard, you're not supposed to talk about like his stats and his numbers. I think it's more of like the impact and the danger. Because if you're just talking about strictly about numbers, then Alexis Sanchez was a better winger than Eden Hazard. Sanchez had better number.
So let me. Besides, Sanchez was
It's
more of
not-
a
it's not-
striker though than he was a winger, right?
But
Yeah,
he was a winger. Olivier Giroud was a striker.
For me, Hazard was more of
But
like
it's-
an impact player. Like,
Yeah,
he turn up when
Hazard.
he needed to more than he would do it regular. That's why I look at him.
But I mean, like, but if you think about, I want you guys to think back to what game was it? What was the game before Liverpool?
1 second.
Brentford, wasn't it?
Was it Brentford?
Was
I
it
don't think it was
Brentford?
Brentford. No, we won. It was
Villa.
Villa. You remember that run that Son makes that crossed in front of who scored? Who was it scored at?
Oh, we played Leicester before Liverpool.
Yeah, it was Leicester.
Sorry, yeah, Leicester.
Let me hold on. Let me look at the. I'll tell you who it was.
Well, that one wasn't on TV. I don't think. I did.
No, that's 3-2 Bergvine. That's the wrong Leicester match.
It was Leicester at home.
Yeah. Might have been Kane. What was Kane's first goal? What was that?
Are you talking about Liverpool when Kulusevski he should have made the through ball to Son? Are you talking about
No,
that?
no. I'm talking about like the runs that Son makes. Okay, so people don't. I rarely ever hear anybody except for people like Gary Neville or other players who really even mention it. But the runs that Son makes get Tottenham goals.
Yeah.
Because his runs create space.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Kane and Kulu in that front line or other players as well. He draws defenders out. He occupies. I mean, you saw Holding marking him all the way up almost to our box, right?
And he makes them run off of him. He literally runs at them, and they're like shit scared. So they just keep running backwards. They don't know what to do.
Yeah. So Son he's making these runs all the time. We don't see him on TV a lot, but sometimes we do, even when he's off the ball. Like if you watched him against Arsenal, when we kind of took our foot off the gas and we were waiting, and he makes a diagonal run across the box, gets offside, drops back, and then he makes a run behind the center back line, right?
Yeah.
Cuts back in. He makes these runs, and defenders start to follow him, and they start to follow him, and they start to follow him and tuck in. And that's why you'll see him like a lot of times as the camera comes up, as we're in transition, and he's already high up the field, and he's got his back to goal, and you're seeing him taking 2 and 3 steps forward, and somebody's following him behind, and the ball goes somewhere else. The reason why the ball goes somewhere else is because he's drawn that center back out, which has now created space for somebody else. And people make it look, look at him. He's just standing there not doing anything. No, he's occupying defenders.
I absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Like, my son does this too a lot of the times when he plays striker because he's not a super aggressive. He's not big. He's not strong. So he makes runs. He's always making runs. He's making a run, coming back on side, making a run, coming back on side. Once he scores, because people know that when he gets on the ball, he can score.
Yeah.
Right. The center backs follow him.
Yeah.
Right? He can occupy 2 center backs sometimes, and it creates space so midfielders can take shots from outside the box. Those channels, those half spaces of space, are created by Son's runs, and nobody talks about it.
No.
Nobody talks about it.
Yeah, Son has definitely changed his game in the last couple of years. I think he's more like he's definitely developed like his striker instincts. His runs off the ball has been. You can tell that he's put more concentration into his movement off the ball. Because before, like I'll say, like in 2018 times, he used to be like a prototypical winger where he would just be like on the sideline, just taking on fullbacks, cutting in, and that's why Harry Kane has so many tap-ins back in the day. But I mean now, like Son's constantly making these diagonal runs to where, somebody has to pass him the ball, right? And I guess that's where Harry.
He was in so much space today several times, and the ball never came to him. Like he's jumping. Watch him sometimes. He's jumping. I'm jumping in my living room because I see him sitting in the box, with like 3 yards of space, and I'm like, give him the ball.
I mean, yeah, but it's hard. No, I mean, like
the correct stat that you meant this
yeah,
season
like
for Son. But why would you say 37 for Kane last season and 28 for Son this season? I don't know what that means. Son has 21 plus 7. That's 28. Yeah. But he's getting better year after year after year.
Yeah, he's definitely becoming more of a complete player. There's no doubt. I mean, even his defending, actually. You know,
his defending is way. Nobody ever talks about his defending.
No, I mean he does. He literally gets stuck in, and
he's in the box. He's got the most tackles of anybody in the front line. Kulusevski impresses me. I think Kulusevski will have.
What makes me laugh is the other day when Klopp came out and said, "Oh, you've got world-class players, and all you want them to do is defend." Well, I'm sorry, but we needed to defend, and our world-class players defended. It's as simple as that. I don't care about the attacking. We stopped them, you know, to a degree, scoring. So, you know, we got a result out of the game. And at the end of the day, Sonny was a massive part of that. Even Kane was. You know, that they know how to defend when they have to. And so I think they're underrated in that respect as well.
And like people talk about it too, and like here's a Sonny's game evolved every single season with Spurs. He's a raw talent in the Bundesliga. I think that's true, but I also don't think it's that true. I think maybe from the assisting side, but even at like Hamburg and his last season at Hamburg when he was 22. Hold on.
What do you mean, before he went to Leverkusen?
Yeah, so at Hamburg, he was age 20. So from the time that he's been 20, he scored more than 10 double-digit goals every season of his career, except for the 2015-2016 season. But he only played 12 matches for Tottenham. Like, he appeared in 25, but if you're talking about 90s, like a full 90 minutes, he was a sub. He was a sub. And it always used to piss me off, especially in the 16, 17, 17, 18 were the worst.
But did you actually believe he was the player he is he is now? Did you believe it back then? Because I think a lot of people didn't. I don't think we did, to be honest.
I did.
Well, it may have shown the potential, but it didn't mean he was.
Let me put it this way: like it's a funny stat. You know me, I'm a big stat nerd. If you go back to the 16, 17, 17, 18 season and you look at the matches that Son started, our win percentage is something like 80%. The ones Lamella started, because that was who Poch rotated him with, was fucking Lamella. It's one of the reasons why I hated Lamella. Like, if you've been following this channel for a long time, people know my feelings on Eric Lamella, right? I didn't like him, right? To say the least. Part of that was because he would get starts, and he'd end up doing stupid crap, and we'd losing, and I'd be like, Poch, why are you starting Lamella and not Son? It wasn't really until the 17-18 season, 18-19 season, really, that Sonny started playing week in, week out.
Yeah.
Because that was his first 27-90.
Which is what he needed. That's exactly what he needed to play 90 minutes a game. Right. Absolutely, 100%. He's one of those players. He's not a bench player.
No, he's not. He's got to have that, because if you go back to his form in Germany, the more games a season he plays, the better his numbers are.
Yeah,
it's weird. I don't know why. People could say it's kind of purple patchy. And in the past, he has been a little bit purple patchy, usually in the second half of the season, right?
Yeah.
So people don't know this, but I actually...
he scores more when he plays more? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Like, when he plays consistent, when he's in the side consistently, he scores more.
If you had him on the bench and you say you brought him on at 55, 60 minutes, he wouldn't have as much as an impact as what he has from one minute onwards for 90, for sure. There's no doubt. He can't. He's a player that needs the 90 minutes for me. And that's why when he first came to Spurs, I was doubtful whether he could make it. But when he actually got in there and started doing what he did, and everyone started liking him, then you saw what Sonny was all about,
100%.
And it wasn't until then, and like you say, he was on the bench, and it was a problem. And
It's not.
I think,
I don't
to be
mean
honest,
when he don't
that
play at
first
all.
season,
I mean
think
when he
we were
plays
even
regularly.
considering selling him again, because
Well, yeah, he only played 12 games that first season, though. He only scored 4 goals.
This player's nothing, Yeah. But as soon as he got that start proper, and he was
But
regular,
what it was
you
is
saw it.
17-18, Lamella had another injury, right? And
Yeah.
he missed over half the season, right? He was out.
Yeah.
And that season was Son's most minutes that he ever played. People don't realize this, but he never played. He only averaged like 22 games a season before the 2018-19 season. He wasn't a regular starter. Like, okay, yeah, 20 is more than 18, yes, but that's almost 50-50 for fuck's sake, right?
Yeah,
like,
I know.
So he was, let's see, so 2016-17, he had 34 appearances, only 23 starts.
Yeah.
Right? And he averaged, minute-wise, 22 matches. So 22 over 30 out of over, 16.
Well, think of Europe as well. It's not a lot, is it?
No, yeah. So he's been, it wasn't really until 2018-19. Even in 2018-19, though, he only started in 23 matches. Poch didn't, for whatever reason, Poch rotated Son out a lot. It wasn't until that 17-18 season where he had, Lamella was real big injured, and he had, he was hitting big numbers.
Yeah.
I think that's why, because now if you see, once his time, last year and this year were the first time that he's reached over 34 full 90-minute matches per season.
Is it really?
And his numbers are big. Like he's got to be this guy who plays week in, week out. People say he's a confidence player, right? Well, how do you get confidence?
Yeah.
By being selected.
Yeah. I mean, you saw it against Arsenal, how angry he was.
Yeah.
When he got took off. And I know he's going for the golden boot and things like that, but it's not just that. It's the fact he doesn't want to be off the pitch.
Yeah.
In any game, he'd be like that. You sub Sonny, you're gonna have an upset player. Well, I understood why Conte did it, but at the same time, you've got to be careful. I think Conte's a good manager in that respect, that he can manage it. But
I think Jose, to be honest with you, because Jose last year, didn't really rate Lamella that much. That spot was Son's.
Yeah.
Right. Like in every other year, I don't know if it was the Argentinian connection or whatever, but Poch really rated Lamella, right? And so, Lamella wasn't necessarily the first starter, but he got almost half the minutes split between him and Son over time, right?
Yeah.
It was like 60-40 Son to Lamella, whereas Jose Mourinho was the first one to play him week in, week out.
Yeah.
And I think this is the player we got. I think if you give him next season is 2 under Conte, I think you're going to see him. I think you'll see him break 20 again next season.
Yeah, I do as well. I can actually see us with 2 of them doing it.
Yeah, kind of like a Salah or like a Kane, Sonny, Salah, Mane, 17 or 18, 19 type.
Yeah,
definitely. Like especially
220 plus. That was
if Kane keeps dropping deep and just keeps feeding Sonny, like definitely. Or even if we get like proper fullbacks, and we can just how much goals that we can score with proper fullbacks, man. Like just give me a Kostic and jeez, man, that's like an extra 10 goals we can score like that. Easily.
So I hear what Koi's is saying, and I don't disagree with him. But you see that Son's numbers this season were good when Kane was here. They weren't great, but when Kulu came, they jumped up because now you have another quality sister. Imagine if we had this form Son, with inform with peak Christian Eriksen, what you would see.
Well, yeah. But that's peak, and it's not one I want to see.
I mean, but it depends because, like, no, but in the way, like, Heung-min Son was playing under Poch, like, he was a typical winger. He wasn't just, like, making these off-the-ball runs.
Poch played 4-2-3-1 for the last couple of years. And that's when you saw, when he started going more inverted, that's when you saw Son's numbers get better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, because Son is more like an inverted forward, which is, like, I guess the new age wingers, every new age winger.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, there was a time that Son played a lot on the right, too, and he wasn't, wasn't that super great, right? But
no, it's actual fact. I think he was not. I like to see Sonny running through the middle. I don't think the wing suits him as much as people think.
I think inverted on an inverted wing.
Yeah, if he's going to come in and running at the defense and scaring the defense, that's what I love to see. And this season, I don't think we've seen enough of it, to be honest. That it could have been more, but he needs those balls put into him, pinged in by Kane and that, and he's not been able to do that. So,
and so you know why I have this hypothesis, right? People, oh, Will, you're dumb. Just because he plays another 10 games, 12 games, doesn't mean he's going to score the numbers he's doing now. Go look at his goals plus assists minus PKs per 90, and the numbers are almost identical, right? Are you ready for this? 16-17 season, 0.87 goals or assists per 90. 17-18, 0.7. 18-19, 0.79, 0.76, 0.75. This season, 0.86. So that means if you actually look at the per 90 numbers for Son Heung-min, his best season in a Spurs shirt was the 16-17 season when he only played like 22 matches.
Right.
Like when you look at the 90s.
What was it?
0.87 goals plus assists per 90. And he had 14 goals and 6 assists. But he only played 22 full 90 minutes, right? He only started 23 matches out of 38.
I mean, it depends what games he was starting for. Like, I mean, maybe he was playing against weaker opponents and not the big teams.
No, but he scored the most against any of the top 6.
What do you mean, in that year? What do you mean?
He did play way less minutes. That's my point, right? Like he played way less minutes, but his numbers.
But is that not where the stats lie a little bit? Because when you say he played less minutes.
Yeah. So
he might have played better in those minutes than what he has over a longer period, and that's where I think stats can lie a little bit.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but I do think they lie sometimes.
You're right, they do lie, or they don't necessarily lie, but a person can with your basic general stats, like just goals and assists, right? So whenever I get into deep stats like per 90 minutes, minus PKs, percentages, blah. People always have a head. Oh, blah, 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 blah. They put up. I call them stinky face, right? Yeah. The problem with stinking, with going with the basic stats, what people like to say, who are eye test merchants usually, who like to use stats to prove the point, but then argue against stats. They'll say, "Oh, I just go off the main stats." Well, the problem with the main stats is like I heard somebody once make an argument about. Was Kane has scored 170 or 130, 170, whatever goals it is in his career, and Son's only scored 132. Yeah. Right? And I was like, okay, but how many minutes was that? Doesn't matter. But it was like 20,000 minutes to 10,000 minutes. It was like twice as many. And I'm like, okay, see, you think that's apple to apple? 10,000 minutes versus 20,000 minutes. That's like 4 more full seasons of minutes.
Yeah.
The Kane's played more than Son, right, in his Tottenham career, right? So you can't just go by number of seasons and total goals. No. The best thing to do is for players who play more than 20 matches per season, right? Yeah. That's what I like to say, 20. 20 is a good round number. It means you play the majority of the time. Look at their 90 minute per 90 stats, because it doesn't matter to them. It's per 90. It could be 10,000 minutes. It could be 20,000 minutes. It's the same minutes, right? It's the same. It's apples to apples. 90 minutes versus 90 minutes, right? You take their best 90 minutes versus their best 90 minutes. You put them together. This is what you got.
It could be slightly deceiving. Like, let's just say one. No, let me explain. Like, let's just say. Let me just say,
probably what I should have said actually, rather than lie, is more deceiving than.
Like, let's just say if two players have the same goals per, what is that stat? Goals per 90 minutes, whatever stat, right?
Goals plus assists minus PKs per
goals
90.
Goals plus assists minus PK per 90. Let's just say two players.
GC minus PK is the easy way to do it.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, let's just say both players have a 0.7 at that stat. But one player did it in 10 games and another player has did it in 10,000 games. It's a lot more harder to sustain that
right, that's why I'm talking about 20 games per season.
I know, but 20 games and what's in comparison to what? 38 games for
yeah. 38 games.
I mean, I mean, like, it's a lot more harder and it's a lot more it's like,
no, because it's based off per 90. It's an average per 90.
Yeah, but like, it's still a lot harder to sustain it for a longer period of time as opposed to another player that does it in half the games played. Because even though, both of them may be more efficient, but the fact that one player could do it for a longer rate is more impressive than another player who can do it for a shorter rate. Like, let's just say if one player averages 20 goals a season for 5 years and another player does it 20 goals a season for 15 years, even though, they're both more efficient, and you can say, well, if the player that played 5 years, if he played an extra 10 years, then based on his race, based on his stats, he will have the same amount of goals. But it's different.
I mean, so you could give a bonus point to that, but you couldn't say that once that other player plays that 15 years that he won't put up the same numbers, right? Because it's in the future, you don't know, right? So that's what I'm saying. So like take Lewandowski, for example. He's been playing forever, right? And he's done that forever, scoring 30, 40 plus goals a season forever, right?
Yeah.
But then you have Harry Kane, who's been doing it, 8 years? Right? And so it's like, who's better? Lewandowski's been doing it for 10, 15, 12 years, right? Ronaldo, Messi, right? But everybody's going to drop at some point, right? That's why playing until you're 90 years old isn't a good thing for your overall career stats, right? Like, you want to go for as long as you can, and then when you see a significant drop off in the numbers, you go to MLS, right? Like, that's what you got to do if you care about that, right? If you don't care, then you just keep doing what you want to do, right? But from a statistical, I can't do that unless you throw out their worst season and their last season. I mean, there's ways that you can make things even, or you go. What I like to do is take the last 5 years, right? So then you're comparing the same person for the same time period for the same amount of per 90 minutes. Does that make sense? So if you notice, when I do player comparisons, I usually don't do their whole career. I'll do last 5 years, right?
But then, like you say, Lewandowski, I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect other leagues.
I'm talking about England, not Germany.
The Premier League, you know what I mean? It's, you could say it's like the argument between Ronaldo and Messi. Who's the better? I always say Ronaldo is, and the reason being is because of what he's done over his career. He's done it all over the place. Whereas Messi may have a better record in certain things. He only did it at one club.
Yeah,
but he proves it going to PSG. He's useless at the moment.
Okay, yeah, you can say. Okay.
But Ronaldo comes back to the Premier League, and look what happens. He's got 18 goals in the Premier League.
Yeah, you can say that, but I can rebuttal that and say that, yeah, I understand that, but if you're just looking at simply goals, but you also have to look at.
It's not just goals; it's what he's won as well. He's won titles all over.
But you got to understand. But the way Messi plays and the way Ronaldo plays, Ronaldo is more of like a goal poacher, a fox in a box. So his goals numbers will look great. But the way Messi plays, how he creates, how he drops into the midfield, the fact that Messi can match Ronaldo's numbers and goals, and the goals is practically the same. Like Ronaldo has more goals, but that's because he played for a year longer or 2 years longer. But Messi has so much more assists.
But where's
Messi
much more done creative. It? He's done it at Barcelona. He's not done it anywhere else. Ronaldo has done it at United. He's done it at Real Madrid. He's done it at Juventus. He's won titles all over the place. He is the top scorer ever. He's won a European Championship with Portugal. You know, no one ever thinks about that. Messi won Copa America.
Yeah, but Messi also won this title with Argentina.
And that one is, to me, is just, I don't want to go there because that is just the joke.
Let me show you guys a little bit of an example of what I'm talking about here. And
I get what you're saying, and I do understand it. And I'm not trying to disrespect Messi. Please don't think
No. This is not about Messi. It's just more about like just the process of how I.
What I'm trying to say is, when you look at stats, if you look at what Ronaldo's done over his career and where he's done it and the titles he's won, he is far above Messi, without a shadow of a doubt.
But Messi has more Ballon d'Ors, though.
Why?
Because he's a better player.
No.
Messi can score.
Corrupt, mate. I'm sorry.
Listen. Messi can score just the way Ronaldo does, but Ronaldo can't create the way Messi does. To be honest, I've always thought that this debate between Messi and Ronaldo was never really a debate. I just think it's something that was kind of created. I think Messi is a much better player.
No,
Messi's much better than
Who's
Ronaldo.
a better big game player?
I can't agree with that because he's only done it.
Big game. Okay, but Messi can impact games in bigger and more variety of ways.
Yeah, but how many finals has Messi won? Like put his team over the line, carried us back to win. It's not even like probably not even 50% of the amount of times that Ronaldo's done it.
And there's been a lot of games in which Ronaldo didn't show up for finals, but they still won. Look at the finals against Atletico. Like you can say the same thing about Ronaldo too. What I'm trying to say, Messi
right,
has
but what
come
I'm saying is the
too.
majority. So here, this is what I'm talking about. So look, if you kind of look here, so here's a span. It's 2018 to 2019, right? And we're talking. I think we're just talking, just the league, right? So just their domestic league, okay? So you got your minutes here, right? So if you look at the number of minutes, Mohamed Salah's played the most minutes, right? Almost 1,200 more minutes than Son, right? Or more than 1,200, almost 1,400 minutes more than Son, right?
Yeah.
So is it fair to compare totals when there's almost, what is it? 10, 11 matches more, right? So you got 132 90s versus 117 90s. That's not a fair comparison. It's not an equal comparison. So what you do, right? But it's not a huge difference in numbers that it's going to skew them any which way. Okay, now, is it fair to compare De Bruyne and Son to Ronaldo and Messi and Salah and Mbappe when they're not on pens? No, it's not. Right? Because obviously this number is going to be higher for them because these players don't take penalties for their teams. Right?
Yeah.
They're not on pens. So what do? You can't just go straight up goals and assists because the minutes aren't in there. So this number rather, and you can't count penalties. So what you do is goals per 90. So Salah 0.64 goals per 90. Son Heung-min 0.52. It's a lot bigger difference than 60 and 68, right?
Yeah.
Would you go goals and assists? So then what we do is you go goals plus assists minus PK, right? And you see what a player puts up. So who's been better over the last 3 seasons? Goals from open play per 90, Son or Salah?
Look at Messi. See, 1.19. What's Ronaldo at? Where's Ronaldo? 0.7.
0.75.
I'm telling you, yeah. So you can say that Messi has been better scoring numbers, and Messi's this year's stats has been terrible too.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I agree.
But that's the point.
But that's why this is over 3 years. This is over a span of time, right? This covers, other things. But let's take out Mbappe because he's been just kind of a freak of nature over the past 3 years. Let's change Mbappe to Kane just to make it more, Tottenham specific. But So we'll do Kane. We'll do 18, 19 to 21, 22. Right. So people always, oh, your XG, blah, blah. No, I don't do XG, right? I just do the main ones, right? So if you look at Harry Kane, he's got a whole lot of minutes. He's up there with Salah, right? When you go in the per 90s, right? Minus PKs, plus assists. Who's been a better player for Tottenham over the last 3 seasons?
Yeah.
Son. Goal differential wise, or goal contribution wise, Son contributes more goals and assists per 90 minutes than Harry Kane does over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But like
he does.
Okay, yeah, he contributes more goals. There's no debating to that. The numbers are there.
Here's the kicker. This is one of my favorite stats. Not just because Son's really good at it, because I think it shows about conversions, right? And it's shots. People always talk about clinicalness. How clinical is this guy or that guy or this guy or that guy? Yeah, the minus XG for Son is outrageous. It's like 10. It's way over the top. He beats his XG by like miles. It's not even close. So you got shots per 90. Okay. So if you notice shots per 90, Son takes the least amount of shots out of these 6 guys as anybody, right? Per 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. He takes the least. But his shot on target, meaning how many of those shots do they hit target, right? Second best, right? But when you talk about goals per shot, where does he jump to?
Yeah.
Right. And then you're talking about how many goals per shot on target, 0.42.
Yeah.
Right. So that means for every 10 goals that Son shoots, or every 10 shots he makes, he scores 4 goals. Kane scores 3. 3.5, right? De Bruyne is 3.4. Where does Mohamed Salah go? Way down the list. I'm telling you. Mohamed Salah is a volume merchant. He's a volume merchant. Look at the number of shots he has. 510. All right. Ronaldo, 637. 500. These guys are volume merchants.
Yeah.
Almost 2 times as many as Son.
Yeah.
When you take if Son were to take 2 times the amount of shots, he would have 120 goals. If he had shot the amount of times that Cristiano Ronaldo had, he would have 120 goals versus 99.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you can say that, but you also have to take into account like Heung-min Son, whenever he takes a shot, like he's very reserved with his shooting. He doesn't really shoot from outside the box as much. Obviously, I know he scored a couple bangers recently, but like guys like Ronaldo, like they just be shooting it from 35 yards.
Yeah, Ronaldo shoots it like crazy. He just shoots it all the time. But that's the thing. That's why he has 99 goals, though. That's why he leads in the total numbers. So if you were to just go on the classic stats, you would have to say, no, man, Cristiano Ronaldo's the best, dude. He's got 99. Messi's only got 97, right?
Yeah.
Kevin De Bruyne, who's that? He's only got 36. Son Heung-min, nah, dude. What are you talking about, Will? You're so biased, Will. He's only got 61 goals. He's not even in the same conversation, Will. Right? Like, how many times have you heard that on any stream that I've been on? All the freaking time.
Yeah.
That's because this stat paints a bad picture. This is bias, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not taking into account, is this player on penalties? How many minutes has this player played compared to that player? You're not taking any of that stuff into consideration, right? But when you do, look at this. Non-penalty goals minus non-penalty expected goals. Right? Look at that. Right? Oh, no, there it goes.
Yeah.
20. When you take his non-penalty XG from open play, that's what you expect. What he's expecting. How much more is he overachieving? 20.8. Right? He's up there with Lionel Messi outperforming himself. Right?
Yeah.
Goals minus XG, right? It's the same thing. Another big number, right? 21. The only person that beats him is Messi. Like, people totally, completely underestimate Son. Goals for shots on target, best in the world. Goals per shots, best in the world. Right? You go over here, right? XG plus XA, Lionel Messi. Look at Son. His expected goals and assists are the least. That means he's expected to score the least. It means he gets the least easy shots.
Yeah.
And this is over 3 years. This isn't one season. So this isn't a short. It's actually 4 years, right? 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, and 21, 22. So that's 4 seasons now.
Yeah.
So over the last 4 years, when you look at those particular things, I mean, it's ridiculous.
그러면 why is he 왜 슛을 드라는 거예요? Because he's more discerning. 왜 슈팅을 드래요? 그분들보다. 그 선수들보다.
흥민 선수요?
네.
왜 많이 안 하니까요. 이 다른 선수들이 엄청 많이 슈팅 하잖아요. 그래서 손흥민 선수가 거의 원샷 원킬이잖아요.
네.
Right? So like Son is like he shoots once, he scores once, right? Or he shoots twice and scores once.
Yeah.
Right? He's not a guy who shoots 5 times and scores 1. Right? Like that's but Ronaldo shoots 5 times, scores 1.
Yeah.
Right? Or shoots 10 times and scores 2. Like in one game,
yeah,
right?
I mean, the way Son shoots, like he pays close attention to where he shoots.
Yeah, it's meticulous.
A lot of his shots are like from inside the box. So
no, outside. Most of them are outside. Most of his goals are from outside the box.
No, like I think a lot of them are actually inside the box.
I think if you look at shooting, there's a distance. Yeah, so your average distance. So I guess you could say it's fairly short, but it's not as short as Salah. Right.
Well, yeah, Salah's like always like in the 12-yard box. Like Salah's.
Well, I mean, most of it's come from pens, right? So him and Ronaldo are kind of pen merchants, right? Like even more than Harry, right? I mean, 17 pens in the last 3-4 years, right? 26. Oh my gosh, Ronaldo's definitely.
Yeah, but then again, is that one to me is a little bit of a lie. Like I said with stats, because I mean, how many penalties do Tottenham get awarded towards Liverpool's? They get awarded.
Yeah, that's why I minus
many
PKs.
more penalties than we do.
Great example, and that's another reason why I removed PKs. Not from the player's accomplishment, right? If you're talking about Golden Boot, count the pens. I think it's silly. I wouldn't count them, but count the pens if you want to count the pens. But what I say is when you're going to do a player comparison, when you're going to compare players together, you have to remove their penalty count for the exact reason you said. What if Tottenham only got 3 pens and Liverpool got 12?
Exactly.
Right. Well, that's not fair to Kane. Compare Kane to Salah if he's got 12 pens in a season and Kane has 4.
No.
Right. And Kane's at 100% and Salah's missed 2. That's not fair.
That's right.
It's not. You got to remove pens. So how do you get down to the nuts and bolts between 2 players? Apple to apple as best as you can.
Yeah.
It's going per 90 and it's removing pens for attacking players.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. I'm sorry.
In these cases, stats are cool. Like I gotta say, it paints a good picture, but you also gotta take into account when you actually watch the game and how the players are being utilized. So also these stats are good and all, but also take into account watch the game too and use the eye test.
Yeah,
yeah.
So don't
I definitely
disregard.
I definitely do that, and I watch the the games too, and I do the eye test as well. But here's the problem though. So this is what it comes against. So let's take and Dan THFC. I'm not picking on you, but if you watched on Twitter today, Dan and I kind of had a tweet war a little bit, tweet battle about an Everton game. Okay, so Dan thinks that Pickford should have saved Son's goal, right? I don't think that was a keeper error. Sure, could Pickford have done better? Yeah, but the circumstances, Son's run, the pace of the ball, I've calculated the speed of the ball. You take the frame rate, the time it left his foot to the time it crossed the goal line. You can calculate the distance of where it crossed the line on the goal line, draw a straight line out to the 18-yard box. You know that's 18 yards, and then using Pythagorean's theorem, you can calculate the distance of the shot, or you can just go look it up. But either way, you can calculate those things, right? It's mathematically possible to do. So then I can take the amount of time it took from that ball to go from left his foot to across the goal line. I know the distance. I can now calculate the speed, right? If the average shot in the Premier League runs at 80 miles per hour and Son's is running at 78.2 miles per hour, it wasn't a slow shot.
Yeah.
It was paceful. Number 2, the angle. People sometimes forget that when a player shoots from an angle, and good keepers cut that angle off, the margin of error, the side netting is only a meter wide. It's only a meter wide, 3 feet, right? For you to hit the back corner of that net to the post is degrees difference in angle. 4 degrees to be specific, right? 4 degrees. If Son strikes that ball over to the left to clear Pickford's hand, to be more to be not right at him, which it wasn't right at him. Pickford had to dive to get it, so it's not right at him. But if it would have been wider out, he could have hit. He would have missed wide. He would have missed wide.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to understand that when Son is taking that shot, he's aiming at a specific point on the net, which normally is being taught the back corner, right? That's what you aim for. It's the back corner, the back corner, the back corner, right? Mm-hmm. Side netting, side netting, side netting.
Yeah.
So if there's only this much room, sorry, my camera's, my screen's over here, but if there's only this much room, right? And you're hitting it where you want to, and it just so happens to be within Pickford's arm reach, and because of the pace and the way, because it's low and hard is the hardest thing for keepers to save, always. It always is. That's why Kane takes all of his penalties low and hard, right? That's the hard place. It's not a Pickford goalkeeping error. Son knew what he was doing. The run he made to get onto the ball, the way he turned, opened his hips. He could have taken it near post, but he took it across the face of goal. You can't just look at it and be like, or because some announcer or some guy on Twitter says, oh, Pickford should have saved that. Now all of a sudden there's this narrative of, oh, Golini could have saved it. And no, man.
I've seen tons of goalies make those kinds of saves. I don't think, I wouldn't say it's a goalkeeping error, but if Pickford would have saved that, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah,
I don't think that would have been
50-50, that's fine. But the fact that he didn't save it isn't a goalkeeping error. It's because the pace was right, the angle was right, the height was right to clear Pickford's arm as he dove to block it. You think Pickford wanted? It wasn't poor keeping. Yeah, maybe he could have done better, but it was close enough to him that it's hard to get down. When trust me, a lot of you short people don't realize how hard it is for big people like us to move. Right? I don't know how tall you are, but I'm 6'5", right?
I'm short.
Pickford is not that tall. How tall is Pickford?
6'3"?
I doubt it. He's even 6'3", to be honest.
I bet he is.
He's probably 6'1". That's what he looks like to me.
No, he's
how tall is Pickford?
Hold on,
I know. I think he's a short keeper, to be honest.
Yeah, he is quite short. He probably is only about 6 foot.
6'1", exactly. Yeah, 6'1", yeah. And he has short arms. Apparently, people say that. Yeah. He got short arms.
So he's shorter than Harry Kane, to be honest. That's Aaron Ramsdale, about the same height as Aaron Ramsdale. Anyway, so when you are tall, though, it's hard to get down fast. You got a longer way to fall than most people, right? I always hate it when I go to the gym and I see these 5'8" guys and they're pressing, when I was big in the gym, and they're pressing 4 plates. But when you watch the way that they push, right, their arm angle, it's like boom, 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 boom. It's barely moving. I have to do this to push 4 plates, right? I have over a meter and a half that I have to move that 400, those 4 plates. Right? Almost twice the distance, right, that they do. But so if you ever see a 6'5" guy with big muscles, run, because he will break you. I get bench press.
Is that you? Is that
no?
What you're
it's not. I don't have. I've never had I'm talking monster muscles, like Hulk Hogan type muscles, right? If you see a guy who's 6'5", like those WWE stars are 6'5", and they have muscles like you see the shorter guys have, like the buff guys, run, because that man has put up probably twice as much weight, or at least moved the same weight twice as far as the little guy who's all tripped up. So the strength wise, with me not looking built or buff at all, could bench press 2 plates, reps, right? Reps of 10, right? And so I'm just telling you, I don't look like I could do 2 plates. But you see these little guys, they're short and they're all jacked up in the builds and they're pumping 3 plates. And then they look over you, you're only doing 2. It's like on the squat rack. How much farther does a 6'5" person got to push, 4 or 5 plates on the squat rack than someone who's 5'8", 5'10"?
Okay, what does that do about Pickford again?
What I'm saying is, for big people to get down low, right? It takes. We don't move this. We're not agile like little smaller people are.
Yeah, but what if you are small like Pickford?
I don't know. Pickford, I hate Pickford in the first place. I just know him in the first place. But I always tell my son, you guys can make fun of me. You can say I'm a horrible person. I don't care. But when we go to a match, first thing I do is check out the keeper in training. And I have signals to my son, right? Here's my signal. Fat, right? Hard and low, right? So I always tell him, right? Remember, say, hey, Paul. Right? And that means the keeper's fat, hit it hard and low. Because he can't get down. He can't get down. Can't move fast enough. Right? Keeper's overweight. Right? Right? Keeper's short. What do I say? Short and soft. Right? Short and soft. Right? No need to hit it hard. Just hit it high in corners. Right? Keeper's short. Hit it soft. Right? So now, you know what the funny thing is? Now when my kid goes and plays and they do go to a penalty shootout, my son walks around the whole line and says, the keeper's fat, kick it hard and low. But it works. Works. It's physics, though. It's all physics, math. People don't realize how much math plays a part in it every single day. Like, who would have ever thought that you could calculate the speed of sun's shot, the angle, how many degrees left or right it would take to miss? When you take all that shit into consideration, yeah, it sounds dumb or whatever. I'm just going to watch the games, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. But when you want to actually go out and critique somebody, right? I think if you're going to critique somebody, you better have receipts.
Yeah.
Right? Don't just... have you ever heard me call out a player for no reason at all?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. I still think the Pickford should have done better, to be honest. I still think he should have saved it. I wouldn't say it's
okay, but is that Son's error or is that Pickford's error? So why does Son say, oh, he played bad because he scored a goal, but Pickford should have saved it? That's not Son's fault. Son's shot, the run he made was good. The shot he made from the angle that he made it to the place that he made it was good.
That's
right?
it.
It was clinical. The speed was good. So what about that shot is Son's fault? Right? If Pickford should have done better based on where he was, angle position wise, which is what Pickford's good at, by the way, is his positioning. Right?
I don't think people are not saying it's Son's fault though.
No, people are. He was shit in that game, and he only scored because Pickford made a mistake. That's what they're saying. That's what Dan said.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. Yeah, so you could say Heung-min Son had a shit game. No, I don't think he had a shit game. I can't really remember that Everton game, to be honest. It's been a while, but yeah, you could still say that Son had a shit game, even though he scored. I mean,
yeah, like Harry Kane against Leicester at home, right?
I can't remember that game, to be honest. Was that 3-1?
Yeah.
That game? I think he scored a penalty, right?
Yeah, Son scored a brace, and then Kane scored a pound.
That's why the goals, the numbers doesn't really reflect a person's performance. Even though the goals might dramatically increase their player rating,
right?
Because I'm sure like SofaScore definitely takes into account the numbers that they produce. But like, you can still say a player had a shit game, even though their SofaScore rating may be high.
That's why we do G plus A minus PK per 90 minutes.
Yeah, but
and you see, look how much Kevin De Bruyne goes up. Right? Or you could do goals minus PKs. If you just want to look at goals and not assists, right? Pull out the PKs. You got to pull out PKs. PK is such a color tainting thing that doesn't help anybody. Because PKs hurt Lionel Messi. They benefit Cristiano Ronaldo. PKs hurt Son Heung-min. They benefit Mohamed Salah and Harry Kane. PKs hurt Kevin De Bruyne. Right? So you have these players. Like, out of all of these players, would you say Kevin De Bruyne is the worst? No.
Yeah, but this is simply just based upon like goal scoring numbers. This is not like taking into account like how they're playing in the game.
But you can look at anything they're doing in the game is recorded in data. Every aspect of it. Anything they do is recorded in the game.
There.
No, not really. I don't think
it is. Name a thing.
Like, I'm just saying, like, whenever like a player like let's just say when a player holds down the ball, like when a player's a target, like for example, the goal we scored against Liverpool, when Emerson Royal just hoofed the ball up the pitch, and then Harry Kane controlled the ball, brought it down, and he progressed it. I think that means a lot more. I don't think, how does that?
Possession.
What is that?
It's called.
No, that's not. What is it?
Receiving. Receptions. Reception percentage. So if you read the thing, number of times a player successfully read a pass. Target. The number of times a player was the target of an attempted pass. Right? Progressive. Progressive passes received. Completed passes that move the ball towards the opponent's goal at least 10 yards. So that means you've received it, it's come to you, and you've progressed it.
But that doesn't take into account how you receive it. Like, let's just say, for example, a person.
Hold on. It doesn't matter how you receive it. Okay?
But that's not reflected in the stats.
Hold on. That's fluff. Fluff. You're talking about fluff. Flair. Flair is fluff. Okay? Whether I beat a guy on the dribble by just dropping my shoulder or if I rainbow flip him, the result is the same. I know, but it's the same thing. If there's this, like, for example, I know, but it's the same thing. If Harry Kane does this whole woofing header that lands, 5 yards in front of Son, and Son runs on it, and everybody's like, "Oh my God!" That's entertainment. But when it comes to results, it's no different than the 15-yard pass with the foot just past the defender.
Actually, looking at those stats there, that with Messi, he is just unreal in that stat.
So progressive, when you're talking about progressive passes received, that means receiving the ball and then taking a man on. Mohamed Salah is the best. Wouldn't you think that's correct? That Mohamed Salah has his knack of receiving passes and then moving forward?
Yeah, but you also have to take into account how he's receiving it. Like, let's just say, for example, he's receiving it on the floor. Like, let's just say, for example, a person playing in like the Barcelona.
What does it matter if it's on the floor or in the air?
No, but that takes into account how efficient a person could progress the ball. Because if a person's just getting, like, let's just say, for example, you're playing in Burnley, and like all the passes that you're receiving are like hoofs up the pitch, and all the balls are like coming off your chest. It's different in comparison to a player that's playing in Barcelona where the passes are being rolled over to you. That can play an account too. That can definitely affect the stats. What I'm trying to say, but that stuff is not really going to be.
Say earlier.
Hold on. No. Look, I'm gonna show you right now why I think what you're saying doesn't necessarily follow logically. Okay. You're talking about the quality of the pass. Is it Harry Kane? Is it Kevin De Bruyne's fault that his players pass it to the ball to him better? No. Right now, if Harry Kane is receiving the ball at the same percentage as Kevin De Bruyne and he's playing in a worse team, then you could say you could make a deductive argument and say if Harry Kane is receiving more passes but playing in a better team, he is a better than player than Kevin De Bruyne. Harry Kane is receiving, right? So that's premise one is if, right? If X, right? Then Y, right? Premise two, Y, right? Conclusion, X, right? So you can make a deductive argument. So if you were to say, this is what I can do for Son, right? Son has I think Son is better than Mohamed Salah over the past 4 years because, right? He is scoring more goals from open play and playing in a worse team with a lower XG. So the XG comes from where they're receiving the ball, what the defensive shape is like, How many defenders are between them and the goal? So Son's shots are harder. That's why they have a lower XG. Right? There's more obstacles between him and the goal. Right?
Yeah.
So I can make a deductive argument to say Son is a better finisher than Mohamed Salah because of . And you could say if Harry Kane, let's say Harry Kane had 85% receiving percentage and Kevin De Bruyne had an 88. You could say Kane plays from lower quality players, regardless of the quality of the pass. He's receiving it, he's completing it, right? His touch. This is what this is, by the way. Receiving is basically just touch. His touch is good, so good that regardless of the quality of the pass, he moves it forward. And this is why I want you to look at this really funny, because if you look at Harry Kane, you look at his receiving percentage, 58%, right? He takes the ball farther forward more than Son, 38 to 39, so 5 more times. But Son is 67 or 9% better at his first touch, receiving the ball, right? If we're talking about percentage of time a player successfully received a pass, minimum 30 minutes played per squad game to qualify as a leader, right? So there's a qualifier. You have to play at least 30 minutes in the game to be counted, right? So Son is a better receiver of the ball than Kane, but Kane is better at turning or going forward with the ball after he receives a pass. Now, if you go down and you look at possession lost, right? Harry Kane loses the ball. Oh, Harry Kane loses the ball. You know who leads the team in possession lost this season?
Harry Kane.
Harry Kane.
But
you know who leads the team in big chances missed this season? Harry Kane. You know who leads the team in most lost balls in their own third? Harry Kane. So you can't tell me Harry Kane's touch is better than Heung-min Son's.
I can, because you have to understand. No, when you're watching a game, Heung-min Son, a lot of times he's receiving the ball on the wide areas. It's different to where Harry Kane receives it right in the center, to where he has like a damn DM on his ass, and he has like another center back roughing him up. It's a lot more pressure receiving it in those situations, and those are more prone to.
If that were true, right, then that would work, right? But you'd have to actually go back and do research to demonstrate the number of players marking the two players is different. For example, if Harry Kane receives the ball in the middle of the pitch and there's one player marking him tight, and Son Heung-min receives the ball wide and there's one man marking him tight, doesn't matter if it's wide or middle, still one man marking.
You also have to count which player. If you're getting marked in the middle by Van Dijk or Matip, and you're getting marked on that wing by Trent Alexander-Arnold, I believe it's a lot more easier to wiggle out of that pressure from a fullback than it is a center back. They're more physical. Like a center back, when a center back or a DM is on you, I feel like it's a lot more harder to wiggle.
But you'd have to demonstrate that that's true.
Okay, I can't demonstrate it, but that's just what I believe, because I played football.
Right, but you're just begging the question though, because for example, if you take Robertson or Trent Alexander-Arnold, they press harder than Van Dijk does.
But
Van Dijk's not a presser, and I can show you in the stats. He doesn't press often.
Okay, what about Konate or like Matip?
I'd have to pull up the numbers for those two.
Or what about Fabinho? Fabinho's a lot more physical too. He's the one that presses.
I don't know. I'd have to look at Fabinho's numbers. I only know Van Dijk's numbers because we've done the whole like Romero versus Van Dijk.
Yeah. I know Van Dijk is not the one that usually presses. He's usually like what's it called?
He sits back. He gives you a yard of space, runs along with you, and then. So in fact, my youngest son, he's 10. He's playing defender. I'm kind of starting him out as a defender because he's going to be about 6'3", and I think based on his natural tendencies, I think that's where he'll fit best. He naturally today. And thank you, Gogama. You're on the stream.
Nice to meet you.
Gogama with the and he says, let's swoop McNeil and Pope if Burnley goes down. Let's swoop McNeil and Pope if Burnley goes down. Yeah, McNeil maybe, Pope for sure.
I think we definitely need to swoop up a lot of players that does get relegated. Like I feel like if Leeds get relegated, we gotta swoop up Rafinha. You know, if Burnley gets relegated, we gotta swoop.
I think he's not like going to like Barcelona, ain't he?
No, I don't want Rafinha. The one I'd take from Leeds would be is it Cal? What's his name? Calvin Phillips. I'll take him any day.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I'd take Harrison over Calvin Phillips. with our system.
You're not taking, but you wouldn't take a Rafinha? You said Will and
no, I wouldn't take Rafinha. I think he's a big match player, and I think he wants Barcelona anyway. So,
but
I think he'd do well there. But I don't think he's.
You can see like who's the target too. Like Harry Kane's been the target of passes a lot more than Son, right? But when you look at how many times they've actually received it, Son's received it more than Kane, right? So, what's that? If Kane loses the ball more, receives the ball less, why do people say Son has a bad touch? Because I don't even know what a bad touch is. Well,
I don't think you could say that either of them got a bad touch.
No.
They're just not.
They're over.
They're just not doing
50% of the time. Right.
You know, anyone can have a bad touch.
Is anybody judging the quality of pass that goes into Son? Because a lot of those passes, look, even a lot of the passes that come in that he scores shots off are at his shin pads.
Yeah.
You know, you've played the game, Abdul. What's easier, to bring down a shot that's played to your foot, or the one that bounces off your shin?
I know, like up to your foot is definitely easy, but
so Son, if a pass comes into Son's shin and it bounces off of him, and he still gets it because he's fast, right? Why do people say it's a bad touch? I want to know like where this whole poor touch narrative comes from, because it's not true.
I think the parts where sometimes where the touch kind of yes, sir, go.
Oh no, I was just saying I disagree with that.
I think the reason now you can tell me if you think that if this is accurate or if I'm off the mark here, but I think where this narrative comes from is for one of the reasons that you stated. Son usually gets played the ball into a place where there's more space, where he's maybe marked by one person, and after that one person, he's in on goal. Where Harry Kane still has to fight a little bit. Maybe one guy pulling him, but once he brings that down, there's a guy coming from the right and there's a guy coming from the left, right? They're closing him down hard. So it doesn't seem as easy to get by. So when that pass comes in off of Kane's legs, plus it's Harry Kane, by the way, and his credit limit, because I guarantee if he was like Antonio, for example, right? Everybody says Antonio's touch is dog trash. When you go look at it, it's really not that bad. He's just not Harry Kane, right? He doesn't get a free pass when he gives the ball away or does what he does. Right? Antonio's numbers, by the way, as far as losing the ball and missing chances, are below Kane's. Right? I'm just saying. Like, he's below Kane. He's up there.
That's not because of his touch. It's because he's strong as hell. He's strong as hell.
No, I'm talking about his losses, like his loss of possessions.
Yeah, because he's strong. His hold-up play is ridiculous.
Yeah, he gets the ball and he wants to hold it up. You ain't getting it off of him.
That's what I'm saying. But I don't think.
But people say, "But why? Then why do people say Antonio has a bad touch?"
Because when he does have the opportunity, like let's just say it's a counter-attacking, and like you get the ball where there's a lot of space and where you need that perfect touch to get one touch and a finish, that stuff lets him down. But in a situation where his job is to hold up the play, he can hold up the play for 30 minutes because he's strong as an ox.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you remember that one where he is in open space and he only has one man to beat because he only had one man to beat, right? And if that instance is less frequent than the guy who's given away possession in the middle of the park, right? Because Son's loss per games is like twice as high as Son's, not a little bit higher, 2 times. Harry Kane leads the Premier League in possession loss. For any position.
Yeah, it's because the way we're using him.
Second in the world in loss possession.
Yeah, it's the way we're using him, though.
But who's the target man this season? It's not Kane.
It is Kane.
Yeah, but there isn't
one.
It is Kane.
Are you sure?
Is there a target?
Because there's a target stat. Would you like to pull it up for the year?
Kane is a target man. If it depends how you utilize, like, listen, a target man is somebody that holds up the ball.
No. Target man is how many times the ball he was targeted in play.
No, but
that's what I'm talking about. No. I'm talking about target. How many times the target man is the one who the team targets the most.
Actually, I'm curious.
Eden Hazard was the target man.
No. I'm telling you, the way, like, for example, the game against Liverpool, that's like pretty recent game. Harry Kane was usually the one up top, like, and we would just hoof the ball up to him because he was a target man.
If we just hoof the ball up to him, then he would be the one who would be targeted the most. Right?
Well, I look at it. Look at this. Look, I'll go back a few years. Berbatov, for instance. That's what I call a target man. A man that can be up front. He gets the ball and he waits.
It's like Olivier Giroud. That's a target man.
A target man is the man who is targeted the most. If Lionel Messi is the one who his team passes to the most, he is the target man. That's what I mean by target man. It's not a position. It's not a role. I'm talking about who does the team in open play target the most. Right?
Okay, in those situations, you can make. I can see why Heung-min Son may be the most targeted man, because when Harry Kane picks up the ball, Heung-min Son is making that diagonal run at 90 miles per hour, and we're constantly targeting him. So in that case, you can say it, but he's not the actual target role. That's not his.
I'm not talking about roles, right? Role is irrelevant, right? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying he's the target role. I'm saying he's the player that the team targets, right?
Okay.
Okay. Well, in that case, because Heung-min Son has the speed to kill teams on playing the high line. In that case, okay, he's probably the most targeted player.
Yeah, in the system that we play. So,
but the way I look at it, the target role is, like a Giroud, Ibra.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like the target man. It's not like Football Manager, like the target man setting, right? Like.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So when you look at
guys, I'm gonna have to go, mate. It's no.
I'm gonna have to go soon.
Nearly
we're gonna
6
end
o'clock
it anyway too.
I'll need to go to bed for a few hours.
See, so Kane has been targeted more than Son now. It's been a while since I ran this, but we're talking like 50 more times. So it's very, very different, or very, few.
Yeah.
Okay, in this case, I believe you when you were saying that Heung-min Son was the highest target.
The number of times a player was the target of an attempted pass, right? Meaning, who are they passing to the most?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I can see.
It'll tell you where the pass was from too. Like there's not this site, but this is one of the things too where you kind of have to mix up your different sites when you're doing stats and stuff. Because here's a touch. So touch has a different definitions as well. So number of times a player touched the ball. So this isn't about receiving, right? It's the number of times where they received a pass, then dribbled, right? Then send a pass, then sending another pass counts as one touch. So you have to get it, dribble, and then pass it to get a touch. That's what a touch is, right? It's not just touching it, or it's not every time you touch. It's basically one touch is one sequence of possession for that player. So like that play where Son basically dribbled through the entire Burnley team from box to box and scored. Statistically, that's one touch. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it tells you where they do them the most, right? So defensive penalty area, because Harry Kane does headers and clears corner kicks, right? That's where he rails them a lot. Okay?
Yeah.
Defensive third, it gets a little bit closer, right? Middle third, Kane's still a little bit higher. Attacking third, Kane's still a little higher. Penalty area right now this season, Son is or Harry Kane's.
Oh, sorry, 657. My bad. I thought it was 857.
Yeah. So you got Son is got more touches than Harry Kane, right? But Harry Kane's more in the defensive. Yeah. Son touches it more in the defensive third, middle third, and attacking third. But Harry Kane touches it more in the penalty box. So your point here, so now we can say, for at least for this season, your concept of Harry Kane dropping deep and picking it up and holding it up isn't the case, right?
In the middle, but look at the middle though.
Yeah, a little bit more, right?
And it's still more though, but that does take into account him holding the play up in the middle.
Yeah. So you could say that in the attacking third that he had the touch, right? But in the penalty box too, he's more than Son. So it's not that Son's getting the ball in the penalty area for short, easy little tap-ins or do whatever, right? It's right. Son is basically, when he gets the ball, he has to work it up into the penalty area. And when you actually look at passes into the attacking area, Son actually leads the team for completed passes in the penalty box. So the person who's Kane may be the person linking to Son, but Son is the person who completes the pass into the penalty box. So he's the final creator more times than not. Things like that is a little bit different.
Yeah, but these are just like little passes though. This can just be like a little like 2-yard pass. It doesn't really lead to anything though.
So you look at dispossessions, right? Number of times a player loses control of the ball after being tackled by an opposing player does not include attempted dribbles. So it's not about when you try to dribble, right? This is just dispossessed. The ball's taken off you. Kane gets the ball taken off him more than him than Son, right? Number of times a player failed when attempting to gain control of the ball. They call that a miss. They tried to touch it and they missed. 61-50, right? Carries into the 18-yard box. Son has more carries into the 18-yard box than Kane. Into the final third. Harry Kane has more than Son, right? Progressive.
Yeah,
Son has more progressive touches, right? Progressive distance. Son has more distance. Total distance. Son has more total carries. So I don't understand if Son is beating Harry Kane in almost every possession pass stat possible. How can anybody objectively say that Harry Kane has a better touch than him Son?
Because they look at it in the game, that's what they see with their
no,
eyes.
because they like Harry Kane and they don't like Son.
No, that's not true.
It's
That's
a bias.
not
True. It's not. I'm telling you,
No,
they
because
see it in the
that's
game.
not
man.
true.
They're flash merchants. That's what I like to call them.
No, it's because they see it in the game. They
don't see
out what
Son.
they see
All
in
of
the
this
game.
happened in the game.
Yeah, but you have to look at like how, like for what context, like when, because like you.
It tells you the context. Number of times a player touched the ball, not receiving a pass, and dribbling, then sending a pass counts as one touch.
There's so many unique situations and scenarios. Like if let's just say if Harry Kane is being man marked by a DM,
that's flash. Whenever you do something spectacular, right? That's flash. Whether it happens in a normal moment or it happens in a spectacular moment, whoever is doing it the most, who's ever getting the best results, is the best player. Why? It's like Michael Jordan and what's his name? The new guy. You like him. LeBron James. LeBron James isn't a flash player like Jordan was. Right? Oh. LeBron James is strong and hard. He gets the job done. Right? He's not. Right? That's not LeBron James, right? Kobe Bryant was even more of a flash player than Jordan, and that's why Kobe Bryant got compared to Jordan when his stats weren't even close.
No, it's because of the play style. That's why they were compared. It wasn't because of the flash.
Okay,
LeBron is just as flashy.
How is LeBron James flashier than Michael Jordan?
LeBron's just as flashy, I'm telling you. What? The dimes is no, I don't want to get into this argument. Whatever. I don't know.
Guys, I'm gonna have to
when
go.
it comes to
anyway.
basketball,
Seriously,
I could really argue for hours.
Okay.
I have to go because it's getting.
All right, man.
Really,
Thanks,
yeah,
Catamount
really
Jess. We're gonna
early
start. It's
in the
4 and holy crap! It's
6
1
o'clock
a.m.
in the morning now, and the sun's up already.
I don't even know if my
so-
kids went to bed. That's how.
Take care, guys. Thank you very much, Will, for letting me on the stream. And
Take care,
hopefully you
Carter.
can do it again.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
Okay, cheers. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Take care, Carter, man.
But take it easy,
Bye-bye.
buddy. But yeah, you gotta admit, I don't do this. Excuse others. In other words, you notice when some players lose the ball by exactly. Yeah. It's exactly what happens. Right? It's okay for Kane to lose the ball because of X, but it's not okay for Son to lose the ball because of X. It's a subjective thing that you've placed on, a subjective expectation that you've placed on Son that doesn't exist on Kane. Do you know what that's called? It's a special pleading. Son or Kane has special circumstances that make him exempt from certain things, right?
Listen, I see what you're saying, and okay, yeah, it makes sense, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, when I'm watching the game, and then when I see a player that kind of loses the ball and deep in their own half, not in their own half, sorry, deep in the other team's half, where they're kind of surrounded by a lot of players, I kind of give more an exception to that, as opposed to a player that loses the ball on the wing. It's not just Heung-min Son. It could be Kulusevski, or it's not even just Tottenham. It could be another team. I just kind of give more leadway to the center player losing the ball because I expect them to when they're receiving the ball in the center of the pitch, sorry. Because they can kind of be blindsided, either way. Because again, people.
And I understand that, and I would too. Right? If for example, because Son's been playing with his back to goal a lot this season, right? The ball comes in and he's got his back to goal, right? And he takes a touch, and it's a little bit wonky because he's got Rob Holding pushing on his back, right? I'm gonna have I thought I saw Son Heung-min's I was shocked against Arsenal. This dude's hold-up play is either gone through the roof or we've just never seen it before because the way Holding was raping him, humping him from behind, and Son was, holding him off. I was like,
that's not normal.
Wow.
That's why a lot of people. That's where a lot of people criticize Son. He doesn't do that.
It's because he has the opportunity.
No, he had the opportunity. I remember games like against Watford in the beginning of the season where they kind of sat deep. And Watford
it's not often though.
Yeah, but it's a lot more often than it should be. I've always complained that Son needs to get more aggressive.
There's a stat for hold-up play. I'll have to look it up. But
I've always said that his hold-up play needs to be a lot better when he's getting kind of out-muscled by other teams' fullbacks. That's what I feel like.
Yeah,
what he did against Arsenal was not a consistent thing. He doesn't do that. Like the way he was holding up against Rob Holding, how he was kind of just nudging him off. No, he doesn't really.
He does that a lot too, where he gets mad, and he throws a guy off, or he uses his left shoulder as he's going past people on the right. He does it more often than not. I'd have to do an analysis of that particular statistic. But anyway, to get back to the thing I was saying, if Son would have lost the ball in that instance, sure, I'm going to have more grace for him than if he's all by himself. Like, say there's a big, switch of play, right, that comes over to him, and he's the only one within 4 yards of him, and it bounces off his foot and runs 3 miles, right? Yeah, I'm going to be like, what the hell? That's a horrible touch, right? Yeah, the pass is high. Yeah, it's coming in long, but there was nobody around you, right? You had all day. Yes, I agree. But there's a lot of times when Kane has all day and the ball bounces off him like he's a brick wall, and people don't skate him. People don't call him out. I think I want to say it was either the Leicester game or the game before that, but it was one recently where I tweeted that or put it in a WhatsApp group. I can't remember. The ball's coming off Kane like he's a brick wall. There was nobody on his back, and the pass comes in and bounces 3 yards in front of him, and he has to go hunt it down. It happens a lot. It happens a lot more than people think. But KP Caffley, it always takes me 3 seconds to read his name. $10 says it's the whole "he's one of us" attitudes fans have for Kane and different expectations for Son, even though Son has been more loyal by signing an extension and Kane wanted to leave. Yeah, I mean that's more of an anecdotal thing for her. I think it's just for me, but I agree with you though. I think that there's that aspect as well for some people, but I don't think that's the case for Abdul, but because Abdul's the most logical Canadian I've ever met.
Yes.
I need to make a YouTube channel. I'm gonna use that. Definitely gonna use that.
The most logical Canadian.
Did you say logical or did you say rational? What? Damn it.
Logical and rational. Right, so rational means in reality, based in reality, and logical means using arguments that make sense. Because your arguments are good; they're good questions, they're good arguments, they're good questions. You notice how I haven't gotten mad and yelled and hollered. It's because you ask smart. I may not disagree or agree with you sometimes, but I don't get mad because they're not just dumb, right? No offense to the people that I get mad at. It's true, right? You ask good questions. You're the most logical and rational person, because I think you got a point there, right? If you're in the middle and you're getting pressed by 2 or 3 guys and you lose the ball, that's different than losing it by yourself or 1v1 on the wing. 100% agree. Right? I agree with you. I just think that there are times, because that is true, that when Harry Kane, and also because he's Kane, has the ball bounce off the brick house and there's nobody there, or passes today, you understand, he'll do that one header that was amazing to Son in that one game, but today he did the one and it's just off to nobody. There's nobody there. Wasn't even close to anybody.
Yeah, but
he just headed it. His son is on the left pitch where he always is, and the ball goes straight at the goalkeeper.
Yeah, but you keep doing it for the one time that it does come off. Like,
but that's why you have. But hold on. But then you can't say he's an accurate passer, or that this is some type of magic creativity. The other time is a outlier. It's not the norm. If he does it 100 times and only 25 of them kick off, yeah, those 25 are great, but it's not the norm. He's not the most creative, well-rounded striker in the world because he did it 25% of the time.
Oh, well, can you name me another striker that does it more than 25? Like
that would be a good argument. That would be a good question to ask. But you can't say just because if the data says he does it, he's only successful 20. He does it 100 times. He only completes 25. You can't say that that's a good thing unless you demonstrate that all the other strikers do worse, right? Now, if they do worse, so say 25%, that's a good number, right? For example, like people would say, if I were to say, yeah, Son is like he converts 40% of his shots, only 40. Yeah, but when the next closest person is Messi at 20, right? 40 is a freaking good number, right? When you're talking 2 times more clinical than Messi, right? And all the forwards in the world. Boom, he's 2 times more clinical than Messi. Now that number shifts a little bit, right? When you just say, oh, he only converts only 40? No, 40 is good. That's a good number. So if 25 is a good number,
That's what I'm trying to
then
say.
it would be good.
Yeah,
but you'd have to go find that. You'd have to go find that information, right?
But you don't know if the other strikers are above the 20.
But that's why I go look.
But that's why you can't say. You just said that. You just said that Kane is not a good passer because his rate is not that high. But again, you don't know the rate of the other strikers to say that. I'm trying to say that. I'm gonna tell you that the other strikers' rate is not that great.
Pick one.
Oh, come on, it's late. Come on, Wilson. Come on, it's late.
It only take 5 seconds. Just pick one. Okay. Just throw on a name out there.
Okay, who's a creative striker that we compare to?
Yeah. Who does those who drops deep and plays flick balls on, like Firmino or Tony?
Okay, Firmino. What? Okay, Firmino. You can use Firmino.
All right. And
maybe Benzema too. I feel like maybe Benzema.
Does he do flick on passes? I don't
know. I mean, like Benzema's also he's also known as like he's not a one-dimensional striker.
Let's do when he played more often. So we'll do 2019, 2020 because that's when Firmino kind of played more. He didn't have Jota competition, right? So.
Yeah. Who's next? Who would you say? Maybe Gabriel Jesus? I mean, I don't know.
No, he's more in the box kind of dude. Looks like we may have to call it a day because sometimes the site doesn't like to put in.
Yeah, well, another day, and hopefully
we'll do another show, but
hopefully tomorrow Newcastle does it.
Will, you're giving the naysayer space to call some world-class finisher and not a world-class player. I'm not giving space. But before we do go, I do want to say to Potomac because I had a comment from his question here earlier.
Hi, Potomac.
I love so Potomac is probably people say that I'm the biggest Sun fan. I'm not. Potomac is the biggest Sun fan. Potomac sends me a lot of information all the time, tweeting me, atting me, messaging me on YouTube, giving me stats. Probably good. I'll be fair. 45 to 50% of some of the stuff that I share about Sun, he's given me. He's either given me the stat, or he's asked a question that has caused me to go find the information, right? So he gets credit for probably a good 45 to 50% of the stuff that I do. So first of all, he needs to get credit. But there's one thing I disagree with him. He says the more you guys, he's talking about me, guys talk about Korea marketing shirt sales only undermines Sun as a pure brilliant footballer. Not true. Sun is the footballer he is, but he is also a marketing powerhouse. He's both things. And I understand that you think that maybe one detracts from the other, but it doesn't, right? They can be both at the same time, right? Because it is true. If you go to the Spur shop outside the stadium, Sun has 5 shirts, 5 racks across the wall. Kane has 1. Why? And if you go look, when you watch kids on TV 90% of the time, whose shirt are they wearing? Kane's or Son's?
Well, it depends what kind of kids you're talking about. English kids or
English kids, any kids.
I think a lot of English kids have Kane shirts.
No, Son.
Really? To be honest, I don't really.
He's the number one selling shirt for the team in both countries, inside and outside. Right? Like everybody's got Son shirts. Everybody's got Son shirts. Like the little kid that kicked the penalty, his favorite player was who? Son. Right? When they go out and they do those interviews, do you watch a lot of the little BS videos that the club puts out?
I'm a keeper. I don't really watch those kind of videos.
You should watch them sometimes because they go out there and they Harry Kane. He's gone to this hospital and he's signing autographs. And he's like, "Who's your favorite player?" And they're like, "Sonny." Like Sonny's the kid favorite, man. The kids love Son.
Yeah, and the grown men like Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Pause. I don't know, it sounds weird,
but grown men like Harry Kane. But Sonny's the kid. The Sonny's the cool one, right? So I don't think it detracts from his pure brilliance as a footballer, because his pure brilliance as a footballer is also true. I think some of the younger fans are biased towards Sons, but the big mouths aren't, man. Kane doesn't get half the hate on Twitter that Son gets. Not half.
No, I think Kane does get a lot of hate. It's not from Spurs. No, it's not from Spurs fans. It's from rival fans.
Yeah. I don't care about rival fans. They're just doing it because they're jealous, right? That's a different thing.
But I'm just saying. But I think that's a bigger percentage rate.
But why is our own fan base hating on Son?
Okay,
they're
that's
supposed
crazy.
to. Yeah, they're supposed to be. I'm talking about our fan base hating on Son.
Yeah, but I've always said Harry Kane is the most
picking your Tottenham's best all-time 11 and putting Eriksen in above Son. That's insane. Mm-hmm. It's insane. On no world has Christian Eriksen impacted this team as much as Heung-min Son. On no planet, by any metric.
In totality, yeah, Heung-min Son definitely the past.
They played
2 years,
7 seasons. Both have played 7 seasons.
Yeah, but I mean, when we
because Son's doing it more recently without Eriksen, and Eriksen was doing it with Son and Kane.
No, it's because when Eriksen was doing it, we were actually great. Now that he's doing it.
Okay, but then that's a performance bias. That's a bias. It's not talking about individual players based on their individual abilities. You're talking about a better team.
And
Eriksen did it on a better team.
And people are putting Eriksen over Son based on their personal opinion. It's not on stats. The same way people are using their bias.
Then it's not informative, right?
Well, people's personal list is never informative. You're not. Why? You can't be when people are making.
Sure, it is. You're saying who's better than another person.
Yeah, but you gotta the reason why some people may have Eriksen in there is because when he was doing it, and also some people may even have Eriksen over Son because of the aesthetics. They like his play style. You can't use that.
What, people slow and hitting one man in a one-man wall?
No, okay, that's on set pieces, but the way his passes and the way he would kind of.
So they're flash merchants.
Yeah, that's all people's personal opinions.
That's why people still rate Neymar.
Yeah, because
he's
it's their
a
own
flash
personal
merchant.
bias.
His stats are horrible. He hasn't been good since he left Barcelona. That's a fact. People still talk about him as being world class because he's a flash merchant.
His first couple years at PSG, he was still putting up big numbers.
Maybe his first year. He hasn't done it in the last 3 to 4 years.
Well, I still think Neymar's a
dude doesn't even make top 10 wingers in the world in the last 3 or 4 years. I know. I've done the numbers.
Okay, maybe not 4 years. I mean, maybe not 3, but he had 4 years ago, he was definitely top 10 wingers.
Also, most people don't look into the stats as much as you, Romy.
Because can I say, Sean asked me a really good question. Sean's a smart guy too. He's very logical and rational too. I like Sean. Some people don't. He can get a little bit hoofy sometimes, but so can I. So I understand him. But he asked me a very good question one time. Do you look up the stats first and then form your opinion, or do you form your opinion and then look up the stats? It's neither really. So what it is someone says to me. So someone says, I watched the game, right? I watch the same games that you guys do, right? And I come on the show and I give my opinions. A lot of the times I haven't looked up the numbers, right? I haven't looked them up. and somebody says, Son was shit today. And I was like, what? Did he watch the same game that I watched? Because I don't think Son was shit today. So then what do? I go look up the numbers to see, was he really shit today? Then I came to find out more often than not that he wasn't. Right? That he wasn't. Not in any objective way. So that's the way I come up with a hypothesis or a disagreement, or you say, no, you asked me a good question. Is Harry Kane, and I'll look this up and we'll do it later, but is Harry Kane's little, 50 and 60% passing from flipped on headers or whatever, or long ball passes, for example, is it a higher percentage or lower percentage than other people, than his peers, right? I'll go look that up. And if it's not the case, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. Like, for example, like a person can say, Bruno Fernandes is not a good passer because like a lot of his passes are not completed, but you also got to take into account how risky his passes are. Like I can say that, even though his passes are extremely risky, which is why a lot of them may not come off, I can still say that you are a good passer.
But if they're risky, if they're risky and you're just doing them a lot, are you really benefiting or are you hurting the team? Because if you're giving away possession a lot to the opposition, right, more than you're helping, if you're turning the ball over more times than you are
but what's the
completing
alternative?
Passes,
the alternative is what? You go
being
side
more
to
clinical.
Side.
No. You don't have to go side to side. It's about being a little bit more cautious. For example.
But if you don't pass the ball, who is?
It doesn't matter if you're giving. Abdul, this is my point, right? If I don't pass the ball and I lose it, or I pass the ball and I lose it, there's no difference. There's none. But if I take 5 passes a little bit more clinically to work into a goal, like City, right? More short rather than flash, right? City's not a flash team, right? Liverpool's far more flash than City, right? Far more speed, longer passes, less passes. City's a very robotic, quick move, right? That's why a lot of their strikers, and none of them have a whole lot of goals. It's a lot of them with a few goals, right? That's why. Who's more efficient? City is. Who wins more leagues? City does. Salah, Mane, 20 plus a season. They're long, flashy, this, that, amazing shots, blah, blah, blah. Dribbles, passes, yeah, that's cool too, right? City is way more efficient. They score more goals, right? They win more titles. It doesn't matter. A robotic pass that takes 5 touches to accomplish, or one flash pass that takes 1 time to accomplish, and only succeeds 25% of the time, and the other one succeeds 80% of the time. Which one should you be using? The one that succeeds 80. I know it's not as fun.
Okay, right? But I can also say, let's just say, for example, we're talking about Tottenham, for an example, not Man City, and a person may look at Harry Kane. If you look at how many times Harry Kane's passes are not going off, maybe he should stop passing as much. And I'll be okay. Now, what's the alternative in that case?
Different, adjust. Right, so now you change your style of play, and instead of playing weird headers, maybe take 1 touch, turn, find your target, right? Take an extra touch, train for that, get better at turning. So rather than making blind passes, right, you're able to turn, control, and make a controlled pass, right? Because think about it.
If I take, you can blame Antonio Conte for maybe.
Yeah, well, no, because he's wanting to do it quick, right? I think Harry Kane did this not under Conte. He started under Jose, and it's been the same, where he does this ball into the chest, one turn, that turning boot that switches play to the other side, right? It's kind of his signature. It's boom, cross the body to the other side of the pitch, right? Son's on the left. He turns to the left, right? So his back is to goal.
Yeah, I know, and he hits it with his right foot. Yeah,
hits it with his right foot across the side. So maybe instead of doing that, he needs to work more on his left foot, turn the other direction so he can actually see Son, and play balls into his feet, rather hoping he's there, right? Because some people said, no, it's not hope, Will. That header that he did today was hope. It was hope. He was hoping someone was there because he didn't know because it was nowhere near him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but that's the game, though, man. You take all it takes is for one of those chances to work out, and then
Yeah. I'm gonna end. Everybody say goodbye because my stuff's about to crash, and then we've been here 5 minutes, and it's 1:20 in the a.m. I can already see my monitors. They start to flick whenever this stupid USB thing goes out. Abdul, tell people where you can find you really quick. Gogama, you too.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, AbdulKareem_15. Yeah, great show today. Like I said before, hopefully Newcastle 1-1 against Arsenal and 2-0 for Tottenham against Norwich.
100%. Maybe you should take a break.
Sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Where can people find you if you want to be found?
죄송해요. I'm on Twitter, 고구마씨. 고구마 and then just SHI. Thank you, everybody. Everyone in the chat.
You should put that in your name at little ampersand GOGOU from next time.
Okay.
Let's see how like mine's at THFCRants. That way people.
Yeah, 그렇게 할게요.
Million followers. Because everybody loves you and they hate me. So. I'm kidding. Abdul, I do love having you on. Gogama, you know I love having you on. Folks at home, we're actually doing a show tomorrow night after the Arsenal match. Yeah, it'll be it might be a short one if they lose, and a joyous party if they lose. But see you guys at home. Stay strong. Stay Spurs. And we'll see you guys.